Sorry to the mic.
Howdy, my name is Chris Raymer. I'm a very grateful recovered alcoholic. This is going to be good. I tell you what we're going to try to accomplish here, okay? And so, like I said, best laid plans. We'll probably all go to hell in a handbasket, but this is what we're going to try to do anyway. We want to try to do today, we want to try to go through the 12 steps from the standpoint of taking a newcomer through the steps. Now, I know some of you guys, you've had a sponsor sit down and read the book to you, and how cool is that? And we're not going to do that. And so we're going to... One of the biggest problems that we see in our fellowship today is that we've lost our sense of urgency. And we're going to talk a lot about that. And there's a I'm going to kind of give you a little overview here, and then we're going to allow Charlie and Katie to kind of elaborate. We're going to do like a step at a time, and then we'll move on to the next step. It should be pretty simple to do. One of the things that we're going to ask you guys to do is, again, with the questions, is like before. I don't know how to explain this. If you ask a question at the end of this, and we're going to be able to answer that for you, we'll repeat the question for the tape so that it'll be on there. But what we would ask you to do, guys, is cut to the chase with these questions. I know a lot of you guys have done Ask It Baskets, and the guy gets up and starts to talk, and we hear his life story, 15 minutes, and the preamble of why he's asking the question and the reason and his perspective, and then he gets around finally to asking the stupid damn question. And it's like, and we can appreciate that. If we had the time, it would be fun to do. I mean, I would love to hear everybody, but ask the specific question. Like, guys, I got to tell you, there aren't any gurus in this place. I can assure you that. I got sober in 1987, and Charlie been sober a long time, Katie been sober a long time, and we want to come up here and share some of our experience with you. That's all we want to do. And this is not, we didn't come up from Texas to show you Canadians how to do it. That's not what we're about. That's not what this is. So you're free to agree or disagree with any of this. So we don't need to hear of why you don't agree with what we just said. Ask the question. And we'll give it a shot to answer the question as we see it. And you can just throw it right back out the window if you want to. Y'all cool with that? And we can make some real tracks with that because y'all ask great questions. There's a guy named William White down in Florida that wrote a book called Slaying the Dragon. Some of you guys might have read it. It's a great book if you get a chance to snag it. He's written several articles, and some of the articles that he wrote specifically talks about this little window of opportunity. Now, William's been around the recovery community for a gazillion years and wrote extensively with some other authors I could mention and you would know, but it's beside the point. The point I'm making is that he talks about this window of opportunity for alcoholics and addicts to get sober. And I don't know, a lot of you guys, y'all have heard me speak from the podium before about this, but you get the little newcomer, he comes in and he gets his feet on the ground and he starts to do the work, and all of a sudden he explodes. He's just excited as he can possibly be. You with us? And some old geezer over in the corner is making fun of him. Oh, that old Johnny, he's on a pink cloud now, because everybody's laughing and waiting for him to bust his ass, And that's exactly what Johnny's going to do if he doesn't finish the steps. There's a window that opens for most of us. Bill Wilson experienced it in Towns Hospital. Can you imagine what would have happened in Towns Hospital? And Bill Wilson's having his barn-burning spiritual experiences. And Dr. Silkworth runs in there and shoots him a little Thorazine in his ass to bring him off that high, because he wants to, we don't want you to get too happy now. Days away from a suicide attempt, but all of a sudden you're feeling some real hope for the first time, and there's always some pessimist, some pissant pessimist in the room because they're miserable, wants to bring everybody else down. You follow? Guys, this is about excitement, this whole idea, but there's this window that we can get through. Now, if we will work the steps in that window while we're feeling good, then we can get on some rock solid ground. We're not going to stay that spiritual high all the time, but we're going to return to that spot a million times the rest of our lives if we can get on some solid ground. Does that make sense, guys? That's what we're after. And so there's a time. I know that some of the fellowships that may be in the room with us today, I belong to some of these other fellowships that really, really talk hard about going slow through the work. And I have nothing against any of those fellowships except that. I think there's a very strong reason that we need to work these steps rapidly, because my experience is this. I can sit for a period of time and feel pretty comfortable, but when the obsession to use that Charlie's going to talk about comes back, I'm going to drink. I'm not going to think it through. I'm not going to call my sponsor. I'm going to drink. I have years of experience with that. And the guys that I sponsor, I get to watch them do the same thing. So I don't keep anybody sober. This isn't a sponsorship situation, and I'm working with a new guy. You follow. It's not my job to keep you sober. My job is to get you spiritually connected, and we do that by doing the work of Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's the way we were taught. And so if you can do that, we can understand where the power comes from. It comes from God. And that's one of the issues that we want to talk about later today, is that we have a whole lot of people that believe that this sponsorship deal is about taking people on to raise. I'm gonna. Katie said it, used the term last night. I thought it was so appropriate. I'm going to be your life coach. Listen, I can barely remember to zip my own pants in the morning. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not real sure about being your life coach. I've never walked a day in your shoe, and I'm going to tell you what to do. This is ludicrous, and I know a lot of you may disagree with that, but my job as a sponsor is to get you through the work at a quick pace to allow you to have a spiritual experience and have you have a fighting chance to stay sober in this world. And along the line, I can hold you accountable, and that's what we do in a sponsorship situation. I'm not one of these guys that take these guys on to raise. And again, we'll talk more about that. I want to show you a couple of things real quick in this, and then let Charlie get up here. This little circle triangle that I drew up there. What's in this stuff? This is a little circle triangle. It used to be in the front of our books on the title page of your book, where it says that the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered ED. Someday before I die, it's going to be the coolest thing to go to a conference and have everybody introduce themselves as recovered alcoholics or just alcoholics. If I never hear the ING word again, it'll be too soon for me. I'm a grateful recovering alcoholic. Why don't you finish the work and get well? We need your help. Let's go. You can recover from alcoholism. We got to stop watering this message down to the newcomer. Listen, you can hear it. Well, my counselor in treatment said that we will always be recovering. Your counselor was wrong. Bill Wilson, guys, I don't know how many times. I'm sure we got guys in here that can tell you how many times in the 164 pages it says that you're going to recover. Recover. You either are or you're not. Y'all understand? Guys, that doesn't mean we're better than anybody else. It doesn't mean that we're perfect. We've recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I haven't obsessed about alcohol or dope in 22 years. Why in the living daylights would I want to walk into an AA meeting full of newcomers and introduce myself as someone who is still sick? Bill Wilson in the book, we can show you later, gets crystal clear when he explains it in the book. He says, this is a quote, "Introduce yourself to the new man as a person who has recovered." I didn't write it. So why would you want to take the advice of somebody else that may... This is the message that we're supposed to carry, the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. This is what we're talking about. I went to a treatment center one time that told me that I could get well if I just took massive quantities of vitamins. I don't know. They seem to help. I was constipated for 6 months, but and I drank, but I felt better. Y'all understand it? But I'm not going to go in an AA meeting and share that stuff. It's good information. Some of the guys I sponsor, I talk to them about vitamins. We can do that. Y'all understand? Let's give the newcomer a clear representation of what the program is about. In 1987, after my suicide attempt, I went into the rooms, and that very night, they opened the title page of the book where it had that circle triangle on the book. And we've since lost it in the United States with our copyright stuff. I've got rubber stamps up here. I've already stamped some of your books. And I'd be more than glad to put this stamp back in your book if you'd like it. We'd stamp it. Charlie's got one too. And that's what we do when we travel around, because this is the way you can stay in all three parts of this program. Recovery, unity, service. And the old geezer looked at me real quick to go through it. He says, "Chris, what's recovery?" And I finally bumbled around to say the 12 steps. And he said, "That's correct. Have you worked the 12 steps?" And I said, I'll never forget. I said, "I'm working the steps to the best of my ability." Which translates to, in layman terms, no, I'm not working the steps. This is so much. So much crap. It's like, no, I'm not. I've worked some of the steps. He said, but that's not what we're talking about. Have you worked all 12 steps? And I said, no. And he took a little X and X'd a little, I was, I'm a testing kind of guy. Don't X me, And he said, what's this other piece? What's this unity piece? And I said, that's meetings. He said, right, are you going to meetings? Absolutely, because meeting makers make it. And he rolled his eyes and he said, yeah, okay, I'm going to give you that one. And he checked that unity. He said, what service? I said, our service is making coffee and stuff. He said, that's not, no. What's our primary purpose? Carry the message to the newcomer. Oh, but you don't have a message, do you? And he X'd it. You follow? I didn't. I'm drinking and my spirit is not awakened. I have no knowledge about the 12 steps. I can't transmit what I don't have. He X'd it. So let me get this straight, Chris. You got a 3-part problem, 3-part illness. You got a 3-part solution, and you're in exactly 1 part, and you wonder why you can't stay sober. Guys, any of you guys in this room that are having trouble staying sober, this is why. You don't have to look at your stupid issues. You don't have to look at the external stuff. This is why. Because the people that are in all 3 parts of the program seem to be able to walk through the bad stuff with grace and dignity and come out the other side. Make sense? I sit in meetings with guys that get diagnosed with cancer and just walk right straight through it and never even think about taking a drink. And I work with guys that haven't worked the steps. You with us? That are not in all 3 parts. They pull out the sock drawer one morning and can't find 2 black socks that match, and they crumble it. Oh my God! God hates me. Gunk, gunk, gunk. Oh my God. Oh my God. And we're going to blame the sock drawer for that? I mean, I don't know. Come on. I get to participate. The 12 steps are not a self-help program, folks, but I get to participate in my recovery by working these steps, and I will get spiritually connected. Even if you don't believe in God, you're going to get spiritually connected. And that's just been our collective experience. You don't knock it till you try it. One of the reasons I want to show you back over here in this Dallas, these little statistics real quick. This is so not scientific. So any of you guys want to come up at coffee break, let's talk about something else, because this is not scientific, okay? We got guys out there beating us up from the podiums talking about these stats that we're talking about for years out here. We monitored these forever in Houston, Texas, and Dallas. I've got the stats that run, but these are the last ones hot off the press. But to just give you a graphic, kind of a piece of what's happening in our fellowship, because a lot of people out there believe that everything is perfect in our fellowship, because they're perfect at our fellowship, But if you pull your head out of and look around a minute, you kind of see that things are kind of goofy in places. In Dallas, Texas, right there, the Desire Chip count, we sold nearly 17,000 Desire Chips in 2008. Intergroup, y'all know the little Desire Chip you pick up? We do same stuff in Canada. 1 month chips, if you stay sober 30 days in Texas, they'll give you a little 1 month chip, a little red chip. We sold 5,102. You see a slight drop in number there? Oh my God, we've been monitoring these stats since 95, and this percentage of drop hadn't changed a goddamn bit. 1 year chips, if you stay sober a year, we give you a little bronze chip, like some of you guys showed me yours last night. 987 1 year chips. I've never seen it over 1,000 in all the years we've been monitoring it, okay? You had nearly 17,000 people walk in the room, screw their courage up, and ask for help. And less than 8% managed to make it to the end to pick up a chip. You ought to see what happens after 5 years, after 7 years. Y'all understand this? One of the reasons is it's clear to us is because the sense of urgency to finish this work, the clarity in our qualification process of finding out if the alcoholic is really one of us. You with us? So that catapults them into this process of getting well. I mean, guys, in 1955, and the book went into its second printing, we had a success rate in the United States of 75%. Nobody wants to question those stats. They're real. In 1955, we had 75% getting well. In 2008, we have less than 8%. And everybody thinks everything's just great. Oh, they just don't want it. Of course they want it. But in 1955, the newcomer was sat down, the book was opened, and they were explained to the newcomer what we needed to do in order to have the spiritual experience. You with us? Nobody was walking on eggshells around this God stuff. Nobody was walking on eggshells around these folks. They were just telling them, guys, this is what we have to offer. You want it? Come on. If you don't, go away. Make sense? We've turned into a social gathering instead of a spiritual program of action. And this is where we kind of need to flip things back, I think. So I got an email real quick. I'll let Charlie up. This is from a guy that my buddy down in Florida sent me this email, and he said, and I'm going to delete enough in here so that you can't tell who this is, but they had a speaker meeting with an old geezer in there for about 59 years sober. And from the podium, this guy shared that he's an atheist, that his gambling addiction was worse than his alcoholism, and that quitting drinking isn't rocket science. All you got to do is make up your mind to quit and quit. Sister goes, "Doo!" And then the little new guy sitting in there going, "I can do this. I'll just decide to quit and everything will be okay." To hell with your steps. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you got people all over the world watering this message down. And we as a fellowship have just stood here and watched it. I'm not watching it anymore. I think there's a bunch of us in this room I know that are speaking up and trying to make some changes here. Basically, what we want to talk about today is the reasons for this and perhaps get us some clarity around what this is about. This is not rocket science. We don't want to make this as complicated as it can be. I work in the treatment center field, folks, and I know there's lots of people out there that every time you turn around, somebody's writing another book about how to work the steps. It's just like, guys, I don't know what to tell you. You know, we had a pretty masterful thing happen here in 1939 when this book was published. The steps are outlined in the first 100 pages. I've got little handouts out here to kind of show where the steps are in the book. If you've forgotten, you want to kind of take a folder and page and stick it in your book, and to help the little newcomer understand what this is about. So this will be fun. Again, at the end of this hour, we'll allow you guys to ask some specific questions, and then we'll move on. And then before lunch, we should get through the first 3 steps, and we'll see what happens after lunch. Cool. Let's try to be real quick on the breaks, guys. You know, go smoke real quick because, boy, I know how that goes. Smoke too, but smoke them out there and then hurry back as quick as you can, and then we can start on time and keep this thing on track. Cool? All right. Here's Charlie Parker.
Whew. Thanks, Chris. I don't know where to go from that. There's a lot of good stuff there. I really don't like him belittling my sock issues, though. I mean, sometimes that can be a real problem. You know, I'm Charlie Parker. I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic. Sober since March 22nd of 1985, and I love what Chris was saying, and I really I like this thing about what they used to do back then and what we do now. And we're going to be taking a little different approach today, rather than just like talking about the steps and how I would want to experience the steps. We're kind of talking about how I would take a new guy through the steps, and sometimes that's a little different. And sometimes, I've taken people through the work, that are brand new and then up to, 22 years of sobriety going back through the work. And there's a significant experience still available for a lot of us in the steps, no matter where we're at. But this thing about diminishing returns and stuff, I really think that back in the times he was talking about, we used to be a recovery program with a support fellowship. We had a recovery. We had clear-cut directions laid out in the big book, and then we had meetings where we would talk about that message, and we would talk about how am I going to carry that message to the new guy. What do I do when he says this? And what if he brings up this? And what if he says, what do you do? Well, then I go to this page and I talk about this. And the meetings were a lot about that. And then they said, well, we would set aside one meeting a week for the newcomer to talk about his problems and for everybody to get together. But the rest of the time they're talking about, how do getting in the trenches and how do we get this message out to, and growing and understanding and effectiveness, as the book says. And somewhere over the years, and if you've sobered up in the last 25 years, even in the last 30 years, you've come into, it seems like we've kind of generated into a recovery fellowship with an optional program. You could just go to the meetings, and I don't really think that Bill and the founders and those guys ever dreamed that there would be a time that somebody would be able to stay sober just off of going to meetings, and we can for a while. And if you're a real alcoholic, it worked. Going to AA meetings will keep one of us sober right up to the point that we get drunk, and now and it may stretch it out, and I may blow up a marriage or two, and blow up a few businesses, and that sort of thing, and constant collision with something or somebody the whole time. But if I'm a real alcoholic, trouble's coming, and so just so that's what we like to talk about sometimes, and is that going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings is wonderful. I love the fellowship of alcoholics. That one side of the triangle that he's talking about, I love it, but it doesn't treat alcoholism. Just going to meetings does not treat alcoholism. If you've got it the way I've got it, so what does? And, so what are we talking about? I love, he referred to this book, right where we stamp it. They took this out of the book in 1993. They didn't ask me about it. They just did it, and they really didn't ask a lot of people about it. There were some lawsuits flying around, and they just went, we don't want to engage in any controversy, so they pulled it out of the book. And in my mind, they could have just stopped suing people over it, but it was... Sorry, did I say that? But we've been putting it back in one book at a time. But I like, and we do an exercise in our lineage of sponsorship where we check in with the circle and triangle, and you can get an idea of where a guy is real fast by saying, "Where are you at in the circle and triangle?" I go, "Well, went to X number of meetings this week. In service, I did this and I did that. I'm sponsoring this many guys, and then in recovery, if anything, I'm weak in 10th step. I only did 4 evening reviews this week, and only did my morning disciplines, and something like that. And you can get an idea of where somebody is pretty quick. So anyway, I'm scattered all over the place, but I want to get back to what we're going to try to do is step one in this deal, and I think Katie'd probably like a little time.
I'll get time.
Yeah, Katie's told me already. She goes, I'm in between two bulls here. I can see this is gonna be trouble. See, we've had times where we've been at a meal, and she'll probably tell you about it. Katie is generous with her opinions sometimes, and but we'll be sitting at a table, with a bunch of guys, and the guy will give his take on something, and I'll give my take on something, and Katie would start. I didn't even realize we were doing it when one of us started to talk, and then I'm like, I'm gonna go get some more salsa, and the other guy gets up to fill his tea, and Katie's like, you sit your ass down and listen to what I'm about to say. I'm an AA member, but anyway, you'll see some of that energy this weekend. We're going to have some fun. But I wrote up here on the board, problem, solution, program of action. That was the big thing that happened when AA hit the ground. What made AA a big deal was an understanding of those three things. An understanding of the problem, an understanding of the solution, and then a program of action that will bring about that solution. Because if I don't know what the problem is, why would I care about the rest of it? Or I might not have the level of energy I'm going to need to pursue the rest of it. In fact, Dr. Bob had spent 2 years in the Oxford movement. He knew they had a program of action. Some people call it a 6-step program, whatever. Well, they didn't, but whatever you call their work. And he knew the solution and he knew the program of action, but he didn't understand the problem. And then if you read about the Certain American Businessman on page 26, Dr. Carl Jung understood the problem. He told this guy, you got the mind of a chronic alcoholic. And he even knew what the solution was. He says here and there, once in a while, we've seen people have these spiritual awakenings. He says, to me, these things are phenomena. But what did he not have? He didn't have a program of action that would produce that spiritual awakening. It doesn't. It's like if I go out here and my car won't start, I can't go anywhere. But I don't understand what the problem is yet. But so then let's say I look in and I've left the headlights on. Right now I know that we've run the battery down. We understand what the problem is. Right? Am I getting ready to drive home? No, because I've still got a dead battery. So what's my solution? Well, we got to get some juice into that battery. Okay, all right, we need to get some juice in the battery. That's good. Now I know the solution. Still not getting ready to go anywhere. But now if somebody, if Chris pulls up and says, okay, I'm going to pull my truck around here, we're going to raise the hoods, I got jumper cables in the back, we're going to put black on black and red on red, and I'll rev the engine up, and now we got a program of action that'll bring about the solution to my problem. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's talk about the problem in alcoholism, because it was a big deal, and I talked about it a little bit last night. I've been banging my fists together out here for a long time. But it's a two-part illness, and it's in the doctor's opinion has some interesting stuff in here. On Roman numeral 26, Silkworth had written an opinion about this stuff, and he goes, "The physician who gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement, he confirms what we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe, that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind." Well, if I've been banging around AA meetings for a long time, this might sound like common knowledge, but back then it was pretty revolutionary. And I don't know, I was kind of that way when I got here. I used to feel kind of awkward saying the disease of alcoholism because I knew that I was just kind of a moral weakling and a screw up and disease my butt. You're just trying to let me off the hook here. I'm a screw up. I didn't really understand what the real problem was, and a lot of people didn't. And those of you that were here last night, we talked quite a bit about getting here thinking when I would promise you that I'm not going to drink again, and I would drink again, and why that is. Well, it says, "It did not satisfy us to be told that we couldn't control our drinking just because we were..." I love this part. When Chris was talking about being a life coach, it's like, here, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm maladjusted to life. I'm in full flight from reality, and I'm an outright mental defective, and I'd like to be your life coach. It's like, I'm incapable of telling the truth from the false, But it says these things were true to some of us, to a considerable extent with some of us, but we're sure that our bodies were sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. So what are we talking about here? When Chris talks about being a recovered alcoholic, and funny because I've been on both sides of that deal. I can remember when a guy would say I'm a recovered alcoholic, and I'd think, well, you arrogant SOB, you don't really understand the depth of this disease and stuff. And like so many other things, I talked last night about I love to read things that I agree with. I like to. I'm sure this sets me apart in our fellowship, but I like to look for ways that I'm already right, and I become where no more information is coming in because all I can look for is ways that I'm already right. When I'm reading stuff and that sort of thing, and then you explain something to me, and I go, oh. You remember Rosanna Dano on Saturday Night Live? And they'd say something to her, and she'd go, never mind. But it was that way with that when they laid out that we're not talking about that I've recovered, that I could successfully drink alcohol again. What we're talking about having recovered from is a hopeless condition of mind and body. And that's the greatest gift God can give an alcoholic like me. When I came into this program, that's all I wanted was out from under. I came in for the same reason anybody else came in. And no matter how long you've been sober, whether you've been sober a month or 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, everybody in Alcoholics Anonymous has had day one. We all know what it's like to not be able to get through one day without taking a drink. And that was what got me here. In fact, it wasn't even, back on page 152, it talks about one day he'll be unable to imagine life without alcohol. But that's not what brought me into Alcoholics Anonymous. It goes further to say one day he'll be unable to imagine life either with alcohol or without alcohol. It says then he'll know loneliness such as few men do. He'll wish for the end. He'll be at the jumping off place. That's what brought me into AA, was that I knew I couldn't keep going on drinking the way I was drinking, but I couldn't imagine not drinking. You know the deal. When the girlfriend says, if you don't stop drinking, I'm leaving. And I just remember thinking, God dang, I don't want you to leave. I love you, and I'd like for you to stay. And I'll taper down, or maybe we'll do less of this, and we won't do any of that, and we definitely won't do any of that. But God dang, if you're talking about nothing, you're probably going to need to go. Because I can't imagine life, without, on the natch, because I'm so uncomfortable sober. So that this problem solution program of action is a big deal. But the book, The Problem, is such a big deal, and Chris talked on it last night, that the bulk of the recovery portion of this is in the first 103 pages of the book and the doctor's opinion. So like 113 pages is about our is our whole recovery program. And the back chapters are, to wives, family afterward, to employers, and a vision for you about the growth of the fellowship later. But of those 113 pages, over 50 of them focus on the problem. Because if you're a drunk like me, you got to come at me from every possible angle, of escape. Because I'm going to try to wiggle out somehow to not have to be like you. Because if I'm not like you, then I don't have to do what you do. Right? Well, there's another place where it talks about having shared in a common peril was just one element in the powerful cement which binds us. The feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement which binds us, but that in itself would never have held us together as we are now joined. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have a way out on which we can absolutely agree and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism. This book doesn't wait long to start making promises to me. Right there on that cover page we talked about, it says how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. So what are we talking about recovering from? We're talking about recovering from a hopeless condition of mind and body. And I touched on it a little bit last night. But the shortest version I can give is that, like I said last night, I have two problems with alcohol. One happens when I drink it, and one happens when I don't drink it. And it's those two things coupled together that make me alcoholic. What are those two things? It's this physical allergy that the doctor talks about. If you go to Roman numeral 28, XXVIII, if that's not a mouthful, it says, we believed and so suggested a few years ago that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics. So who are we talking about here? Chronic alcoholics. We're not talking about little, just have a couple of beers here and there. We're talking about chronic alcoholics. It says the action of alcohol is the manifestation of an allergy. I like to break this stuff down because these are not words that I used getting here. I never used. Did anybody ever say phenomenon or manifestation? It says that it's the manifestation of a chronic alcoholic, a chronic condition. There's acute illness and there's chronic illness. Acute illness is severe, but you can treat it and it'll go away, like pneumonia and some of those things. Then there's a chronic illness like diabetes that you can treat it, you can control it, but it's never going to go away. Does that make sense? So alcoholism is like that. It's a long-term deal. It says these chronic alcoholics, that the action of alcohol is the manifestation of an allergy. There's a lot there. A manifestation, all that means is how something shows up, how something presents itself. And then it says of an allergy. And an allergy is just an abnormal physical reaction. For our purposes here today, it's just an abnormal physical reaction. If 10 people eat strawberries and 9 people do fine, and one person, their throat swells shut and my eyes close and I can't breathe and you got to take me to the hospital and get a big shot of Benadryl, you'd say, I have a pretty good little abnormal reaction to strawberries, right? So this manifestation of an allergy is how does it show up? I'm also allergic to poison ivy. Anybody else allergic to poison ivy? And the manifestation of that allergy is that you get a rash and it itches like crazy, and if you scratch there and scratch somewhere else, then you got it there. So that's the way that allergy shows up. How does my allergy to alcohol shows up? That the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class. Limited to what class? This class of chronic alcoholics, right? So that this craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. Last night I talked about one definition of alcoholism. Here's another one. It says that this manifestation, that this craving is limited to this class of chronic alcoholics and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. Never is less than half the time. It says, so what is this phenomenon of craving? When I take a drink of alcohol, I've got this weird physical reaction to alcohol that I can't control. I can't control it 25 years sober. When I take a drink of alcohol, it triggers a craving for more alcohol. And you know what? It doesn't really matter what Charlie Parker says or the book even says, if you don't take your own experience and lay it up against what this book is saying and see if it's a fit. As we get into this stuff, just look at it and go, what's it like when I drink? What's it like when I try not to drink? Does this fit? Is this the way it happens when I drink? When I decide to go have a couple of drinks, do I go have a couple of drinks? Or do I blow the whole paycheck? You know, and then when I come out of it, do I swear this is never going to happen again? And then it happens again? You know, and then, so, well, I don't want to spend a lot of time on the phenomenon of craving, but it does say the message which can interest and hold these alcoholics has to have depth and weight. I love Alcoholics Anonymous because it was the first place I'd ever been around people that were talking to me about my drinking that drank like I did. If you drink like we do, you're used to people wanting to talk to you about your drinking. You know, I mean, there were times when people would want to sit down and talk about my drinking, usually right after I'd wrecked a car or lost another job or blown something like that. But it was never, my mother talking to me about my drinking didn't have any depth and weight because she didn't understand what drinking did for me. Well, down there it says men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. The sensation is so elusive that while I admit it's injurious, after a while I can't tell the truth from the false. You know how I can't tell the truth from the false sometimes? I'm the guy sitting in his 5th treatment center going, I really don't have it like you got it. I think I can get out of here and still tweak this thing a little bit, you know, and I got zero evidence to support that. But I can't tell the truth from the false because in my mind, I still think I can get a handle on this. And if you understood all the conditions of how I got into detox again, you'd understand that it wasn't really the booze. It was just, you know, bad luck. You know, and then it says my alcoholic life seems the only normal one. I thought about this when we were going through customs yesterday, and she was, you know, because at one point at customs, this last time when we were, the guy goes, how many times have you ever been arrested, Mr. Parker? And I was like, yeah, you know, I mean, I've told you, and he goes, how many times? And I was like, you would have better access to that information than I would. You know, I really don't. But you know, when it talks about our alcoholic life seems the only normal one, I was like, what's the big deal yesterday when they were talking about it? And what I use as an example a lot of times about my alcoholic life seems the only normal one. You know, you want to hear something strange about the general population? You know, most people go through their entire lives without ever being arrested. Is that startling to you? I mean, if I went to my mother and said, you know, I got to go see my PO today and give him, I got to take a UA because I got a DUI, she would have no idea what I'm talking about, you know. But for us, that's typical conversation, you know. It's like, you know, well, yeah, I can tell you how to beat a UA, you know. But what happens? We can talk a lot about this physical allergy, that when I drink, and I got ample evidence in my history to show that when I eat, no matter what my plan is, going into a drinking episode, it never works out like that, you know. And I used to think that I was just a screw up, you know, like I was saying, that when I would start drinking again and it would get away from me, I thought I was a screw up. I didn't understand that I had triggered this phenomenon of craving that was more powerful than I am. So when I would just stop in that night, when you guys were here last night, when I talked about when I got that money to go get everything out of the pawn shops, and I just stopped by to have a couple of drinks, I didn't understand that I'd triggered a phenomenon of craving, and now I've hopped on a train that I can't control where it's going, and I spent all the money, and it happened over and over again. Okay, to move forward. This phenomenon of craving, have we kind of figured out, you know, what that is? Y'all pretty hip on that one? It's a big problem. Not my biggest problem, though. But over on page 23, it says these observations. Let's turn to page 23. This is a big one. Turn in your hymnals to page 23. It says, because looking at the body, I've got it written in my book, right under that first line under there, it says, looking at the body stops here on page 23. Because what does it say after that? It says, these observations would be academic and pointless. I always translate that to mean, wouldn't mean squat. And I don't always say squat. But these observations, what observations? All these observations about my physical reaction to drinking, says, would be pointless if what? If I never took, if my biggest problem is what happens when I drink, what's my solution? Don't drink. I mean, how hard is that? Remember Nancy Reagan's little Just Say No program? That worked for anybody? After a while, it's just say yo. The difference between my allergy to alcohol and my allergy to poison ivy is that I have never one time and I am wildly allergic to poison ivy, but I have never one time been out for a walk in the woods and looked over and gone, ho, ho, ho. I think that's poison ivy. And off comes my shirt and just roll in it, because I don't have a mental obsession with poison ivy. When my poison ivy gets away, I don't get so uncomfortable and get to a point where I think that the only thing that's going to make me feel better is poison ivy. But vodka does something special for a guy like me. I love, Chris's brother talks about how many of us remember our first drink. And it's widespread across the board. And he always goes, do you remember the first time you ate green beans? You're like, no. It's because vodka does something special for a guy like me. It's the first thing I'd ever found that would fill that hole. And so my biggest problem, and that's what it says. It says, therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body. If you ask him why he went on that big run again, he'll give you some reasons, but in his mind, he doesn't really know why he got loaded any more than you do. That was that thing we talked about, and that is universal. I've talked, everywhere you go, when they say, why'd you start drinking again, we all say the same thing. I don't know. Well, it's what we're talking about here, is that this mental obsession that happens, and this happens when I'm sober, right? If you go back to Roman numeral 28, he says, they are restless, irritable, and discontented unless they can again experience the sense of ease and comfort. Oh, how nice is ease and comfort? That feeling of Clancy says one time that he described that real well, that feeling of a drink going down and hitting bottom, and that, and he said he saw two newcomers get up and leave the back of the room, But it says that sense of ease and comfort which comes at once from taking a few drinks. That when you're sitting there and that just right when it's just kicking in, it's just like, and it says, now here's where it gets tricky. It says drinks they see other people taking with impunity. You know what impunity means? It means they don't get punished for it. It's the same root word as punished or punitive. These guys, when they take a drink, it doesn't cost them their house and their car and their job and their girlfriend and their dignity and their self-respect and all the values they grew up with. They just go have a couple of drinks. But for me, it triggers something much better. But I get this restless, irritable, and discontent. This is talking about in dry periods. This isn't talking about when I'm drinking. It says, and restless, irritable, and discontent, restless is, after a couple of weeks, I start getting a little jumpy. I just don't really feel like, Bob says it's like a dog that can't find his spot, just circling and circling and circling. And if I'm inside, I feel like I ought to be outside. And, and then irritable, we don't have to go into too much detail about irritable, but after, I like what a friend of mine at Blind Dave at home talks about. They used to say, don't go over to Dave's house, he's drinking. And then after a while they'd go, oh, you don't want to go over to Dave's house, he's not drinking. Because after 2 or 3 weeks of not drinking, I get a little bit irritable, when you're in the grocery store and the guy in front of you's got 14 items in the 10-item lane, and the reason I know is because I counted every drug, I just, after a while, and I love the way Clancy describes it, where he talks about it's like somewhere in the night somebody stuck in and installed a spring in my gut, and every day it just gets tightened down a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then discontented is the last stage of it, and that means I just start not liking the deal I'm getting. I'm not being treated right. I'm not being treated right at work. My wife, the kids, the guy next to me at work, I'm doing all the work, and he's making $3 an hour more than I do, and that sort of thing. And after a while, I get thirsty. What happens is that spiritual malady, it's a 3-part disease. I believe it's a 3-part disease. There's some discussion about it out there, but I believe something drives this mental obsession, and the closest thing I've ever come to is that spiritual malady. But the book doesn't discuss the spiritual malady much till we get up into step 3. But something makes me so uncomfortable that it triggers that mental obsession. So what happens is I get so uncomfortable, and when I've had something that has given me relief before in the past, I don't remember consequences when it comes time to take that first drink. When I need relief, I don't think about consequences. Some of those slogans, I spent some time in AA doing a little slogan slinging. When I was just in the fellowship of AA, and not so much in this book, I had a period where it's a tough spot, and somebody, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but you know what it's like when you're just kind of going to the meetings and not really doing the deal, and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, can you help me?" And you're like, "Well, let's see. Put the plug in the jug, right? That's a good one. And don't drink no matter what. That's a good one. And go to 90 meetings in 90 days, and take this book and read. Just read the whole thing, And I'm really kind of hoping they don't call me back, because I know at that point I got nothing to give them, And so I've been on both sides of that. I know what that's like, and so to have gotten back into this work and catch fire with it, the coolest thing in the world is when a guy comes up and says, "Can you put me through the work?" You're like, "Absolutely. You got a big book? If you don't, we'll get you one." Let's sit down, and we're not going to take a lot of time at it. Chris and I, and Katie, we're all on the same page with getting this work done fast. Because if I believe what we're talking about here, I had a guy one time that I'm sponsoring him now, but he had a different sponsor. We were out on the golf course, and he's telling me, he goes, "Well, my sponsor told me this isn't a race. Don't get in a big hurry to work this. This isn't a race." And I was like, it kind of is, it really, because go back to page 24. Let's go back to page 24. Because it says at a certain point in the drinking of every alcoholic, he passes into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. Now, we all know what's the only requirement for membership in AA. A desire to stop drinking will get me a front row seat in an AA meeting. But it says right here on page 24, it won't do a darn thing to keep me sober. It says right here, the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. Right? And the fact is, and I said it last night, if you can make up your mind to stop drinking and pull it off, you don't even have to come to AA. You don't even belong in AA. This deal is not talking about that. It says the fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. I am unable, this is the key line, at certain times, to call into my consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. And it doesn't matter whether that's my suffering and humiliation or my family's suffering and humiliation. I can't call it to mind with sufficient force to ward off the first drink. It says, I am without defense against the first drink. So it says, I can't call to mind the suffering and humiliation of a week or a month ago, so it implies to me that there is a window of opportunity between that hitting bottom, over there where it talks about that terrible cycle. When I come out of that terrible cycle, it says emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. Anybody ever come out of a run like that? Oh, I feel terrible, and I really didn't mean to spend the whole paycheck. And I know you gave me the rent money to run over there, but I just stopped in to see the boys, and and that firm resolution. It says I've got to. Between that time of hitting bottom and the time this mental obsession comes back, and the mental obsession is going to make me powerless over taking that first drink, and when I take that first drink, it's going to trigger the phenomenon of craving, and then we're off and running again. I don't know what that window of opportunity is, whether it's a week or a month or whatever, to get this guy in touch with the power, but to me, that's our race, is between the time I hit bottom and the time that mental obsession is on me again. I need somebody to get me in touch with the power, because my power is not going to get the job done. And that's what we're going to roll into when we roll into step 2. But the problem is so important. On page 30, and I talked about it last night, it says, we learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we're like other people, or presently may be, has to be smashed. So that's what we're doing here, is that I'm not fixing to get a handle. Fixing is a Texas term. It means preparing to. It doesn't mean repairing. It means preparing. So I'm not fixing to get a handle on this deal. I'm not about to turn this thing around, right? And so to me, we're about to roll into, when we roll into step 2, we spend a lot of time in the problem, because it says it's such a big deal for a guy like me to have what I call a step 1 experience. And if you've ever worked with guys and you see a guy have a step 1 experience, I just say guys, a person have a step 1 experience, it's unbelievable. You got a guy I've seen it happen with guys that have been banging in and out of treatment for 18 years. And I had a guy come up to me one time and he goes, I have never heard the stuff you're talking about. I've been in AA for 18 years. I've never put together more than 6 months. I've never heard anybody talking about the stuff you're talking about. And it explains, just like we said back in the doctor's opinion, it explains a lot of stuff I've never been able to explain. And so, it's critical stuff, and the first 7 pages of Working with Others talks a lot about how we make this first visit to the guy and what we talk about, and so, but it talks about going back and having an understanding of this thing, because it's just critical that I be able to break down. And Chris talks about qualifying the new guy. It's a touchy topic in AA, but I don't think it's fair to, just because the guy shows up in an AA meeting, to assume that he's one of us. Am I done?
You're done.
Okay. Well, yeah. So anyway, that's my thought, is that we have that X amount of time to get this guy in touch with the problem, because the thing about the problem is it drives me through the rest of the work. Right? If I have that step 1 experience where I understand to the core of my being that on my own I got no shot, then the rest of this work gets really interesting. Does that make sense? I'd like for my lovely wife to come up and.
I think I have 7 minutes.
I got 15 minutes.
What could a woman know in Alcoholics Anonymous, huh? I'm Katie. I'm a grateful, recovered alcoholic. I swear to God, you women know, boy, when we run with the boys, we just have to kick your ass. We really do. And I told Charlie, I said, and Chris loves me. And that's a good thing. And my husband loves me, but he and I can go toe to toe, because the truth of the matter is I suffer from alcoholism. I got the bug. I got the deal. But I'm also running against boys. And anybody knows that that's tough. I'm not kidding you. I can sit there with the boys at a table, and I'm waiting to get in. I'm waiting to get in. I'm waiting to get in. And then when I get in, they shut it down. And it pisses me off. And here's the deal. I got the power. I'm telling you, I got the power. So, God dang. We got over there constantly giving the stink eye. So here's the deal. I'll just sweep it up. Oh, I'm aware how much time I have. So, you guys can imagine. And I swear, I know the girls are out there just going, thank God we got a ballsy chick up here, man. So here we go.
We're all grateful, honey.
I knew you would be. I knew you would be. I've been sober since October the 28th of 1984, and for that I am very, very grateful. I will tell you guys, in 25 years of sobriety, though, Charlie and I are real open to tell you we absolutely were middle of the road. We absolutely were meeting-based sobriety. I had no idea that's what I was. Did not have a clue. I had no idea I wasn't carrying the message. I had no idea I wasn't working the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And, you'll find out fast enough, right? I mean, either you're going to want to kill yourself or you're going to want to drink. I mean, you got two options. And you're really quite shocked when they happen that you're at that feeling. But the truth of the matter is I could not have sponsored a new guy, period, at 15 years sober. I had no idea how to take a new guy through the work. And that's what, when we come and do these things, we're here to teach you, just like we were taught, how to take the guy through the work. It's all about teaching and passing on, right? And so there's tons of CDs out there, and there's great teachers that are good at the way that they word things. Some people connect more with others. But the truth is if you don't learn how to do it, then you've got nothing. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden you went to sponsorship school, right? And one day you know, people go, well, I don't think I'm ready. Bullshit. You're just scared. You know, you absolutely are ready. And I'll tell you what, your pride and your ego will force you to get into the work. When somebody comes to you and says, you know, I need help. Now, I'm not talking about the complete middle of the road guy that is not armed with the facts. But I'm talking about you guys sitting here. You knew who you were coming into. You guys knew that if Chris was going to be here, you were going to go ahead and get your butt kicked a little bit, or you're on our team type deal, right? And so what you have to do is you get out there, and your pride and ego will keep you in the work. If somebody comes to you with a question, you're gonna find out the answer, right? So you may not do it for yourself, but so that's not a bad thing about our ego to get involved. My husband does such a fabulous job at the first step, and I really do give him a hard time about, you know, giving me a few minutes. But the truth is I love his first step. I'm a huge fan of Chris. I love that Chris steps out here and talks about the truth, and he does it in a way that I admire. So my job is just going to really sweep up the first step, only because they've already given so much about it. But I want to talk about consequences do not keep us sober in this program. And there is such a strong misunderstanding of people coming in saying, I need to get sober for my kids, or I need to get sober to do this, or I need to get sober to do that. And consequences are not a bad thing. I'm telling you, none of us came in here just because we burnt the toast. You know, I mean, consequences brought us in here, right? We had people on our ass telling us, you better get sober. The only thing is it will not sustain sobriety, but it'll get my attention. And so consequences aren't a bad thing. And when you're working with a new guy, you've got to identify all of those things. You know, when they say, well, you know, I'm a girl, but I think I'm a boy. But I always refer to guys because the program is geared to guys speaking, right? But I mean men and women, but I'll refer to, you know, the guy comes in and says he's going to lose his wife just because that's how we're all raised with the book. But the truth of the matter is a woman comes in and predominantly she's going to say they're going to take my kids, you know. And wouldn't that be wonderful if that would keep me sober? How heartbreaking. That makes me just want to cry. How heartbreaking is that I cannot stay sober and you're going to take my children? And I work with women at Family House. That's really my passion. I got sober when my daughter was 5. And they lose their kids. One chick left out of there because they wouldn't give her her cell phone. She walked away from 2 of her children. That was it. That was her done deal. She was off the record. Kids gone. Period. It's heartbreaking. And you know, you really want to see the rubber hit the road, man. You sit there, and Charlie goes out there and works with the guys, and they're out there doing yoga, lifting weights, you know, and volleyball. And Charlie goes, my wife's over there working with the girls. They got a kid on their lap and one in their belly. You know, he said, you guys got it easy. And I'm not downplaying it, but boys, don't get me wrong. You got heartache and pain that comes from children too. But I'm talking about in treatment, you know, the different environment. And you got these gals sitting in here, and they said, man, they're going to take my kids if I don't get sober. Well, you better be armed with some facts if you really want to help this gal. And I brought in, you know, when I was kind of getting the message and coming back in, man, I was trying. Like I said, that ego was really, really pushing me into looking into the book and trying to help these guys. And I'd brought a middle-of-the-road gal with me and didn't know it, right? She wanted to get back into the work. And so we're sitting there, and I'm beating them with the allergy, and I'm beating them with the mental obsession, you know, and they're sitting around listening. And then I let her share, which I will never do again. And now I run the meeting solely. And she says, you know, just don't drink. And I swear to God, it was as if, I remember the girls go, that's all I got to do? And it was kind of like what you said, Chris, about those gears. Is, you know, I went in there and, you know, told them, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. It's going to be some work. It's going to be tough. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. You're giving them hope and all of that stuff. And she comes in with just don't drink. And this one girl goes, I'm going to put a big sign up on my refrigerator. And I swear to God, I wanted to slap the crap out of her after that. You know, I thought, God dang it. You know, stop. Now, granted, she didn't know any better. You know what? So it was my job to teach her. But I did. By God, after that thing was said and done, I really told her, I was like, I can't believe that was what you brought. I mean, I'm just coming out of this middle of the road stuff too, but I know better than to just say that. Well, I wrote down a couple of things here, and I'm going to jump all over the place now. But one of the things is too, when you're working with that new guy, is the qualification is crucial. It really is. And it's dicey, but you know what? When I'm one-on-one with you, I don't care. I'm not going to sit there and lob it out in an AA meeting about qualifying a guy, because I'm going to just get hit with arrow after arrow. But I will, when I sit down with the individual, I will qualify them. Because the truth of the matter is my sister is not alcoholic. My sister is very untreated Al-Anon. Whoa! But you can pour enough booze in her to get her a DWI, right? And the judge is going to tell her she's going to have some AA meetings. And she's an untreated Al-Anon, so what does that make her? She loves us, right? And you get an untreated Al-Anon that you've poured enough booze in, and they come into an AA meeting, and we're their drink, right? And they like it in here. They like it a lot in here. They like the alcoholic, like them lots. So they stay, right? But she's not alcoholic, and she is rah rah sis boom bah. You know, I mean, on an energy level, we can smell a drunk, can't we? As a matter of fact, if I really like you in AA, that's the highest compliment you can have. I mean, actually, the highest compliment is when I tell you I would have drank with you. That's. And that's what we're talking about. But have you ever sniffed out the one where you go, no, that's not even a drunk, man. They are not alcoholic. Stay away. Code red, left-hand side, nerd. Here's another tip too. when I'm speaking allergy, I go out every week and I do a first step. I go into a treatment center. Fortunately, we have the ability to go into treatment centers and carry the message. And we do, Charlie and I are firm believers of beating that first step into them, We're not going to come in there and share our story over and over and over, because these folks are lucky to get any book in treatment. It's heartbreaking, but it's the facts, and it's the way it is in Texas. And so we're in there, beating the first step. And the way I explain the allergy is, most people have never heard the allergy. They don't have a clue about the allergy. They don't have a clue about the mental obsession. They just drink too much or do too much drugs. They don't get how the whole thing works. So when you're explaining the allergy to the new guy, I use it as like a tomcat. And I said, the truth of the matter is a cat. I said, if you're allergic to cats, You're the person who says, man, Mary, come on over. Hey, do you have any cats? I'm allergic to cats. You're verifying all of this ahead of time before you go over there. Now, here's the deal. If you're allergic to cats, it doesn't matter if that cat is a tomcat or Persian. It's still a cat, right? And one of the things where people get confused, especially the new guys, they say, my drug of choice. And you go, man, I don't know about you, but I know what I spent my money on. But I'll do whatever you got. You pull out anything and I'll take it. What do you think? What do you think that is? Okay, I'll try it. There was no. Oh, you don't know exactly what that is. After about 15 minutes, somebody's going, so what's happening? I don't know yet. I can't really. Give me a minute. And for me, I got the allergy to anything that alters my mind. If it's going to alter the way I feel, I want it, right? And so I always try to tell them, because they're in treatment, they get that whole drug of choice. And I love the way Mark said, drug of choice is Advil. You choose on a daily basis. If you have a headache, you might take it. And if you don't, it stays in the cabinet, But there is no choice in what I'm going to do. And so, when we're talking about triggering that allergy, for me and you guys that have been, around a while, you've got the guy sitting in Alcoholics Anonymous who is not doing any work, right? Hadn't read his big book, really doesn't have a sponsor, doing meeting-based sobriety. He has no clue how close to the edge he is. And this is how his allergy is going to manifest. He all of a sudden, bites into something, breaks a tooth, and he has to go get some dental work, right? No big deal. Broke a tooth, dental work, kind of expensive, but not good. And the doc says, well, you're going to need a little Vicodin. He goes, oh, I am going to need a little Vicodin. Yeah. And he goes, so he takes that Vicodin. He's walking around with the malady all over him, right? He's the person in the meeting that's grumpy and pissy and hates everybody and blah, 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 and he triggers that allergy. And the next thing you know, he's rescheduling for more dental work. See, that's what we're talking about, an allergy. Is if you're sitting around with that malady, you're not doing anything. I don't care if you got 30 days or 30 years. That allergy is just sitting there waiting. If you trigger it. Now, if you are spiritually fit and you have to have medication for something, I believe God makes that into medication. I really do believe that. And I believe that when you take it, it doesn't even feel good. I can't wait to get off of it. It's kind of creeping me out. Isn't that shocking? Yeah. I don't get that, but it does. And a lot happens in 25 years, you know what I mean? Okay, I got to wrap it up since, my husband took up all my time. And but let me think. Oh, and here's another thing I want to tell you. When you're working with that new guy, right? Because this is what this deal is about, teaching you how to sponsor that new guy. You're qualifying him, you're getting him into this deal. One of the things, another term I like to use with them is when we trigger that allergy. Once again, that allergy is crucial that they get that. That it's not the only problem, because if it were the only problem, all we would need would be detox, right? Just remove me from the booze. But we got a mind that's always going to take us back to the booze. And here's the deal. When I always get them to show a raise of hands in treatment as to how many of them have been through treatment more than once, so that they can see that treatment is not treatment for alcoholism. It's merely a reprieve, right? You're going to get 28-day reprieve, and you damn sure better do these steps, because you got no shield when you step out there. But because the way that ego rebuilds, and we'll talk more and more about that. But okay, oh, damn it, lost my train of thought. Okay, the allergy.
So you like to see the show of hands? You have them.
Okay, honey. He loves me so much. Give me a second. The allergy and the obsession. Give me a second. And they have the allergy, and they get removed from the allergy, and okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, here it is. And so when they get out, they go, you know what? It was bad, but it wasn't that bad because the ego has rebuilt, right? And I mean, things are kind of getting tough, and that spring is tightening, so I'm just going to have a little, right? And so what happens is they have forgotten the allergy, and when they drink a little or do a little of whatever their outside issue is, they trigger that allergy, but the way they think it goes in their mind is that they've changed their mind, that they've decided to just have a couple more. Yeah. See, and so when you're working with the new guy, that's an important way to explain what that looks like. So when you guys stop to go just have a few drinks today, I mean, I know I was in treatment and I know everybody's watching me, but I'm only going to have 2 drinks this time, just 2 beers. That's it. And they trigger that allergy, and they think they've changed their mind to have 4. But in fact, they've triggered that allergy. So when you really start talking to them that way, I mean, these lights start going off in that new guy, and it's unbelievable. And then the one last thing I'm going to say is, you know, the book talks about in every, almost every promise in the book, there's really ugly promises, right? It says it gets worse, never better. That's a promise, right? God, it's got 3 weeks. It gets worse, never better. And that's the truth. And that's important for that new guy to know that there's promises that are of great hope in this book. And there are some ugly promises. But the one thing, too, is it always talks about peace of mind. That we will have peace of mind. Never says we're going to have a big fancy car and great job and people love us, ticker tape parade. You know, and when I walk in a room, everybody's going to go, hey, Katie. But it says we will have peace of mind, right? And that is that ease and comfort that comes from the first drink. Right? That's what Chris was talking about last night. All I want is this thing to shut up. I want that peace of mind. And what ends up happening is we're used to taking a couple of drinks. Little do we know we've triggered the allergy and we're going to wreck the bus. But we overshoot the mark. Right? And so I just want those couple of drinks for that ease and comfort. And the book promises me peace of mind almost after every step, which is pretty cool. And so now are we not going to do the questions and answers now? We're going to do a 5-minute break.
Way to pee and smoke.
Pee and smoke. And thank you guys.
Chris Kramer, recovered alcoholic. We're going to... we didn't get the questions last hour, but we will this hour, I can promise you. We're going to, a little tie up here, and then we're going to do 2 and 3 right before lunch. We'll get some question and answer, because I know we want to do that. Some of you guys got me at the break. Y'all always ask the greatest questions at break. And then you just get goofy in here when we ask them from the podium. I don't know what that's about, but we'll see. I wanted to add a couple of things to what Charlie and Katie were just talking about. If you guys want to mark a page in the book today, there's lots of pages we're going to go to, and you guys are marking. And again, in those little red books, anytime we're talking the doctor's opinion, the numbers don't jive, but the regular numbers will 1 through 164 will jive up for the anonymous press books. But any pages in there you want to mark, make sure you mark page 24. Okay, guys, it's the place on the book. 23, Charlie just read it. Top of page 24, it talks about have lost the power to choose whether we're going to drink or not. Now, guys, if there's a secret handshake in AA, it's this page. This is the page that's, in 1987, I tried to commit suicide because I believed that I was worthless and just couldn't get sober. And somebody explained to me that this is a form of mental insanity. The very next day, they showed me this page. I don't have a choice to drink. Most of our fellowship believe that we have a choice whether we're going to drink or not. Let me get clear with it, guys, because the guys that you sponsor, you need to make it clear with them. I have the choice whether I'm going to work a program, whether I'm going to enter. a spiritual path and stay there. Does that make sense? I have a choice whether I'm going to go to meetings. I have a choice when you come up and ask me to sponsor, whether I say yes or no. You with us? I make enough of those choices on the negative side, and I get cut off from the sunlight of the Spirit, and I get loaded. At that point, insanity returns, and my head says, you could smoke a joint. And so if there's a page in there, though, that any of you guys, because I know we got a lot of long-term sobriety in here, and I know we have some young sobriety in here. And I got to tell you guys, hospitals all over the country today are teaching the fact that we have a choice whether we're going to drink. And I got to tell you, that's where it confuses the issue. A lot of people sitting in AA today, I guarantee you, I can take you to a meeting in my hometown tonight at 8 o'clock, and there'll be a guy that'll share 5 minutes before the meeting's over, because that's where he always does it. You with us? And he says, my name's so-and-so, and I got up this morning and chose not to drink. Oh, my God. You with us? Again, if you can do that and make it stick, what are you coming around here for? Go have a nice life. It's a behavioral problem. Let me explain something real quick, guys, because the jury's in on this genetic piece. The jury's in on this disease concept, this illness. Our bodies are wired different, and because I come from a hospital, we talk to patients a lot about this stuff. And 10 years ago, you could have argued it. Today, with PET scans and MRIs, we get to see how the brain reacts. The part of the brain that reacts is not this frontal lobe. It's not the thinking part. You with me? It's friendship and stuff. I want to talk to you. I'm using the front part of my brain, because we're buds. You follow? You pull out a gun, the bottom base primitive part of my brain lights up like a neon sign. Flight or fight. Y'all understand this? This is survival. That's where alcoholism lives, folks. We know this for an absolute fact. This is not something the way we're wired that we're going to be able to think through. The piece I want to say real quick before we move on. This thing is, can y'all see what I did back here? This is a little timeline of Chris Raymer, and I want y'all to all understand, because some of you guys I think are a little, I know I was as confused about the progression of this illness. Alcoholism and drug addiction is progressive, and it progresses in different people at different rates. You'll follow? Unfortunately, the Big Book makes a clear piece that it travels faster in women than it does in men. Seems to be some statistical proof. You can look at Katie, and that pretty well proves that. There's more severe brain damage early on when you're no, bless your heart. You got to get them when you get them. You know what I'm saying? But you can see, I was born in 1953, guys, and that's when my alcoholism, my father was an alcoholic, my twin brother and I caught the genetic bullet in 1953. I didn't start drinking until I was about 17. We were laughing. I was kind of a late bloomer, good gosh, Hell, I didn't lose never mind. 1971 is when I started drinking, okay? And so we see a lot of young people in these rooms whose disease has progressed at a very rapid rate, and they only have a few years before they're gone beyond recall. And this idea you can get sober anytime you want is horse hockey. This is not true, because you can get to a spot the book talks about, and we've proved it medically. At a certain point, our bodies and minds wear out, and you're not going to get well. You're going to go to the state hospital, and they're going to change your diapers on a daily basis. And it's just, end-stage alcoholism is it's horrible to watch. I wish we knew. The little young people that come to the hospital where I work, the treatment center, and they come and say, well, if I get as bad as that Chris Raymer, I'll quit, and I can get down with that, But the truth is, some of those young people, the disease has progressed a lot further than my disease ever did. This is why I've got a real problem with people sitting in meetings talking about war stories endlessly, because that's the stuff that separates the rooms. Our common problem and our common solution on page 17 is all the same. Everybody in here, we're exactly the same. I don't care if you're a woman or a man. The common problem's the same. The common solution's the same. It's only when we start telling the stupid stories that we start separating the rooms. Make sense? Feel pretty passionate about that, do you, Chris? Yeah, I sure do. I think at a 12-step call we're going to talk about this afternoon, it's important to have a story. That's a good place to share that story. Friday night from the podium like we did last night, you better have a little story or you're going to empty your room. You better have something to say up there, Tell your story. But just sitting in an open discussion meeting telling how many DWIs you had again is a wasted effort. I know you think you're helping somebody, but you're not. Because I can assure you there's a young man sitting in the back who's never had a single DWI, and you just gave him his get-out-of-jail-free card. Y'all understand? Okay. We've got to stay away. this progression of the illness, early on in my illness, perhaps I could have taken some of those prescription medications that the doctors want to prescribe so freely. As the disease continues to progress, even in my sobriety, I can't take those prescription medications like I used to be able to take. You follow? My body, the phenomenal craving that Katie was talking about, it was so susceptible as the disease progresses. Make sense? I think. Let me sum it up by saying this so I can get. My path gets narrower the older I get. As this disease progresses, that path gets narrower. So the medications that you were placed on when you left treatment that you're not having any trouble with now, 2 years from now, 6 months from now, you may not be able to take those without the craving kicking in. If you're taking a benzodiazepine, it's just a matter of time before you will drink again. The reason I'm saying this is we're watching thousands of people in the fellowship, because we get to travel all over. We're watching thousands of people in our fellowship relapse around prescription medication prescribed by doctors that should, by God, know better and don't. And I'm not knocking the doctors. It's the pharmaceutical companies are the problem, truly, because all they're interested in selling the drugs. Largest prescription medication on the face of the earth right now is antidepressants, and I find that disturbing. Disturbing. I'm not knocking antidepressants. Didn't even begin to go there. I'm talking about the other medications are the ones that we're relapsing over. Most of the alcoholics that I'm watching today that are relapsing through prescription medication. Most of the prescription addicts that I'm catching out there relapsing are relapsing around alcohol. That cross-addiction piece is what's killing us. And anything that changes the way I feel, you got to hold suspect. So that's the nature of that beast. Y'all are good with that? Did anybody hear me say stop taking your medication?
No.
Anybody hear me? No, because I did not. Thank you. Here's Miss Katie. Oh. Or Charlie. We'll do Charlie. I'm sorry. Here's Charlie.
Charlie Parker, alcoholic. It just occurred to Chris and I that maybe we'll let Katie take the bulk of this hour. I don't know, I don't know where that idea came to us, but Katie, we're gonna roll into step 2 and 3, and I love the way Katie does step 3, so I don't want to step on much of that time, but there's places in the book where it says we hope we've made clear the difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic, right? And that's what we were talking about in step 1, is what is the difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic, this physical allergy, mental obsession thing that we just pound into the new guy. I go out to this treatment center on every Monday in Austin called Austin Recovery, and the men's, there's about 60 of them, 60 men in this thing. And I figure I get 4 shots at them. They're there for 4 Mondays, and I talk about the same thing every Monday. The nature of the disease of alcoholism and what we mean by step 1, because I figure if they're there 4 times, maybe they'll hear it 1 time. The first time they don't hear much. Second time, maybe they'll start hearing it. By the 3rd time, they're going, okay, and then the 4th time, usually they're getting ready to go home and not listening to much anyway. But once we roll into step 2, I usually don't spend a lot of time on step 2 with a new guy. But because I've said many times that, when it talks about lack of power, let me see where I was in the book. It says, learning all this stuff, let's go to page 38. Learning all this stuff about physical allergy and mental obsession, and when you get in a treatment center, even if I'm in a good treatment center, and they're talking about physical allergy and mental obsession and what we mean by a hopeless condition of mind and body, and now I understand why I drank. Okay, thank God, because I've never really understood it. And knowing all this stuff does squat to keep a guy like me sober. Understanding this stuff will not keep a guy like me sober. So, that's what they're talking about on the bottom of 38. It says, some of you are thinking, yeah, what you tell us is true, but it doesn't fully apply. We admit we have some of these symptoms, but we have not gone to the extremes you fellows did, nor are we likely to. For we understand ourselves so well after what you've told us that such things cannot happen again. We've not lost everything in life through drinking, and we certainly do not intend to. Thanks for the information. Does that sound familiar? And it goes, that may be true of certain non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolishly and heavily at the present time, are able to stop or moderate. And back on 20 and 21, it talks about the difference between the the moderate drinker and the hard drinker and the real alcoholic. But then it says, but the actual or potential alcoholic, with hardly an exception, will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. See if you think they think this is important. This is a point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize, to smash home upon our alcoholic readers as it has been revealed to us out of bitter experience. It sounds like they think it's kind of important, that I know that on the basis of self-knowledge, I got no shot. So when we talk about having this step one experience, I roll into that place where I go, my God, I think I got it just the way you're describing it. No wonder I couldn't stay sober when I would make up my mind to stay sober, because on my own power, I got no shot. I got absolutely no shot. And if you turn over the first page of We Agnostics, it says, we could wish to be moral, we could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might, but the needed power wasn't there. It uses the word power 6 times on this page. It says our human resources as marshaled by the will were not sufficient. They failed utterly. Lack of power. That was our dilemma. We had to find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves. Obviously. Why is that obvious? Because my power ain't going to get the job done. That's all I really got to know in step 2. If I have smashed step 1 into a guy, we usually don't have to hang out in step 2 a long time, because the most important thing a guy's got to know in step 2 is that my power ain't going to get the job done. On my own power, I got no shot. I got no shot. I mean, it's like stepping into the ring with Mike Tyson. I mean, I got no shot with a pocket knife. And it's the same thing against alcoholism. On my own power, I'm going to get drunk again. And judging by what we talked about, if you looked at me from 30,000 feet up in the air, you'd be able to tell within a few days when he's getting ready to get drunk again. He's getting restless, irritable, discontent. So when we roll, I think we can waste a lot of time in step 2. And I'm not saying that a lot of us don't have significant problems with the whole God thing, because it says in there about half of us do. It says about half of our fellowship were of this type. Well, it also means about half of us weren't. How we dance around God? We do a real soft shoe around God where we're going, it's a power greater than yourself, and you can call it anything you want. You can make the power. And I do think that was brilliant. And that just came out of Abby. Have you ever been sponsoring somebody and you hear something come out of your mouth and you go, my God, that was brilliant. I don't know where that came from. Well, that's what happened when Abby was talking to Bill that day, because, we like to have heady arguments about spiritual stuff, and a drunk can't always tell you what he believes in, but boy, I can tell you what I don't believe, if there's a God, how can there be this, and why would he let this happen, and if there's, and then Abby knocked the wind out of Bill when he goes, why don't you choose your own conception of God? Bill was like, he says, that statement floored me. Why Abby said that? That wasn't part of the Oxford movement. That wasn't part of their belief. It just came out of Abby because he didn't want to argue with Bill about God. He's like, pick whatever God you want, Bill. And Bill's like, geez, I don't have an argument for that. It says it melted away, scales of prejudice fell from my eyes. It melted this icy mountaintop in whose shadow he had shivered for years. Where all of a sudden they're like, you pick whatever power you want. The main thing a guy's got to believe in step 2 is that his power ain't going to get the job done. That's why we talk about problem, solution. The solution is this power. And they talk about it a lot, but I'm not going to be interested in that power if I still think my power is going to do something. But the moment that I surrender and realize that there is a willingness that's strapped to that surrender that will carry me through the rest of the work. And, so when we get into, that if I really have a step 1 experience, that other thing is going to come, and when it goes over here, it says on page, I believe it's 47, we needed to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe Or am I even willing to believe that there's a power greater than myself? Is it possible? And what I say about step 2 a lot of times is that if this side of the chalkboard was 0, meaning there is no God, period, right? Nothing. And then the other side of the chalkboard was 100, meaning total God consciousness, right? I mean, I hang out with God all day. We had breakfast this morning. It's just, I used to think that I had to get all the way over to 100 to take step 2. And all the book is saying is it possible that there might be something to the right of 0? That's all it takes. Is it possible that there could be a power that can take me beyond where I am today? And it says, on this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. It makes it so, you talk about a broad road for us. I have to become convinced that my power's got no shot, and then I can, roll with whatever power I have a limited belief of. And then we roll into, and I like the way the circumstances under which we get to ask the second step proposition. On page 53, when we became alcoholics, crushed by a self-imposed crisis we could neither postpone nor evade, we had to fearlessly face the proposition that God's either everything or else He's nothing. God either is or He isn't. What was our choice to be? Time to choose, right? There's no door number 3. But, and it's funny, then we get down, there's another part where it talks about the turning point. I love it, because, in the how it works, it always talks about we stood at the turning point. We asked His protection and care with complete abandon. Did you ever ask yourself what the turning point is? The turning point, if I can find it in my book, where is that, Katie?
Oh, I'm so bad in that area.
Huh? No, I'm talking about, here it is on page 25. If you're as seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there's no middle of the road solution. We're in a position where life was becoming impossible. And if I'd passed into a region from which there's no return through human aid, we had but 2 alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, trying to block out the consciousness of my intolerable situation, and the other is to accept spiritual help. That's the turning point right there. There's no big road sign at the turning point, but if it says that if I'm into this impossible situation and I can't be fixed through human aid, my wife, my girlfriend, my probation officer, my sponsor, the meetings, none of that stuff. I've only got 2 choices. One was to go on to the bitter end, blocking out how crappy things are going to be, and the other is to accept spiritual help. Now, the reason I love Alcoholics Anonymous is we're the only people in the world that you give me that choice, and I go, damn. Can you tell me a little more about that bitter end? How bitter is it? And how long is that going to take? Because this whole accepting spiritual help goes against my nature because I'm used to running everything. Now, Katie's going to do step 3, and she just does a beautiful job of it. So I'm going to shut up. But that's about as far as I go with step 2. Working with most guys is if they're fully convinced that their power won't get it done, then it's time to start talking about this other power. All right, thanks.
All right, now I got some time. Katie, alcoholic. I'm in this same lineage where that second step, if they're struggling with the second step, that means the first step has not been accepted, period. It's really that simple. And yeah, we got people who have, atheism, agnosticism. I don't know that I've really met the true atheist, but I have certainly met agnosticism. I myself have current agnosticism where I don't think God's going to take care of my kids. I don't think He's going to take care of Charlie's health. Those kind of things. And those are constant battles in sobriety that we work with. However, we're talking about taking this new guy through the work. And it is with sufficient knowledge on my part that I've done a great job at explaining what the problem is. Otherwise, what ends up happening, what I see happens a lot, and this is my own experience, is that we want to get that 4-step done. Get that 4-step done. Everybody, you need to get that 4-step done. But if you don't understand the problem, you're trying to get self to fix self. And that is very, very dangerous. And so you've got to get to this problem that I don't know about you guys, but when I walked into Alcoholics Anonymous and I read those 12 steps, my first reaction was, oh, no way. Absolutely not. I mean, does anybody ever walk in and go, oh, thank God. There's the answer I've been looking for. Wow. And then of all things, spiritual help? Oh, no way. No, and I remember I read them all and went, I think I've checked off everything. Okay, whatever. But I did love the fellowship. I love the laughter, and I love, once again, you're my people. And you're my people that I can appreciate when Charlie says, explain bitter end just a little bit more, because I'm gonna weigh this deal out. We are such con artists, aren't we? I mean, the third step to me is, well, it happens to be the root of our problem, right? And so many people, including myself, miss this crucial step. And you miss it because you're unaware of it. You're a victim of the delusion. There's a lot of power in the word victim, and there's a lot of power in the word delusion. And so we're talking about, I am not even aware of what I'm doing. That's good sponsorship. Good sponsorship is not about worrying if I'm going to hurt your feelings. Good sponsorship is, you've asked me to tell you what you don't want to hear. So sit down, because I'm getting ready to tell you. And it's not going to be pretty. And I always tell my sponsees, man, we're setting your feelings aside right now, because I'm not going to sit here and patty-cake your feelings at all. As a matter of fact, you're so delusional, you're having a feeling based on a delusion. I mean, how crazy is that? I love the first time I ever heard outright mental defect, full flight from reality, can't differentiate the truth from the false. I went, oh, I am home. This is good news, man. I mean, somebody is finally talking my language. So I finally am beginning to understand that I fit. Didn't you have that feeling when you came in here that you actually finally fit? And I'm with the people that get this. Now, granted, spiritual consent is pretty important. Mark was huge on spiritual consent. And what did he used to say to you guys, honey? He would say, I offer for your consideration. Yeah, he used that terminology. I told him that terminology. Yeah, is it possible to offer for your consideration? That terminology just bugs the crap out of me. Because first of all, either you got spiritual consent with me or you don't. And I'll tell you real quick, if you don't have spiritual consent with me. You know what I mean? When, like say I'm just talking to somebody, they go, well, I'll offer for your consideration. I go, I don't want your consideration. Right? I mean, that is the truth of the matter. You need to know who you have spiritual consent with. You can't just dart over in a meeting to somebody and tell them how the cow ate the cabbage. I mean, that's a Texas term too. We are the group of people who, man, you come at me too hard, I will blow you up. I will not only blow you up, I will never hear what you're telling me. When it says grow in understanding and effectiveness, I've got to do that. Now, I'm not going to cake it, patty coat it, whatever, to get you to hear it. But I doggone sure need to come over there and figure it out if you're open to hear what I got to tell you. It's only the root of our problem. It's very serious, right? So 60 to 63, I think there's a big disservice done in our program where you take the new guy ain't going to get it. I'm telling you, the new guy ain't going to get selfish and self-centered. They really absolutely aren't going to get it. And they're going to get it eventually, but if you beat too much into them, they're just blinded to it. They just need to be separated from alcohol. Right now, that is their biggest problem, is separate me. This obsession to drink is killing me. Now, so sometimes, I'll go through the third step with them and I'll explain the third step. However, the third step prayer, very powerful. But you're going to have to, in the 4-step, keep taking them back to self manifested in various ways. Then they start getting the aha. Right? It's very hard to talk about the 3rd step without really getting into the 4th step, because we're getting ready to uncover how self has manifested. It manifests in 3 ways, right? Resentment, fear, and sex. Harms to others. And so in those ways, then we're going to get more down to what was affected. How did it affect me? See, I don't even know what self is till you bug me. Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean, how many of y'all have ever just sat in a meeting and somebody just, heck, they can just bug you sitting there. Kind of bugging me. And, you know what's really amazing is I struggle more with personalities in Alcoholics Anonymous than I do at work or at home. That's kind of sad, isn't it? Because here, I'm with the people who were all trying to save each other, and I want to kill just about 5 of you. And if the 5 of you are gone, then I'm okay. When in fact, as the book says, wait till you hear this one on page 20. This was a line I'll never forget. When Mark read this at the big book study we were at, I flipped over. I went, no way it says that, and I'm giving it the whole no way while I'm flipping to page 20. And it says, top of the page, our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depends upon our constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. Shut up. Shut up. I mean, how many of y'all is that your motto? Oh, absolutely. I'm here all about helping others. That does not happen until we do this program. I mean, that is just not in my DNA. What's in my DNA is me. How is this going to benefit me? How am I going to get something out of this? What about me? What about me? And what about me? And that's just the way I operate. And so all of a sudden now you take away the booze, and I am stuck with the root of my problem. And the root of my problem, as it says, it starts on page 60, and it says down at the very bottom, it's gonna really beat this into me. And here's, once again, like I said, the new guy is really going to start opening his eyes in the 4-step. The 4-step is not a confession. As a matter of fact, that just really pisses me off when I see people do it as a confession. It's not a confession. It is an uncovering of our problem, self. How have I been so self-consumed that I ran over you, blew your arms off, see you laying there flopping, and I'm going, what? What? I didn't do anything. And everybody's like going, oh my God, we are so blinded to our level of self-centeredness. It's incredible. And if you are truly alcoholic, you got it, right? Say yes, nod your head, yes, that you know that you're not going, I don't think she's talking to me. Too bad for her, man. I'm sorry she's got it so bad. But here's the other piece that's so wonderful is when you are awakened to that level of self-centeredness, oh man, the magic begins. It really, really does begin. Because see, I'm willing to say I am an outright mental defect. I am full flight from reality. I can't differentiate the true from the false. You can walk in this room and you can look over at me and go, and I'm like, what was that look for? Now, that person may never have even acknowledged me. I have just completely made that look all about me. Right? And now I'm figuring out, then I'm going to tell Charlie and over and go, see that asshole in the corner? Yeah. Yeah, he gave me that look when he walked in. Yeah. He already doesn't like the fact that I'm a woman. And then the next thing you know, they come up and go, oh my God, man, I so related to what you said. There you have it. See, that's what I'm talking about. That level of delusion is all over me. All over me. Everywhere. So it says in here, page 60 at the bottom, it says the first requirement. Above that, being convinced. Being convinced of what? Being convinced of the A, B's, and C's. The problem, the solution, the program of action. If I am not convinced, I can't move forward. Right? And I love Charlie's analogy. I don't know why I never heard this about the car. Is if my car doesn't start and you pull out the jumper cables and it's the alternator That's not going to help it. Or maybe it is. I don't know that much about cars. I did try to take auto mechanics, but they kicked me out. You know why? Because I'm a girl. I got some serious girl-boy issues, can you tell? And I do. I really do. A lot of old ideas. But, so if you pull the jumper cables out, we don't know what the problem is. It's not going to benefit us, right? And that's what that line right there says, being convinced. Convinced of what? If you jump me right into the 4-step, man, I've got no idea that if I don't get down to the causes and conditions, the root of my problem, I'm going to drink again. You know why? Because the promises are going to come true in my life. Great things happen to us who get sober, don't they? They really do. I mean, some of you guys still keep making really bad choices. And, you know what I'm talking about. But the majority of us, great things begin to happen. Great things. We get our life back. We start to get our life back. And all of a sudden we go, well, thank God. This is what I needed. When the book talked about willpower, I don't know about you, but willpower is not my problem. Didn't you feel that way? When it said lack of power, I thought, bullshit. I am a strong woman. I left home at 15. I can do anything. Willpower is not my problem. I didn't get that it meant to the drink. When it came to the drink, I had no willpower. But when it talked about the rest, it was like, oh, I can handle it, man. As a matter of fact, I'm quite a scrapper. And so all of a sudden I'm thinking, when my life starts getting good, I become the victim of the delusion that I can rest, satisfaction, and happiness if I just manage well. You take away the drink problem, I got it from here. You know, people say, well, God, finances and romances, God doesn't really get in those parts of my life, but he took care of the drink problem. And that's what we're talking about, is that level of agnosticism. Either God's in everything or he's not. And then the book just keeps going into saying that we got to be convinced we are at step 3, which is that we turned our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood him. The first requirement, that's pretty damned important, wouldn't you say? It's a requirement. If I tell you you're going to come work for me and you better show up at 8 o'clock, that's a requirement. You start showing up at 9 o'clock, we got a problem. Right? You haven't even met the first requirement. So it's telling me the first requirement is that I be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. I don't know about you, but I don't get what that means. What does self-will look like? And like I said, when we're talking about sponsoring the new guy, they just really need to be removed from the alcohol for a while. And then they begin to get the self piece. I don't even think we become awakened to the self piece till about 3 years. I mean, I don't know if you guys agree with me on that one, but my experience is that I'm not even really awakened until I am a train wreck, right? I think that a lot of the reason, too, that we have such a decline in the years of sobriety is because people don't get the third step. Now, this one really gets people bugged, but I'm stepping out there because Chris is behind me. Yeah, I figure, if you're coming to hear Chris, well, then I'll just jump on his coattails. But I think people go to other 12-step programs because of third step issues. How will that go over? See, I think people tend to go to the Al-Anon program because they've got third step issues because it's control and manipulating others. That is our third step, right? If you would behave the way I want you to behave, everything would be wonderful. Life would be great. What part of Al-Anon is that for us? No, sirree, Bob. That just happens to be the root of our problem. See, if you guys behave a certain way, I feel secure. That's me playing God. How many odds do you guys have much luck with everybody behaving the way you want them to? Oh my God. And my little plans and designs usually suck pretty bad, right? So it's talking about this, and this is what I think ends up happening in middle of the road AA or meeting-based sobriety, since everybody's predominantly bitching. Yes. I mean, isn't that really it sounds like everybody's dumping It's like a dumping grounds is what open AA or a AA meeting tends to sound like today. Tell me if this doesn't sound like that's what it is. It says, on this basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody. Doesn't that sound like an open AA or an AA meeting? It's always in collision with something or somebody. They're bitching about traffic. They're bitching about their boss. And it's like, I mean, that's all a third step issue. We've just removed the alcohol, and now you're really a pain in the neck, you know? And, I mean, have you guys, if you work with one of us that just has had the alcohol removed and we're doing a meeting-based sobriety deal, I mean, are we not just insane walking around? I mean, we'll walk in and the coffee won't be right. We're like, what? Did nobody make any more coffee? Then you're walking down, hollering down the office, and everybody's like, what's going on with Katie, man? It's like, I don't know. That is self-will run riot. Instead of just looking, going, oh, damn, there's no coffee. I'll make some. Right? No, sir. They didn't leave me a cup. Me. Where is my coffee? Or the guy who stops, actually doesn't run the red light. Because if he would have run the red light, I could have run it with him. Yeah, and he stopped, the idiot. God almighty, what was he thinking? Clearly he wasn't thinking about me. I mean, it's all over me. And so, when we start to uncover this and begin to see this level of self, it's pretty shocking. Now, y'all aren't leaving because of that comment I just made, are you? So it says, and it goes into each person is like the actor who wants to run the whole show and da-da-da-da. One time somebody explained this, and once again, this is what I love about us. We're always in these analogies, But he said, if you're asked to be in a movie and you're just going to be the person who stands in, right? And they say, Katie, I just want you to stand on that mark, and the two actors are going to come walking by, and you're just supposed to be reading the paper. Don't move, don't say, nothing. Okay, I can handle that. So I'm sitting there, and the director says action, and in comes the movie stars, and all of a sudden, I, who am just supposed to be reading the paper, go, ho, 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 cut, man. And everybody's like, who is this person? I'm like, hey, whoa. I'm thinking they should come in from that other door over there. And, the lights really aren't working that well. And really, the name of the movie just sucks. It really does. I need to be the one sharing. And everybody's like going, who is this person? See, that's what we do in our everyday life. How many of you guys can walk into a store and figure out how they need to reset the store up to better suit you? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, you get the guys in treatment and you tell them, so you guys, if they want to know what their ego looks like when it rebuilds, is all of a sudden they come in with this desperation of a drowning man, and within 3 days, they're like going, oh, Jesus, this place is run terrible. They could, the green beans suck. They could start that line different where they have two lines coming in, and they could put, one of us in a, you know what I mean? I mean, they're all about changing it and doing it their way, right? And we do that in everything we do. We really, really do. And, at least for me, okay. Yeah. The 4 people that left said they were very pissed off at you. No, I'm not serious. They could have, but like I said, man, I'm with Chris. I am under the cloak as far as I'm concerned. And Charlie and I both know this. We absolutely love Chris. We admire Chris. And we also know that when you do stand up here and you say things like people go to the Al-Anon program to try to protect, to think that they're getting that part of their program, that's very, I tell you what, people turn you right off on a CD. Yep. No more. And then they go around talking trash about you. Bastards. So, and here we are, we're just the ones, we're willing to take the arrows. The book says that we're on the firing line. Sometimes we're getting the arrows from the front. Sometimes we're getting the arrows from our own people. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And, so then, so this is the actor trying to run the whole show, just trying to organize everything. And we all, the line I love, and it says it many times in the book, it says, even though our motives are good. See, it tells me right there, I can't even trust my own motives. Well, what am I going to do then? I mean, you know what you got to do? You got to live by principle. Principle is the, come on in. See, 4 left, 4 in. That's how that deal works. They didn't hear that line, so it's all good. So you got to live by principle. Well, what is principle? Well, spiritual principle is that level of rigorous honesty that and that rigorous honesty doesn't mean I'm going to tell you. This is the one that really gets me when somebody comes up and says, I haven't really liked you and I need to come clean with that. No, you're still being an ass. That's not the rigorous honesty we're talking about. You need to be rigorously honest with your sponsor about what's going on with you. That's that level of honesty. Then they're going to tell you what you don't want to hear, right? You're prepared to hear it, but you don't want to hear it. I mean, how many of us like the leveling of our pride? Yeah, no, it talks about that all in the book. And so that's what I'm talking about, rigorous honesty. Treat someone like you would want to be treated. There's several more. Restitution. Go back and clean up your past. Constant thought of others. That only comes when we do this work. And so it's going to go into page 61. It's going to give you the toolkit of self-will. So if you are wondering what a motive looks like, it is where it says, down at the bottom of page 60 before it goes up to 61, I love. It says, if his arrangements would only stay put. Tell me how delusional this sounds. If his arrangements would only stay put. If only people would do as Katie wished. The show would be great. Everybody, including Katie, well, she'd be so pleased. How many of y'all know that one? Yeah, when you come in to talk to somebody, you say, let me show you the problem. It's everybody else. Because everybody else is not behaving like I want them to behave. Right? So here's the toolkit, and it says he may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest or self-sacrificing. On the other hand, he may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest. See, I don't even know I have a motive till you don't do what I want you to do. See, my motive is so you'll behave a certain way so I'll get what I need. It's always that. And Charlie and I have gone round and round with this one before. But if you had a list of, I'm trying not to use my husband as my example because that's kind of mean. But I can't think of another one, honey. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it's too tacky. Okay. So on a list, I got 5 things listed, and on the 5th one, it's being kind. Well, I didn't want to do that because I don't want to hurt their feelings. That would really hurt their feelings. Doesn't that sound good? It really does sound good. Well, as a sponsor, my job is to make you walk the dog backwards. I want to get to where I want to hear what number 1 and number 2 is. Because number 1 and number 2 is so that you'll be okay. If they'll behave the way you want them to behave, it's so you'll be okay. I got to use you, honey. I'm sorry. Okay. So, because I can't come up with anything and I don't know if I'm getting my point across. I have known my husband for 25 years. We were best friends for 20 of those years, 18. And I saw him go through series of marriages. And, oh my God, he'd always come to me and he'd go, Katie, blah, 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 blah. And I'm thinking, oh, honey, I wasn't honey then, but it's like, oh, Charlie, you pick pretty women and they're all crazy. You know what I mean? I mean, they're pretty, but God dang, man, your detection on crazy is big. And so, he's blah, 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 blah. So then he found a woman that wasn't that attractive, but had a lot of other things to offer. And then they got together, and I kept thinking, this is not the gal for him. What is he doing? And I told him, he said, after they got together, he said, I just didn't want to didn't want to leave her because I didn't want to hurt her feelings. And I thought, oh, that sounds good, doesn't it? That's like 5th on the list. But the truth is you didn't want to leave because you enjoyed that relationship of distance and being able to enjoy the things in life that had to offer. And it was about 5th on the list. But that's the same thing. I'm sorry to use that example.
I didn't know you were going to use that one.
I know, that was... I swear, nothing was coming to mind about me. Can you believe that? I know, but the truth is it's so easy to see in others, isn't it? Selfishness is so much easier to see in you than in me, right? And that's what we do. We become aware of selfish and self-centered in others way quicker than we do in ourselves, right? I mean, 2 people in an AA meeting or in a heavy conversation, one of them might be crying, and somebody comes up and goes, hey, what are you doing? You're like, oh my God, did you not see this intense conversation going on? I just wanted to say hi. You're like, could you be any more self-centered? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, it's all over us. I'm sorry, honey. Okay. Well, but
I hope Emily never hears
I know, I thought about that too. Because I do know all these ex-wives very well. And there's never anything worse than it being on CD. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, you're stuck like Chuck, man. But, oh yeah, we all are very well of the old CD coming back to bite you in the butt. But that's what I'm talking about is this, even when trying to be kind. So any time that I'm going to filter my self-centeredness is always filtered through my motives, right? And that's how I usually know I've got it. And so I can't even trust my motives. That's just the way self-centeredness works. So it tells us what usually happens. The show doesn't come off very well. Now, Katie begins to think that life doesn't treat her very well. She decides to exert herself more. She becomes on the next occasion still more demanding or gracious because, see, I'm a chameleon. I walk in somewhere and I am scamming. How many of y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh, yeah, I am scamming. I mean, this is what I do when we all go out to dinner and in AA events. I don't know about you guys, but there are certain people in AA that bug me, yeah? I'm in the right room with people. And if you look like somebody who's going to stick a tentacle in my neck and suck the life out of me, I am not. Oh, yeah, I'll say it out loud, even though you won't. And we're all going to dinner. I will make sure I am not going to sit next to you. How many of y'all know that feeling when you walk in a room and you're going, okay, we're all getting ready to sit down, and who am I going to... Right? And see, I mean, I'm constantly working the deal, so I'm more demanding and more gracious wherever I need to be. You know, that's how I do. I'm the chameleon because I got to get what I need, period. It's always looking out for Katie. When we talk about how self-centered this disease is, oh my God, you guys. I mean, once again, I go back to women and children. We will lose our children behind the drink. You see the level of self-centeredness. Now, we're driven by this genetic bullet, yeah. But I mean to tell you, that's a heartbreak. You can't drink enough booze to take care of that pain. And so it says, still the play doesn't suit her. Admitting she might be somewhat at fault. Now, this is a line in AA that really makes me crazy. And here it is, my part. Well, I'm going to look at my part. Well, here's my part. Here's the part that... Here's my part. And here's your part. I'm going to look at my part. Are y'all with me on that? The book never says my part. It says we disregard the other man completely. This was my inventory, not theirs. Unless it's Ron, and I'll take his inventory all day long. But other than that, And so what we've got here is it tells me right there. It says, admitting she may be somewhat at fault, she is sure others are more to blame. That's as far as most of us ever got. Justifiable anger. What is that? Justifiable anger is my ego is going to get revenge. Period. It talks about the victor only seems to win at war. You know why that is? How many of you guys are right? Yeah, thank you. Me too. Oh, I'm right. There are occasions I am right. But how good does that feel? You got the whole world just a bloodbath below you. You go, but I am right. It never feels good. And the longer you're sober and the more spiritual you grow and are awakened, it feels even worse to win. It really does. It's much better to take the high road. Once again, it's not in my DNA to take the high road. I always have a motive unless I'm working these steps when I'm taking the high road. I've got to be working these steps and I can take the high road because that's the spiritual path. I'm going about 3 more minutes and we're going into questions. And then here it says he becomes angry, indignant, and self-pity. Okay, that is pretty much carbon copy. I am pissed off, indignant for all I've done for you. I can't believe you're treating me this way. And self-pity is, nobody gets me. My whole life is like this. I mean, is that not how you guys play the whole deal out? I am angry, kicking and screaming, and for everything I've done for you, I can't believe it. This is my life. I mean, that's how it always plays out. This is good sponsorship when you're being able to point this out to somebody. And then here's what I think is the basic trouble. Is he really not a self-seeker, even when trying to be kind? See, once again, the book tells me I can't wish it away or think it away. I can't work on my defects. That's another thing you hear people say. Yeah, we're talking about the 4 steps. Oh, okay. I'm working on my defects. What does that mean? Is self-fixing self? I mean, we would like for you not to blurt out and be publicly rude. There are some things we like you to contain. But when you're talking about this level of selfish and self-centeredness, self-righteous, self-pity, spiritual pride, call it whatever it is you got, you don't get to work on it. Otherwise, why do we have a 6th step? Right? Why don't you just remove them yourself? I mean, it doesn't work that way. We have to have God remove these character defects. We had moral and philosophical convictions galore, but we couldn't live up to them no matter how hard we tried. How many of you guys know that one? How about that when you start breaking all your moral code sober? That's ugly, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one where you hope nobody sees you doing any of that stuff. That's all wrong. Doesn't matter, right? Your values are your values. My values are my values. And so it talks, and I'm going to get into the root of the problem. I mean, we're talking about the different ways that self is manifesting. It's telling me right there, I'm trying to run the whole show. And it says selfish and self-centered, that we think is the root of our trouble. It says it's driven by 100 forms of fear. So guys, fear is not the root of my problem, is it? Now that one's a dandy, because everybody's trying to manage fear. Everybody wants to do this massive fear inventory. I say you start a fear tsunami doing that, baby, man. The last thing, the truth of the matter is fear is a natural human reaction, right? I need to know fear. If the house is on fire, I need to get the hell out, right? If I haven't paid the IRS in 5 years and I get a letter from the IRS, I can't even open it because fear has paralyzed me. That's a problem. But see, fear is not the root of my problem. It's what I'm driven by. So you're not going to get rid of fear. Fear is a God-given, it's a good thing. I need to know who is safe in this room and who is not. Right? I've got that instinctual fear. But it's when it drives me is where it's a problem. And when it drives me, it goes to delusion. Not denial. The book never talks about denial. It talks about delusion, which means I believe a lie. If you go back out and drink after we've explained the disease of alcoholism to you and the problem, is that possible? Absolutely. You're delusional. You think that you can remain sober on the knowledge alone. That is what a delusion is, right? The knowledge is not going to help you. The fear drives you into the delusion. Then it goes into self-seeking. You got to go tell 10 people. You got to try to get the right answer out of everybody. How many of y'all know that one? I'm going to call 4 people till somebody gives me the right answer. And you can get plenty of people in AA to co-sign your bullshit. Yes, right? Should I be in a relationship with this crazy chick? No, yes. Good, yes. Talk to me. Yeah. And it goes both ways, trust me. And so it says our problem is we think so our problems are of our own making. That is a promise. Isn't that a wonderful promise? Because see, if my problems are of my own making, then I got a solution. If you're the problem, I got no solution. Because you have to change in order for me to be okay. I don't have any luck in that, man. Well, actually I do. Charlie's changed quite a bit, but we won't go there. But here's the deal, guys, is, it says, am I not really a producer of confusion rather than harmony? Another very powerful line in the third step. Because the truth is I'm over here trying to orchestrate something, and I got so much confusion going on because I was orchestrating, right? And then I'm going to tie this whole deal up which is the crux of the deal. In the book where it says God does not make too hard of terms for those who seek him? I love what Chris said. We don't need to make this deal. It's not difficult. Either my problems are of my own making or they're not. How difficult is that? Right? I call my sponsor because I'm mad. She's going to tell me, where did I set the ball rolling? Where did I place myself in a position to be hurt? Where did I make a decision based on self? Right? That's what I'm going for. It's like, Marty, get to the point. Come on, don't soft sell it. Just tell me, what did I do? Because I don't see it. I'm blinded to it. And it says God does not make too hard of terms for those who seek him. Here's the terms. Oh, which, by the way, they gave me that note. The terms are down the last paragraph from the bottom. It says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we have to quit playing God. Well, I don't know about you guys. I can't quit playing God. Can you? Hell no. I can't quit playing God. That's all I know to do is to orchestrate, man. I got to get the job. I got to get the car. I got to pay the bills. I got to show up. I got to take care of these kids, man. I got to run the show. That's all I know to do. Well, it tells me I got to quit playing God. Okay, well, I really don't know how to do that. I'm willing to look at that. So it comes up to the top of 63. When we sincerely took such a position, what is that? That I'm going to quit playing God. I'm a little scared behind that because I really don't know what that looks like. It says all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer being all powerful. He provided what we needed under two terms. Here's the terms. So when the book says God does not make too hard of terms for those who seek him, here are our terms. It says we keep close to him and perform his work well. He takes care of all the problems. So you're telling me if I keep close to him, which means I got to get unblocked, so that sunlight of the Spirit, because this is where God is. God is not out here, right? Or your whatever power you got, it's in here. I got to get unblocked so that I can get this sunlight of the Spirit, so I get this intuitive notion, so I understand how to intuitively handle situations that used to baffle me, placed in a position of neutrality, all these promises that are getting ready to come true in my life, right? And that I don't have to run the show. I'm not driven by the fear to make me have to get you people to behave a certain way. Is that I get unblocked. I live in the disciplines of 10 and 11, right? So I get unblocked, live in the disciplines, and then help his children. He'll take care of everything? You mean he'll take care of my mortgage payment? He'll take care of this? Well, of course you got to show up for work. I mean, how stupid is that? You know what I mean? Of course you got to go look for the job. I mean, how stupid is that when we really say, I need to run the show. No, I'm talking about everything. You just got to get out of bed. You got to do the next right thing, right? I mean, I know that's a slogan, but it's a damn good one. And so what you got to do is you got to stay close to him and perform his work well. And if all you do is the disciplines of 10 and 11 and you never really continue doing the house cleaning and the restitution, you've missed a big piece of the work. So when I have sponsees that are having problems, I'm always going back to the 9th step. How many unfinished amends do you still have? I mean, we always read the 9th step promises, don't we? Yeah, the 9th step promises are so powerful. And we're always reading the 9th step promises, but how many of us have really made restitution to all people we have harmed? Oh, I got the ones off my butt, the ones that were major, but not to all persons I had harmed. And so that's what we're talking about. We've got to keep this deal. And then it goes into all of the promises into which we were, the 3rd step talks about. However, once again, when we're getting ready to go into the 4th step, it says next we launched out on this rigorous course of action. And it says even though our decision was a vital and crucial step. What decision? The 3rd step. See, the third step is still a decision, but it's a darn important one to break down to the guy so that they can understand it. Okay, so now we're going to take about 10 minutes, maybe about 10 minutes to ask questions. Huh? It's ready. He just gave me the thumbs up.
Questions good.
Questions, yeah. And so what we're going to do, guys, is answer your questions. Thanks.
Who got questions specifically for the first 3 steps? We're going to do them for the rest of the steps too, but we could get way out there. Anybody specifically first, second, and third? God damn, we're good, buddies. I'll tell you. This is, What you got? Hang on a sec. Excuse me.
On page 188, it talks about the 2 co-founders saying that AA number 3, you can break it down 24 hours at a time. They say, sure, anybody can do that for 24 hours. And they say, that's what we're talking about, for 24 hours at a time. How does that reconcile with, earlier on in the book, it says stopping for good and for all, and no lurking notion that someday we'll be immune to alcohol. After all, it's the 2 co-founders that say that to the third member. So how can we reconcile those 2 seemingly opposite things?
Any more questions? But Bill Wilson, and y'all can take a shot at it too. We get asked this question a whole lot. The question was, and there's a story in there, and he's talking about staying sober 24 hours at a time. It's a parlor trick. If you need the parlor trick to stay sober, rock on, have a great life. Bill Wilson, in the textbook, in the program part of the book, first up through 164 pages, explains that this is permanent and for keeps. We live life a day at a time. You with us? I'm not living off a spiritual experience I had 22 years ago. I'm living off a cool experience I had last night at dinner, talking to some brothers and sisters in this fellowship here. This idea that I wake up every day and decide to stay sober is where we turn the corner from a spiritual program to a self-help program. And I got to tell you, you can find a lot of stuff in these stories, everybody doing their own little versions, their own little, even from the co-founders. You follow? I'm not saying that that's not in the literature, but it's not in the basic 164 pages. It's crystal clear. This is for keeps. Does that, y'all understand where we're at? If you need a parlor trick, I just have to do this today. I just have to do this today. You're in a spot where you can't imagine living life without alcohol or drugs, and so you're just, to get them to come on, let's just do it today. Then that's fine. Early on in sobriety, I think that's a great way to do it, to help a little guy get his feet on the ground. But if you're doing this on a long-term basis, you're destined to fail because of what the rest of the 12 steps tell us, what the rest of the program tells us. You follow? I have a daily reprieve based on the maintenance of my spiritual condition. Daily, that means every day. It's completely different with I stay sober one day at a time. Y'all understand where we're at with this? I want to take it away from the misunderstanding around one day at a time is that we are somehow keeping ourselves sober one day at a time. Make sense? God gives us our bread, our daily bread, as the old prayer goes. Y'all follow that one? So I wouldn't have ever objected to one day at a time if it hadn't have swung so completely over to this idea that every day is a day that I can choose to stay sober. You follow? What happens to the guy that relapses? He chose to... Come on, I'm going to go back real quick. Katie's given this example. I've got a good friend of mine in the Hill Country that's in trouble with her kids, and Child Protective Services has been called. You with us? And all she had to do to keep her kid was stay sober, and she drank again. So you're going to tell me she chose to drink? She absolutely not. She chose not to do some things that the book has outlined to keep us spiritually connected one day at a time. You'll see the connection? Y'all want to add to that? Y'all good? Good. What else? Another question? Go ahead.
Yeah, Bruce. I'm at the point, I accept the problem of being self-centered and selfish and self-willed. How do I know? I struggle right now. How do I know when I'm doing God's will? How do I know when I do not have a motive? How do I know I'm not still trying to show through my prayers and my relationship I'm trying to develop with God?
Great question.
I love this question. This was one of those moments where
Repeat the question.
the question was, how do I know if I'm aware that I'm in self-will and that selfishness is self-centered? How do I know if I'm doing God's will? This was one of those instances where I was sponsoring a guy, and he asked me that. It's a very common question, because everybody always wants to go, well, how do I know what God's will is for me? And that was the question. And I heard coming out of my mouth one day, my mouth said, well, you know what? I don't always know what God's will is for sure, but I'm pretty sure of what it isn't. And if we had just started, I said, why don't we just start off focusing on not doing what's clearly not God's will? It's like the guy that's going to carve a statue of an elephant, and he just cuts off everything that doesn't look like an elephant. But, it's like that in God's will. If I think a drunk like me can stay real busy just not doing what doesn't feel right. And what I can tell, is where if I'm having to ask 9 people to get my answer, like Katie was talking about. I was in a meeting one time where I said, well, I got this problem, I got this thing, and I've been talking about it, and I talked to this one guy about it, and he said this, and I talked to another guy about it, and I talked to my sponsor about it, and this old cowboy named Sonny was chairing the meeting, and he goes, your sponsor may or may not know the answer to that question. And I was like, okay, and he goes, but I think you do. And it just sucked all the air out of the room, because I had to go, well, of course I know the answer, but I want to talk about it some more, till I get to do what I want. So I think in that still, quiet place, we can get an idea of what's God's will. And what we're saying about this thing about the self piece is so big, and it's been so missed in so much of the fellowship, because I think one of the biggest problems we have today is taking a guy from, you got a problem, do you believe there's a power, and taking him right and popping him down and doing the 3rd step prayer. That was my experience the first step to the steps, and I missed that self piece for a long, long time, because if you pop me right from are you willing to believe to the 3rd step prayer, I miss the root of my problem, and I start working a program based on just not drinking. So this self piece, you can't read pages 60 to 63 too many times. Katie started feeling like her sponsor had only read 3 pages out of the book. Every time she'd call her, you're taking me back to, what am I doing? So, are we out of time, or any other questions? Yes, sir?
Thanks, Bruce. I'm alcoholic.
Hey, Bruce.
The toughest job I have talking to a newcomer is trying to differentiate for them to understand in the 3rd step prayer, basically, God relieve me of the bondage of self. Mm-hmm. And trying to get those 2 words, and this is what we do in our group, we try and differentiate between self and me. Because everybody I seem to talk to has the opinion that me and self are the same. And we can't be the same in that statement, God relieve me of the bondage of self. So can you explain how you could get through the me and self a little better than we do it in a way where we kind of talk about, and Ernie's come up with this, we kind of use Lucy in Peanuts. It's a long story. We won't get into that.
All right.
We use that. It's so good, but you can't get through unless you know the story.
Well,
How do you do it?
I don't, I've never really addressed that, and when you say the question in the 3rd step prayer, when it says relieve me of the bondage of self, I've never really done a lot of differentiating the difference between me and self, other than, I'll tell you, for a long time, when I didn't have somebody, Mark was the first one to really break down what the bondage of self looked like to me. There were times when I did the 3rd step prayer where it just sounded like a bunch of churchy talk. When you go relieve, if I haven't been marched through pages 60 to 63, I got no idea what the 3rd step prayer is talking about. When it says relieve me of the bondage of self, am I the only one that sat around going, what does that mean? But when you break it down like Katie did, all of a sudden I go, oh, so I am operating so much under self, that it's driving everything in my life. I haven't really spent a lot of time on that one. Eckhart Tolle does some stuff with that, and where he talks about the difference between I and me, and I can't stand myself, and that sort of thing, which implies that there's an I and a myself. But I've never had that come up, really. Thanks. Yeah, this George. Hey, George.
I'm Armin Faxable myself. I can address if anyone wants to respond. I'm Armin Faxable myself. I got the physical, the mental, and the spirituality, and I'm taking through the process, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm having a waking spirit. I have a spiritual experience. I build on that. I try to stay current through the work by working with others. And I'm working with others, and I'm trying to qualify that next new guy. If he doesn't have these conditions, and I'm trying to tell him, nobody likes to pronounce you alcoholic, but I love to. But nobody likes to pronounce you non-alcoholic, actual or potential. But I love to as well. You're not one of us. I'm sorry I can't help you. And that's a weird place to be, because I have all these other people saying, yeah, just bring them in, filter them in, work with them. Come on, that's your job. But my real job is that qualification process to say, I'm sorry, man, you're not one of us, and I can't help you. But that newcomer over there will say, yes, you can. Take them through. Get them involved in service. Get them making coffee. Get them to a GSR meeting. And you have all these people that are not alcoholics that are trying to make an alcoholic of a non-alcoholic.
I'm going to let Chris take this one. When I say, though, that qualifying a new guy is a dicey topic, part of the weak part of that equation is that we're dependent on the new man to make the diagnosis. And Katie talks about how a lot of times when she got here, she didn't think she was alcoholic, because if you get these outside issues off of me, I'll handle the alcohol. And it wasn't until she'd been around a little while. So it's a dicey topic, and that's why I'm gonna let Chris have it.
Did y'all hear the question? Y'all are the question boils down to our basic job in Alcoholics Anonymous and all the 12-step fellowships is qualifying business. I've done it. We can all sit here and say kumbaya, and if you think you're an alcoholic, you're probably an alcoholic, and we love you, and let's go to dinner, and let's have it, and that's all great and good. But that's not what the Big Book is telling me to do. The Big Book is asking me, because I have a story, I'm armed with the facts about myself, to help you see if you're in this same situation I am. Because if you are, then I can help you. And I guarantee you, there's some people in this room right now that are sober long periods of time that are still questioning whether they're alcoholic or addict or not. And they're also the ones that are using that as an excuse for not sponsoring anybody. I don't worry about the little guy that squeaks in under the wire. I may or may not be, but I'm going to stay anyway. Rock on, you're welcome. I worry about the people that might get tangled up with him in sponsorship situation downstream who will not know their truth. Folks, I got to say this real quick. I'm going to emphasize this by taking my coat off and rolling up my sleeve. This is life and death. There is no other solution out there for alcoholism. None. We have a solution. But unless this person is convinced, they're not going to do this solution. Because of what we've been talking about. About the time we get ready to do this little third step prayer, they'll come along with us. And then they're going to and then we launch down on a course of vigorous action, and we're going to start talking about a fourth step, and they're going to crap out. They're going to sit there and mess with this for 9 months or never start it at all. You follow? Sit around meetings, end up relapsing, perhaps not. But in the long run, it'll be our fault that they didn't get sober. I tried AA, it didn't work. Y'all follow what we're saying? We don't want to kick anybody. I'm never going to look at this guy. He has a doubt. I said, buddy, maybe you're not. If you don't have the phenomenal craving plus the mental obsession, then my book says you're not one of us. Maybe you just need some therapy. Maybe you need a date. God damn, I don't know what a good leeching. I don't know what to tell you. But But we're not here to make everybody comfortable, and that's the biggest problem that we have. We've got this big social deal, everybody's welcome, and they are. But this is life and death situation, and I have a responsibility to make sure you hear the truth, not my truth, not Chris Raymer's truth, not my hospital's truth, treatments, whatever, the book. What was the message that Bill and Dr. Bob gave us 75 years ago? That's what we're supposed to do. I mean, it amazes me. The first time I saw somebody get upset in a meeting, we were talking about this, and this lady was just shaking. I'm an alcoholic. If I say I'm an alcoholic, because she couldn't identify with the symptoms that we were talking about. Y'all understand? And of course, everybody crumbled like a deck of cards around this. Got to talk to the lady for a few minutes, and she said, "Listen, I came to Alcoholics Anonymous because I couldn't sleep. That's why I drank." Let me see if I can get this. Let me get this straight here. You couldn't sleep, and that's why you drank. That's right. And then when I came to AA, I got hooked up with a doctor, and they gave me some sleep medications, and now I sleep great, and I don't drink anymore. Okay? True story. You with me? Connect the dot. Okay. So you're taking the medication. That's fixed the problem. So you don't need a spiritual experience. You didn't need to work this. You follow? Can you imagine? I've been sober 13 years. I'm thinking, God, can you imagine how she sponsors? Oh my God, I just can't. I'm so glad you're here. I've got this greatest doctor, and I bet you're having trouble sleeping, aren't you? Oh my God, I know exactly what we can do. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to go get you an appointment with this doctor. We're going to get you on some of that Lunesta, and everything's just going to be okay. Come on, let's go. Oh my God, you follow? But whose fault is it? It's our fault as a fellowship because we continue to allow it to happen. You with us? Not kicking her out, but somebody needs to stand up and say, "Excuse me, this is not the message out of the big book." You follow? Everybody gets uncomfortable about that. But the truth of the matter is, we have a responsibility. You're free to agree or disagree. Did that answer your question? Troublemaker? Okay. Any other quick one? We're going to go. Go ahead.
I'm an alcoholic. My name's Ian. I've heard you and Myers both speak from 1,000 podiums, and you talk about taking people on the raise, and I don't know if that's another Texas model. What does that mean?
Taking people
on to raise.
We're going to talk about it more on the 12-step stuff we're going to do this afternoon. Taking people on to raise talks about taking people on to raise. If I'm sponsoring this guy, my job is to get you through the steps. You follow? Quick. Allow you to have a spiritual experience, and then I'm going to hold you accountable after that. We're going to periodically check in. You're going to do 10-step stuff with me. I'm going to make sure you're okay. I'm going to watch you in meetings, and you're going to keep me in check, and I'm going to keep you in check. You follow? But I don't take you on to raise means that I'm not, as your sponsor, you can't date for a year. I mean, I hear that nonsense. How many of you guys have heard that nonsense? You know, nowhere in the book does it say you can't date for a year. That's ridiculous. It's got nothing. It's what makes people think AA is a cult. You know, because we're Autotron, we're controlling people. But that's where some treatment centers said that, or some therapist said that. You follow what I'm saying? I don't care who you date. I don't care where you work. I don't care. I don't care what you do out there. I'm not taking you on to raise. If you want some guidance of some experience that I might have had, I'll be glad to share that with you. How many? Again, we're going to talk about it this afternoon. How many people do we sponsor? I heard a guy when I was up in Louisiana not long ago, and the guy says, "If you're sponsoring more than 2 people, your ego's out of whack." Wow! I sponsor 30. I'm wondering here, because I don't sponsor the same way he does. He takes them on to raise. You with us?
Like you would raise a child.
Like you would raise a child. Oh, that's what you didn't understand.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I thought we were speaking English here. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, but I got people. I have my people call me every day. 3 or 4 times a day call me. I just don't do that. God's in charge. God tells you what to do. Little brother asked the question a minute ago. Our spirits won't stay awakened. We become attuned to what's going on. And truly what Katie says is we know right from wrong. You don't have to come and ask me what shirt to wear. Good God. The blue one. There you go. It's okay. It's just work on. Another one? We had a quick one? Then we got to go.
Behind him. Yeah, this kind of like.
Yeah, Katie mentioned something about the person who knows the third step and goes back out drinking as being delusional.
Yourself included.
Just wait for them to come back and go through everything again, or
Oh, that's the question.
You can give. I know, but you can add into this. Let me. I said something last night. I'm gonna repeat. There's a lot of people, they come into the treatment and or wherever they go, come into our AA meeting and they're dropping in and says, I know, before you can get a word in edgewise, they say, I know I'm an alcoholic. You with us? And then you say, did you work the steps? And they say, no, I didn't. So then you don't know you're an alcoholic. You with us? It's like saying, I know I have cancer, but I'm not going to mess with that chemo stuff. It's like, maybe you're not convinced that you're really sick. Because once you're convinced, you'll do whatever you're going to need to do to save your ass. And it's uncomfortable and as painful as it is. But I think it's a perfect analogy. People come to meetings and they say, I know I'm an alcoholic, but they don't sponsor anybody. It's like it was not placed to you as an option in the book. The book said, Charlie read it last night, or Katie, it's imperative to work with others if we're going to stay sober. You'll follow. Most of these guys, they know they're an alcoholic, but they truly, deep down inside, if you talk to them, there's that lurking notion that the book talks about that their case is just a little bit different. You don't understand. My case is a little bit different. I don't have to do what you guys have got to do. Make sense? And so they relapse again and again. This is, again, can be stopped if we'll stop them at the door and qualify the bejesus out of them. Really help them. Charlie said it. Give them a case of alcoholism at the door, then we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to address that one thing about the difference between being a life coach and being a sponsor, because when we always tie that life coach thing to and now the only thing that is good about being a life coach is you get paid to be a life coach. Sponsorship doesn't pay, but I've known some guys that are paying for life coaches, and it's unbelievable to me. But but the beauty of being able to put somebody through the clear-cut directions out of the big book is that when you can get somebody through this work promptly and get them in touch with the power, then you don't have to make every decision for them. And on the other hand, until you get that guy through the work and in touch with the power, they will wear you out. I mean, that's why you can't sponsor more than two of them. Is if they're going, what kind of answer machine do I want to buy? I looked at the one and it's $89 and the other one's $129 and this, and you're just, it's like, I don't know what job you should have or who you should date or what you should have, but God, I can get you in touch with the power, and I guarantee you God knows where you need to work and who you need to go out with and that sort of thing. So that's why we're about getting somebody through this process and in touch with the work, and that way they're not calling me going, what color socks do I wear today, or, and that sort of thing. But, because, so does that make sense when we talk about taking them on to raise, and that sort of thing? All right, and I think that's why you can't sponsor a pack of those guys. But when they're calling you up and you're going, okay, where'd you make a decision based on self? What'd you do? What's your part? And I don't want to hear about her. If I got a sponsor and I'm calling up and I call to gripe about Katie and he starts talking about Katie, I'm dead. I got to have somebody that's taking me back to what was your part in it. Where'd you make a decision based on self that placed you in the position to be harmed? What's your delusion? Where's your self-will, and that sort of thing. So, I think it's time for lunch. So, thanks a lot, everybody. Raise your hand if you're not back yet. Okay. We're going to open this meeting up with a moment of silence. And then we'll do this set-aside prayer again. Let's take a little bit longer moment. Please help me set aside everything I think I know about myself, my disease, these steps, and especially you, for an open mind and a new experience with myself, my disease, these steps, and especially you. All right. We're going to start off with the seventh tradition, and it's funny, I can't stand it in meetings when they just fire the basket around without making the 7th step announcement, because the last thing I ever want is for a new guy in his first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous to feel uncomfortable about money or feel like he's been put on the spot for money, And so our 7th tradition states that Alcoholics Anonymous is fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. And what we're going to send around are these baskets. If you're new to AA, if you're brand new, welcome. We help you come back and become a part of our family. If you've been around a while and you can handle a couple of bucks, it really helps the fellowship. It helps us feel. I got to tell you, before we get going, Katie and I were talking about it. I am greatly impressed. I couldn't believe it. It just, they said that a group of 10 people, they're saying that primary purpose group in London has 10 people generally. For a group that small to put an event like this on, I think is phenomenal. And I just, we've been very fortunate enough to get to travel around and do some activities in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And once you've been around, you know that it's not like this everywhere. And deals like this don't just come together. There are a few people that went to a great deal of trouble to make something like this come together. And if it's like the groups that I attend, there's also quite a few people that didn't do a damn thing. But we've got some ideas about how it could have been done just a little bit better. So for those, we have a position on the committee for next year. But it's interesting to me, and I don't know, I've never been to the London Primary Purpose Group, but, if this event aroused your curiosity, maybe go check that group out. I think it sounds like, if there's 10, they could it'd be nice to have 20 or 30. Our primary purpose group in Austin started off with 33, and we're at about 150 to 175 now. But it's funny because studying the Big Book I remember when I first told this friend of mine about, what do y'all do at primary purpose group? I said, we study the Big Book line by line, word by word, and really look at, and he goes, and what do you do the next week? It's like, then we study the Big Book line by line, word by word. But it's unbelievable to me. This book is 500 feet deep. And the more I go into it, any form of spiritual literature, whether it's Sermon on the Mount or the Big Book or whatever, it'll meet you wherever you are. And I always see stuff. I have a sponsor that we were riding along the other day. He goes, I hear you talking about seeing all this new stuff in the book. And he goes, it makes me wonder what I'm missing, because he's got like 6 or 7 years. And he goes, I know it can't be anything big. And I was like, really? All right, get back to me on that one. We got a lot of ground to cover, and I just soon stand up here and joke around all afternoon, but we got heavy stuff to cover, and we've done 1, 2, and 3 this morning. And, that thing about 3, it's funny, when I talked about the Big Book taking a big right turn on page 60, I missed it for 17 years. I talked about this a little bit last night. But if I take a guy right from, are you willing to believe, to let's get down on our knees and do the 3rd step prayer, I can wind up working a program based on abstinence from alcohol. And, where the whole deal is about not drinking. And I missed this whole piece that's not really very important, except for that, what Katie talked about, it lays out the root of our problem. The whole basis of the rest of our work and what we're going to do. It was big news to me that the problem in alcoholism wasn't alcohol. Somebody with a problem with alcohol can just stop drinking, but a problem with alcoholism it turns out it's all driven by this selfishness and self-centeredness, which is at the root of my problem. And it says above everything, we have to be rid of this selfishness. Mark Houston used to like to look you right in the eye and he'd go, what does above everything mean to you? It doesn't say above everything I got to stop drinking vodka. Above everything I got to get a job and a car and a girlfriend. It says above everything I got to be rid of this selfishness, because it turns out that alcohol was what I used to treat my problem. Alcohol was the only thing that I ever found that would treat the pain of trying to live a life based completely on self. And the levels of self, we were talking about it Thursday night at my kitchen table. It's just like the guys are just going, my God, the level of self in us is so blinding. And like Katie was saying, the reason I can see self in somebody else, but the reason I can't see it in me is because it's filtered through my motives, which are always just wonderful. I'm trying to create utopia for everybody. And my delusion. So when you show up, I can't see how I'm being selfish. How could that be selfish? Trying to make life wonderful for everybody, and that's why, so when we roll in, and that's why that line was such a big one to me when it said, the first requirement is that I be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. You're like, what? I mean, I didn't see that line for a long time. And I'd worked a program based on not drinking. And I'd done the confessional style fourth step, where it's going to make me feel better. And when I feel better, I won't have to drink. And then 6 and 7 were you just kind of phone those in, I mean, they're just this big, it didn't touch me. And then 8 and 9 is so I won't feel uncomfortable out in the world, and then I won't have to drink. I mean, you hear a little selfishness in this form of the program. I had no idea what the problem was. So, and the guy, I became that guy that's going, I went to work at 2 hours, screamed at my wife on the way out of the house and slapped a couple of the kids and kicked the dog, and I got to work an hour and a half late, and then I looked at 2 hours of internet porn while I was at the office, and left to work an hour early and gambled for an hour and a half on the internet, but I didn't drink today, and that makes me a winner, and you're like, no, that kind of makes you a Nimrod, but that was the deal, And so when this program becomes about reduction of self and removing what's blocking me from this power, if I believe in here that this power is my only shot, if I really believe, when I talk about step 1 driving everything, when we've had that step 1 experience, it's going to drive me through the rest of the work for at least 25 years. That's all I can testify to. It will carry you through the rest of the work. Do I really believe that taking inventory has anything to do with whether I drink or not? Do I believe that making amends, all of my amends, has anything to do with whether I get drunk or not? Do I really believe that it's important to pray and meditate? Or do I think it's something I can do without, and I can stay sober without it? I always say, if you want to see what I really believe, don't listen to what comes out of my mouth. Watch my feet. If you want to see what I really believe, watch my feet. You'll see what I believe. Do I act like a guy that believes he's convinced that his life run on self-will can hardly be a success? So what we're going to transition into now, and it's funny, I don't know how I missed, when I talked about how I used to read the book and look for things that I agree with, and everything else you just kind of go, they just, go right over, like this, that self. What did I used to do when I'd read that sentence that says the first requirement is that I be convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success? Just kind of, next sentence, please. And then when you start really believing that, look at what it talks about that we're about to do in the fourth step. And I'm going to let Katie and Chris do the fourth step. I was just supposed to get up and do the seventh tradition and open us up. But look at what it says. We talked about, you get a lot of people saying, Katie and I were doing a workshop up in New Jersey, and this woman said, are you some of those people that believe in working through the steps really fast? I was like, no, not really fast. A week, 3 days, a month. I don't know what it depends on time constraints, but if you look at the way the book rolls it out, I don't see a lot of places where it talks about stalling. And, for example, the book has promised me, it says later on, clear-cut directions are given showing how we have recovered, right? How did we do it? And then, so if it's promising me clear-cut directions, look at what it says. After this third step, it talks about it, and then it says, is there any timing reference on when to do the fourth step? There's 2. It says, next, we launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision was a vital and crucial step, that third step decision, vital and crucial, it says it could have little permanent effect unless at once. followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking us. So in my mind, you can do it next, or at once, or anywhere in between, and still be going by the book. Well, what are we doing in this strenuous effort? We're going to try to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking me. If you're telling me that my only solution is this power, what's between me and this power? I usually draw up a little pipeline up there, and I got me on one end and God on the other, except my pipe is full of junk. It's full of resentment. It's full of fear. It's full of self. It's full of guilt and remorse. And what we're going to try to do in this is just remove enough of what's blocking me so that it can be some contact between me and this power. So when we're talking about a self, it says it's a fact-finding, a fact-facing process. I'm going to let Katie and them talk about that. But listen to this. I don't know how a dope like me could miss the self piece for so long. And I used to feel really embarrassed about it till I figured out I'm not the only one that did it. As I go around the country, I've had people come to me and go, my God, when you said the book takes a right turn on page 60, I had to go back to my room and read it last night. I had never seen that. And what does it say here? It says, what did I used to do when I would read lines like, being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated me? Am I convinced of that? Am I convinced that self showing up in various ways is what had defeated me? And if I am, it says, we considered its common manifestations. So we're back to self. Remember we talked about what manifestations mean, the way something shows up. So when you look at it like that, the fourth step is a consideration of manifestations of self. If you're telling me that self is the problem, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? How does it show up? What is it, when you say self, it's kind of nebulous to me, but how does it show up? And then it says, resentment is the number one offender. And that's, you see, what we're looking at here are manifestations of self, and we're trying to remove what's blocking me from this power. I'm going to turn it over to these guys. Who's going first?
You're on a roll. Keep going.
Well, I don't, I'm rolling, but Katie is so good at this stuff too. I want to let Katie roll because we're going to try to cover 4, 5, 6, and 7. But I just think, I'm just going to say one quick thing. Is it at this trip? Have you heard that one before, honey? We were doing a workshop. She'd pass over a little piece of paper and it goes 10 minutes. And then I'd go a little further and it'd go 5 minutes. And I keep talking to her. She said, I look down and it says, you're done. I think I've gone out to this treatment center a lot, and a lot of times they'll go, hey, man, would you come out and hear my fifth step? And I go, absolutely not. I won't come out and hear your fifth step. I'll come out and do the first 5 steps with you. But there's no way that I'm going to assume that you understand what the problem is in step 1, that you know what we're looking for in step 2, that you understand what the deal is in step 3, that I got to quit playing God and that my problem is self, and that and if I stay close to Him and perform His work well, all that stuff that Katie was talking about, and then I've done a proper 4th step, and I know what I'm looking for in the 4th step, and then I'm ready for a 5th step, because, if you just say, yeah, I'll come out and hear your 5th step, you're liable to walk into anything. You walk into a life story, you walk into, So I'm real big on the way this program flows. And the more time I spend in this book and I spend working with the guys, the more I really like to look at the flow of this program. And it seems to be step 1 is almost like this ski jump, and it just kind of boom from there. It's once I understand the real problem and the depth of the problem, that's going to catapult me into the rest of the work. And so that's where we're at here in this 4th step. And then, but I think if I don't understand what that real problem is, and it's that there's a treatment center that we work with, and that, it's real important that the guys do the first 5 steps before they get out of there. But I can't tell you how many times I've seen guys that are grinding away on a 4th step, and they don't have a clue what the deal is in step 3, and they don't even really understand what the problem is in step 1. But they know they're supposed to be writing this inventory, and so I think this stuff, when you're working with a new person, is real important to lay out to them. Katie, you want to go next?
Yeah, but I'm going to just take a little while because I want Chris to step up here too.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I've got to tell you guys something so funny. The whole self piece, right? Now that we even have even more heightened awareness, you know, if I tell you to go out and see how many white cars are outside, the predominant color of a car is white. Did you guys know that? Just FYI. So all of a sudden you start looking around and you go, my God, there are white cars everywhere. Well, the white cars have always been there, but you just have heightened awareness. And that's usually what happens after these workshops. You're going to have heightened awareness of self. I have to tell the sandwich. Okay, I'm standing there in somebody's seat. Now, I kind of at one moment know I'm in somebody's seat, but I'm talking to two guys intently about the work, right? And this gal comes up and she sets a sandwich down and she looks at both the guys. I observe that and sets the sandwich down, and I have finished my sandwich. And so, you know, we're all talking, and I really wanted to get another sandwich, and I saw that sandwich sitting there, and I looked and I said, did she bring that for either of you two? And they go, no. And I thought, oh, she brought it for me. And so I start to eat the sandwich. She walks up, she goes, are you eating my sandwich? It never occurred to me that was her sandwich, that was even her chair. Do you see that? And that, I mean, I just, well, if it isn't for you two, it's clearly for me. And oh my God, when she said, are you eating my sandwich? I mean, all of a sudden you just go, oh my God, it never even occurred to me that would have been your chair and your sandwich. It's unbelievable. Thank God she was so kind. Okay, I just want to say that the 4-step, oh my gosh, you guys, page 64 is so powerful. It is so powerful in everything it's going to tell us about this 4-step. You know, you can get down to this one statement this guy once said, you're picking the black out of the pepper. We didn't really like that statement when he said it to us, but I'm going to say it to y'all. Is that this page is so power-packed full of study information, clear-cut direction, all of that stuff. But don't get too crazy to where you're picking the black out of the pepper. But the bottom line here is there are several things it says. Charlie just talked about the inventory process is about a fact-finding, fact-facing mission. That is the searching and fearless. Fact-finding, searching, fact-facing, fearless. Because what we're getting ready to do is we're getting ready to uncover some bad trash about us. Yes? This is not about feeling good. This is a life or death errand. This is damn serious business. This is not about me getting in there and going, well, I know you didn't mean to hurt their feelings. The truth is we're getting ready to uncover some ugly behaviors, some ugly belief systems, some old ideas. You can call them what you want. The book says old ideas, prejudice, belief systems, whatever you want. But that's what we're getting ready to get down to. And it says that this is what has been blocking us. And I use the same terminology as Charlie. And the truth is I mean, you could even really kind of get gross here and talk about colon blockage, right? That's the problem. Right? Constipation, serious problem. As a matter of fact, it can kill you. Can if that toxin backs up. That stuff is toxic. That's the exact same thing that resentment. That's the same thing that's blocking us. It's toxic. It's so toxic that if you've been sober a while, you'll actually kill yourself because your pride won't let you drink. That's some bad blockage, man. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what we're talking about here. And so what... Is that the colon, honey?
No, we're back to the pipeline.
It's going to spare me and do, but you know what I'm talking about. So what we got to do is we got to get you unblocked, man, because if you couldn't hear God if he were sitting there with a bullhorn. You know, people are like, well, I mean, I don't understand this about God, and I don't understand this about God. And if you're trying to understand it, you're not going to. You're blocked from it. Now, you may have moments of clarity. We all know what those look like, right? Where you have that moment of clarity. But we're talking about unblocking so that you get into these promises. Well, here's the other parts that are so incredible. It says, this was the 4-step of business which takes no regular inventory. Right there it's telling you don't get to take one inventory. The word regular and one are very different, yes? So you're going to be taking some inventories. And if we're talking about the new guy, which is kind of what this whole thing's geared to, We're going to take the new guy. For me, this is what I do with you. You're doing an inventory within a 2-week period. I'll tell you, you got 1 week. So I'll sit you down and I do steps 1, 2, and 3. It takes about an hour and a half, right? So I do steps 1, 2, and 3 with you. If a new guy is 24 hours sober or 48 hours sober, I don't say, well, let's hook up next week. Man, what a bullet to their head. What a self-centered statement that is. You know what? I'm so busy. I'm going to, baloney. You better be with that person within a 24-hour period, man. They have just asked you for help. My responsibility in Alcoholics Anonymous is to make that time for you or find somebody that can if I can't. And so I've got you. I sit you down. I do steps 1, 2, and 3 with you, right? Then I line you out on the 4th step, and I give you 1 week, and I only give you 1 week because I need a little bit of time to kind of work you into my schedule, right? Because I know we're going to sit down. It's going to be about a 4-hour deal, and I can't just lob out 4 hours tomorrow. So I give you 1 week, but it's not going to take you the full week, right? And the truth is it's probably going to end up taking you 3 hours, and you're going to do those 3 hours the night before we have to meet. Correct? And so I give you that 1 week, and I say when I'm doing steps 1, 2, and 3 with you lining you out on the 4th step, I go, okay, we're going to meet Saturday at noon. There's no backing out. You back out, you will get a ration of shit from me if you back out. If I put my world on hold to meet with you, you don't get to lob out, oh, my kids had a soccer game I had to go to, or anything like that. And I let them know that ahead of time. And so we're going to sit down for a long talk, right? And another thing, I got to walk away from this for a sec. The best way to get a 4th step, this is a colon.
Not a colon.
You got a spiral notebook, right? You just open that notebook up, and you put a line here and a line here. Got it? And so that you've got 4 columns. That's all you need is 4 quick columns. The idea is to not do a lot of writing. So that you flip the page and you have 2 more blank pages and a line, right? And then you just do like mom, skip a line, dad, skip a line. Because it says you're making a list, and a list is always written down, a list is not written across. And so then you write your list of 3 things, and what are those 3 things? People, places, no, people, we're not doing it now. People and principles. There you go. So you write them all down, right? CPS, IRS, men make too much money, women don't make enough money. We're not answering any of your questions. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ron. Oh, gotta go back to mine. Okay.
If you want me to, I'll write some stuff up there.
Okay, honey. You can be my Vanna.
Okay.
And so that's how you're doing it, right? An inventory does not take that long. These people are like, well, I'm still working on my 4th step. I go, baloney. You're not working on your 4th step. You're not doing crap, right? You obviously are not driven by that 1st step, or you'd be writing that thing and getting it done. Are you with me on that? I mean, we're not asking for war and peace here. We're just asking for you to write the darn deal. Now, it says in here under Mr. Brown, listen to the 3 things that Mr. Brown had going on. It was his attention to his wife. How many of you guys are that going to upset pretty badly? Oh, yeah, if any of you girls are hitting on my husband, it's going to be a problem, right? Okay. That is not true. Okay. Told my wife of my mistress. Oh my God. Would you be upset if somebody went and did that? Yeah. And then Mr. Brown wants his job. The best AA t-shirt I've ever seen is that Mr. Brown needs his ass kicked. Is that the best? But, I mean, and he got 19 words. I don't need you up there, honey. I'm sorry after all that. But you looked very cute. I did. He did look very cute. I know a woman could have done that job, but we needed a man. And now, you know, I'm playing. Please hear that I am playing. I do have a lot of challenges behind all that stuff, but I am playing. So 19 words is what he got. See? Now, when we sit down for the long talk, these things are going to trigger plenty for us to talk about. But we're just talking bullet points is what we need here. Then the fourth column now, you get into, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on the fourth step because we got to do 4 through 7. But I'm just going to kind of give it to you quickly. The new guy really struggles. I think everybody struggles with this, but especially the new guy. With what this terminology, self-esteem, security, ambition, pride, personal relationships. I mean, did you guys wonder that? It was like, well, yeah, I guess that affected my self-esteem. Made me unhappy. I mean, I really didn't get that. And really, it's pretty simple, that your self-esteem is how you see yourself. And so we kind of need to know how that affected you. How did you see yourself in this circumstance? Your pride, how did you think others saw you? Your security, what you want. Your ambition, what you need, right? Or vice versa. Personal relationships, I love that one. That is belief systems. Men shouldn't, women should, children should always. The government should. All of this stuff. And so that we're getting down to what are the causes and conditions. What is it that I believe that's got me so upset with my mother's behavior or my father's behavior? And the fourth column, which is the magic column, has got to make columns number 2 and 3 a lie. You've got to see a hypocrite, which is really what you're going to always see in the fourth column. How many of you guys held your parents absolutely accountable for certain parental behaviors they should have done? Because they're always the first 2 on your inventory, right? Mom and dad, immediately. However, if you sat your children down and they put you on there, you'd go, what the hell? What the hell, man? I did the best I could. Oh, but not my parents. See, it's all hypocritical. That's what we're looking for. We're just looking for the hypocrite. That you better not treat me that way. Now, I can treat you this way, but you better not treat me that way. So it's such a double standard. Call the word whatever you want. And so the fifth step is where we bust through this deal. And I, once again, too, I don't want to take up too much time in talking about this, but when you're sitting down with a fear inventory too, a fear inventory is pretty doggone simple. You're just looking for the self-reliance failure, the failure of self-reliance, right? And so the fear inventory is you write down the fear and why you had it. Isn't that it? You know why? Because everything's pretty much out of our control. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. You could lose your job next week. You know why? Your company could go under. You got any control over that? Absolutely not. No, I don't. So, I mean, we're talking about fear. So Charlie calls it a hula hoop, a sphere. Anything outside of here is out of my control. You're just letting that, take off down the road. And some people spend a lot more time in fear. I'm kind of like Chris. He doesn't spend a lot of time in the second step. I don't spend a lot of time in fear. I mean, what am I going to convince you not to be afraid? How well has that ever worked for you? Yeah, because I'm usually delusional. And then the sex inventory, this gentleman and I were having this conversation when I ate that girl's sandwich about the sex inventory and the harms to others, right? The book can get a little wordy here, and I love Mark's take on it, and it's my take too. I get somebody to write a sex inventory. However, the book calls it a harms list also, right? And so the truth of the matter is if you're working with me, you're going to do a resentment inventory, a fear inventory, and a sex inventory. And then when you do an 8th step, you're going to do a harms list, right? You're going to make the amends list from the 8th step. Some people do it in the 4th step, but I just think before you know it, the new guy's head's going to blow off. Man, he's just trying to absorb what he can. And I don't like to overwhelm him. I really believe it's such a responsibility on my part to just kind of, come on, walk through the door. Come on. You can do it. And then they get through the door, and then they start seeing things and it clears away. But I just don't want to overwhelm them. And so that's what I do. So the page 75. Well, wait a second. Before we go there, I want to say one other thing about on page 64. this is a common thing I see happen, and that is where it says that a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke, blah, 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 blah. It is an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. Yes, and we use an example of if you have a stereo store and you still have 8-track tapes on your shelf, you know, even though you love 8-track tapes, do we really think they're coming back? Okay, that we need to move them on, right? We need to just move this stuff on. And it says one object is to disclose damage or unsaleable goods. Those 8-tracks would be unsaleable goods. But it says to get rid of them promptly and without regret. Now, this is what I think happens. In an inventory, you are pretty self-righteous in your resentment. Wouldn't you agree? I have been done wrong. You know, this is how I have been done wrong. So you are completely self-righteous. Well, when you get to that 4th column, it is very easy to turn into self-pity. Oh my God, I can't believe I've done it that way. Now that you show it to me that way, God, I'm looking bad. I am really looking bad. Do you see that self-pity? Did most of y'all experience that? Yeah. So, and that line right there says, get rid of them promptly and without regret. You've just switched one level of self to another level of self. You just went from self-righteous to self-pity. We don't want you to be full of self-pity because you're of no use to anybody. You're still in self. And so it says it there, and it also says it over here on page 75 in the promises, 2nd paragraph down, and then I'm going to wrap it up because I'm going to let you guys jump into 6 and 7. It says, we pocketed our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. See, so if you have self-pity, you're not going to be delighted, right? So it's telling you right there, be very careful of that self-trap, that you step right out of self-righteous, right into self-pity, and it's still about you. Are you with me on that? And so whenever I'm working with the guy, man, I am beating that into him. Hey, yo, back it up. I'm seeing you looking at that as self-pity. We are going to uncover, discover, and take it to God in that hour in that 6th step, right? That hour in the 5th step and then into the 6th step, which, by the way, I like the terminology. I'm very much about semantics because I believe we need to keep this program whole for in 50 years and in 100 years. Are you with me on that one? Say yes. Yeah. So if we start muddying the waters with what step says what, in 100 years, this deal will be, gone. And so the 5th step is about talking to another person about it, following through on that 4th column, and taking an hour. Then we go to 6 and 7. So most people said, well, I did my 5th step and went home to do 6 and 7. You're still completing the hour in the 5th step, yes? I think it's very important because we got to think about this in years to come. And so those are really my biggest deals, and this is the one that where it says in one of the promises that we may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but we're going to have a spiritual experience. That's the first part of the book that says that, and I will caution you to tell the new guy, let me tell you, buddy, your window's about this big right now. You're cresting on a wave because of these promises, and these promises are great, right? We will be delighted. We'll be able to look the world in the eye. We'll be at perfect peace. We'll start to have a spiritual experience. And then what happens? They fizzle out, man. They don't do 8 and 9. They're on such a high. They're like going, my God, I did my 5th step, man. I'm feeling great. I've done my 6 and 7. And then they just stop, and that window closes. And they're back pissed off at everybody again. You know what they want to do? Another inventory. Now, whose responsibility was that? I think it's the sponsor's responsibility. Damn sure is. They go, well, I hadn't heard from them. Oh. So your phone doesn't call out? Oh, yeah, man. I mean, I'm tough. I'm tough in that area. I'm like, whoa, yo, Terry, it's been 3 days. What the hell? Where are we on that inventory? You going to tell? Where are we on that amends? You going to tell me you're still writing a letter? Bull. And I always take them back to step 1. Either you got it or you don't. And I swear my sponsees always tell me, thank you, Katie. Now, come on, guys. How hard is it for you to see my personality? People do not come to me because I'm touchy-feely. They come to me because they know I'm going to be the one calling them going, I love you so much, I will ride your ass. Right? I left my son in jail. I asked the judge to keep him in jail for 14 days. And that judge looked at me and goes, 14 days? Was like, absolutely. I'm not taking that boy home. I am so pissed. And when I left out of there, I mean, I fell apart. Because that's called, the tough love is not for you. The tough love is because it's hard on me to be that hard. See, we don't like taking these arrows. It hurts. But I care enough to be the one to say, okay, God, you picked me. I'll come do it. Okay, that's what I'm going to end on.
Chris Kramer, recovered alcoholic. If anybody is doing the work, this is the place that you're going to crap out. You know, as a newcomer, 9 times out of 10, we see these guys come through treatment. We see these guys go through our AA meetings. This is the place that they're going to stall like a big dog. Is between the third and the fourth step. You with us? It's like one of the problems that we see is that we've compartmentalized the steps. We've divided them all up. You know, and of course we reinforce it. The steps were put in order for a reason. You know, but Bill Wilson, exactly has been already pointed out, not to repeat, is they give us little instructions after each step telling us to get on down with this thing and finish it. After the third step prayer, it says we launched out on a course, obvious what they want us to do. So who gives us the right to sit on our butts for 6 months? I'm sitting in a meeting not long ago in San Antonio, and this lady says, I don't know why you guys get in such an urgent rush about this. I was 2 years before I could even begin to do a 4th step. Wow, again, but this is somebody sharing an opinion. You with us? The little newcomer goes, phew, I'm with her, you know. And except again, because this lady may or may not even be one of us. Maybe she could wait 2 years to do that. But most of this stuff, guys, when I take the alcohol and the dope away from me, the one thing that made me okay inside, I'm going to start coming out like, y'all follow? It's like the spiritual malady comes back when I stop drinking. And all that internal discomfort's kicking butt. And so if I don't do something to change that, I'm in trouble. I want to mention one thing real quick in the 3rd step. There's a little line down at the bottom. It says that God's going to remove our difficulties so that what? So that we can bear witness to God's power to those that we would help. Thy love, you're with us? You'll remember the line? So that's what that's about. Basically, that 3rd step obligates us to go back into meetings and share hope with a newcomer. You follow? Buddy, your life may be coming by God raveled. You know how it gets in sobriety sometimes, you know? But you've got one responsibility to go back in that meeting and tell them, give that newcomer some hope. You follow? I just visited with a guy about this, and it's like, yes, but we have problems. You're telling us that we're supposed to lie and to not tell that newcomer that we're in a bad spot? That's pretty much is what I'm saying. Pretty much. Yeah. You got a sponsor, you got some close confidants, some friends, talk about your stuff, you follow? But in the meeting, we're supposed to be there to pull the newcomer. Get little guy in the back fixing to commit suicide, right? And he didn't know if he wants to stay or not. He's going to sit here and listen to you complain about your day. Y'all follow? I'm going to go ahead and say it because I didn't get to say it last night. Primary purpose says that we have one primary purpose. I know a lot of y'all disagree because you've had plenty of opportunities. I've done it. Go into a meeting, dump, puke all over the table, let everybody in the room clean it up. Oh, let's just all hug. I feel so much better. How cool. You with us? But the little alcoholic or dope fiend sitting in the back didn't get the hope that he needed to stay in the fellowship. Y'all understand where I'm at with that? I'm not saying you don't need somebody to talk to. That's what good sponsorship's about. But we've turned this into a problem-solving thing in our meetings. And again, Charlie said it last night. We should set aside one night a week. We'll set aside 3 nights a week that you can come and whine about your day. 3 nights a week you can come talk about it. But the other 4 nights, we're going to talk about the power, the solution. How's that sound? Yeah. This afternoon we get a chance to talk, and my big promotion is to change some formats because the newcomer is going to share the way he's been instructed to share. And if it's in a meeting when everybody's puking, he's going to puke. Make sense? The meeting should be there for him to puke. Anyway, bottom line, because she covered it so great, what we're trying to do in this 4-step business, guys, is keep our ego right size. We were talking about it. And I don't know if some of y'all are real You see the little plus and minus that I drew? You know, you get a little guy coming into the meetings and he's all full of himself, you know, and he's, you know, loud and obnoxious and F this and F that, you know, and this guy says, boy, this is a little arrogant little pissant over here, you know. So obviously he's full of himself. You follow? And then over at this table sitting all by herself is this lady, and she's all sitting beside it. She's just and she's sniffing the whole meeting because she's crying, and she didn't want, can I help? No, I'm okay. And she's just pushing everybody away. You with us? It's all the same thing. It's this ego piece. And the reason I'm saying it, because I know this one. Underneath this is a big V tattooed. I'm the victim from hell. Y'all understand? And I learned it long time ago, and it works well. This little guy can use his little brashness to keep people at bay, and you can also use the victim stuff to keep them at bay. And I've done it all, you know, I mean, you wouldn't want to go to bed with a guy with an eye patch. I mean, if you play it right, guys, and you say it with the right enough sadness, there will be. Well, of course I would. She probably won't be the most attractive one in the room, but you'll still get... Y'all, we manipulate the world with this stuff, guys, and that's what Harry Tiebout wrote in the 30s. He talked about this resurgence of the ego. This is why we work and rework the 12 steps, so that we can keep this ego right sized. Y'all follow? How many of you guys have watched people with some sobriety under their belt get so full of themselves they just drank over it? You know, they just exploded. And it's like, what happened? Their ego got away from them. Y'all follow? They started thinking they were something because they had some sobriety under their belt. Oh my gosh. I want to, again, I talked about it last night. I don't want to be worse than you, and I don't want to be better than you. I just want to be like you. I just want to be a brother. That's all I want to be. So we were laughing before about people that put us on the pedestal. You know, it's a little unnerving to sign a book or get your picture taken, you know, and all of a sudden you think you're a rock star. But when people begin to start thinking that, oh my God, I'm the first to shoot a hole in that, because you need to hear me. Because there's no such thing. Y'all understand that? We're all bozos on this bus. Next week, y'all can get up and give a talk. It's just, you follow? It's just, don't put me on a pedestal, because I can assure you I'll let you down in the long run. It's human condition. And that's what the 4-step does for me. I sit down with this thing and I write this 4-step. The thing I'm going to ask the newcomer to do, just exactly what Katie said. We're going to set an appointment to do a 5th step. Immediately it's going to be a week out, and then we're going to give you a week to do this work. Treatment centers have killed us with making this into a big long deal. Y'all know why treatment centers want you to take so long to do a 4-step? Come on, brother. Why do I want you to take 2 days when I can have you do it 3 weeks and charge you for it? I'm not knocking that. More power to you. But what we're trying to do is get down to causes and conditions. This is a fact-finding mission. What I want you to do is get down to the main stuff that's choking you. I don't want you to keep splitting hairs. I get quiet with God and I say, God, show me the people, institutions, and principles I'm pissed at. You with me? And all of a sudden the names start coming. And then the names stop coming. Couple of days, I'm looking at it, 30, a day or so, and the names start coming, and it's like, okay, that's time to start going. Let's go to 2nd step, the 3rd column, 4th column, 5th. Let's finish this business, because I'm working on my 4th step. I'm working on my... No, what? You're putting names on the list that you haven't thought of in 30 years. This is not therapy. We're not looking for deep-seated... This stuff is the stuff that we're laying awake at night choking about. You with us? I'd rather see... We're taking an inventory, just exactly... I don't take inventory of stuff I've already thrown away 6 months ago. I'm taking inventory of the stuff that's rotten in the freezer today. That's what I'm looking at. People get, you should see the room change when I did that. I worked for 6 months on my 4th step. Right? I can't believe the pain of having to listen to that. I understand that. The relief you got was not because you had 400 names on the inventory. The relief you got is because you finished it. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I hear people talk, they call us little autotrons around the steps, and they think, well, this has got to be this way. I got to tell you this, folks, because I had lots of talks with Mark about this. I don't care how you work the steps. You're not relapsing because you didn't do an extended 3rd column or a elongated 8. You're relapsing because you didn't do the step, period. You'll follow? I didn't do my 4th step right. I just don't think, unless you left a bunch of stuff out that you were conscious of, I don't think that you can screw this up. The book gives you some pretty simple, directions on what to do. counselor at the place where I worked for years, he was one of those big deals. If you don't have at least 600 names on your inventory, you're not doing a thorough 4-step. Again, it's somebody's opinion. I didn't know 600 people on earth. I mean, I didn't. What, you're pissed off at every person you came in contact with? Come on, guys. Significant other's going to be on there. Your family's going to be on there. Your employer's going to be on there. The government's going to be on there. You're with us. The cops, maybe, whatever, some institutions. Let's move on with this. I want you to get the big stuff out and then let's go. You know, I'm going to set up. I'm going to do the little inventories, the 4 columns. I'm going to do a little 2-column, exactly like Katie said, fear inventory. Sex inventory is real simple. It's got nothing to do with sex. It's got to do with my behavior towards the opposite sex. If you'll follow, if you were doing an inventory out of the book, the way that asking the specific questions of what they're asking you to answer in the book or in the sex inventory, I could sit down and hear your 5th step and never blush. And you could do it and never blush. Because we're not talking about pokey. We're talking about how do I treat the opposite sex. That's exactly what this book is. Y'all follow? It's just, buddy, I tell you, guys that come to me says, oh, goody, now we get to do the sex inventory. I say, buddy, yeah, and guess who you're going to do it with? You know, when the 5th step comes around, you're going to do that piece with my wife. Kind of change the complexion of the room real quick, you know? Because when you start thinking about how you treated your sisters in this, it'll take your breath away. Truly, we get to look at that behavior. Yes, your name goes on the inventory. The book says sometimes it was remorse and then we were sore at ourselves. I hear people all the time, don't put your name on the inventory. The book is telling you to put your name on the inventory. A lot of the resentments that I had were against myself for the crap that I pulled. I wasn't hating my landlady. I was hating myself for screwing this landlady. And it's like, I got to look at my business on that. Y'all with us on that?
Oh, no.
It's okay. It's remorse, and we were sore at ourselves. It's the very top of the page. And but I tell you, it's a great place to look at this. Great place to look at this. What we end up with is a completed inventory, and I get with my sponsor. We sit down with a 5th step, and then the sponsor, and we'll say this real quick, is the guy that speeds this up or slows it down. You follow? Guys, I got to tell you, there's so much misinformation out there about this 5th step. Now, some of you guys that did these 10-hour 5th steps, you're gonna just put your hand on your head like this and go, nah, for just a few minutes. And then I'll be finished, okay? Oh, my God. Page 62, we've hit it to death. Selfish and self-centeredness is the root of the problem. And now we're going to sit there for 10 hours and talk about me for 10 hours. It's like, come on, guys, let's go. Let's get it done. It's going to be very fast. Once you find your truth in the 4th column, I'm going to go next. No, I don't want to hear the details. I don't want to hear all the stuff. Y'all with us on this? It's not important. As long as you see your truth in the 4th column, my part. Where have I been selfish? Where have I been fearful? Where have I been dishonest? You with us? Those are the areas I'm looking at. And once I can see that, next, and I'm not going to treat the major crime any different than the little petty argument you had with your wife. Next. And before you know it, what happens, just like with Mark, we were laughing our butts off. That's how you know you're in a healthy 5th step. If you're shrouded in a blanket and y'all have lit some candles and there's lots of tears, you are not in a healthy 5th step. A seance, perhaps. No, because this is why everybody misunderstands what this is about. Oh my gosh, it was the most traumatic thing I did. Why? Looking at your truth? Y'all understand? We're not going to swim in it. I just want you to see your truth so we can move on and not do it again. How cool is this? Come on, guys. We just move through it real quick. We get to the other side. We get to hug necks, and we get to move on. You with us? Oh, God. It says an hour later, we're going to go back through the first proposals, exactly what Katie said. An hour later, we're going to do 6 and 7. Real quick, guys, when I'm sitting there doing a 5th step with a guy, I got a piece of paper in front of me, and I divide it in two in a little piece of paper, and I put 8th step on one side, and I put 6th step on the other side. You with us? And as this guy's giving me his 5th step, because that's what the book says, while we do this 5th step, I'm pulling some character defects. I'm hearing this guy got his arrogance, jealousy. Anytime you're judging somebody, you're being selfish. Do y'all agree? I think I know what that person would be. And so selfish is always down there. Fearfulness. And I'm making a list of the 6-step character defects. I'm also making a list of people that I think perhaps maybe he owes amends to. It's not something we're going to discuss now, but I'm helping him with this 8-step list. He says, while we did our 5th step, we get this list. You follow? So after this is over, we're ready to go. He's going to go home for an hour. He's going to sit quiet with God, go through the first proposals, make sure that he hadn't left off anything, like how many times have we done a 5th step? And the guy calls back up and says, listen, about that chicken, and it's, oh, okay. Because he wasn't going to say anything, and now he's finally, okay, that's fine, and that's what that was about. And then we go to God in 6 and on the 7th step. You with us? Again, I hear people, they do these weekend workshops on 6 and 7. Jesus' book, guys, the book is 2 paragraphs. I don't know. I'm going to ask God to remove the character defects that stand in the way of you and me, and my usefulness to you and God and my fellows and others. The character defects. And I think I know what I want God to remove, and God may not remove that. You with us? Guys, I've said it from a gazillion podiums. I've asked God to make me a very quiet, sensitive young man. Because I had a counselor one time that could just sit and was very nice, and he never raised his voice, and he hummed a lot. And I remember him, but it was a kind of a nice deal. And he never took any errors, and he never pissed anybody. He was just, nice, That's what I'd like to be like that guy. You with me? It just never has happened. You follow? Some people need hugging. That's the beauty of this program, is that some of you guys get to work with people and you're as kind and gentle as you can possibly be, and God's going to use that in you. And sometimes you just need to be roughed up a bit, and that God's going to use me to do that. And that's just how that's how it works. But God's changed me a lot, guys, in the last 10 years. I can tell you, in character defects, and continues to work on that. I hear people in meetings all the time. And listen, if you're saying this in a meeting, I'm going to ask you to do one thing. Please, don't say it anymore. Because you sound so stupid when you say it. Don't say it. I don't want to do 6 and 7 because if I give God all my character defects, I don't know who I'll be. Don't say that in a meeting. Don't say that. Just say I pass. Just say I pass. Let me be the first to tell you what you will be. Better. Some of you are grinding your teeth because you're saying it in meetings today. Come on, guys. It just absolutely takes the breath away. Y'all understand this? Good God. Katie said it last night and referred to it. This 4-step business, 5th-step business, this is not about confession, folks. I think there's a wonderful piece of this, that letting another man into your life or another woman into your life and sharing some truth about yourself. There's a piece of that that's very, very uplifting and very, very healing in lots of ways when we find out we're not alone. But guys, if this was just about confession, you with me? Then the churches would have a lot more sober people out there, because the churches have been doing confession for years, and it has not changed us. One of the big movements in Texas for a long time was don't do 5th steps with people in the meetings. Do 5th steps with priests or people that can't tell anybody. I remember a guy in a meeting one time who says, I went to the bus station and found a bum and did my 5th step with him because I knew I'd never see him again. Well, I bet he found a lot of truth out in that 5th step talking to this bum. You with us? If it was just about confession, I suppose that would have sufficed. But that's not what this is about. You with us? I need a sponsor to help me see my truth in that 4th column. Because exactly what they were saying earlier, sometimes I can't see my stuff. You with us? Well, I don't know what I've done wrong here. And a sponsor can show you. An outside entity, unaffected by what's going on, can clearly point out in the 4th column what your part was. Does that make sense? And we just get a chance to do it. I think somebody in the program, that's why I disagree with doing 5th steps in treatment. I think 5th steps should be done with the sponsor in the fellowship. We don't need to be doing AA's work for them. Thank you very much. It doesn't do any good for me to be down in Hunt, Texas and do a 5th step with somebody that's going back to Ontario. Why? I may never see them again. I know them better than their own family knows them because of the 5th step. But I can't see them. You with us? And they come into the meeting, hair standing straight out, eyes look like zombies, and it's like, oh my shit, what's wrong? But I'm not there. I'm in Texas. Y'all understand that? I think it means something important to be across from somebody. What takes place after that, I don't know about you guys. I didn't see any wild sparks when I did a 5th step. But I'll tell you what did happen to me after I finished it. I left my sponsor's house and for the first time felt a part of Alcoholics Anonymous. I felt like I was not on the sidelines talking about something, but that I'd actually done something. I knew a lot more about myself, and an hour later I had a clear idea of the character defects. But the coolness of it was I got to be a part of this. I thought she was talking to me there for a minute.
I didn't hear anything.
I know. I know. That's right. Again, the biggest mistake we make is we try to make this thing too complicated. And the truth of the matter is, you can't screw it up. 6 months from now, some other stuff starts to percolate up. Sit down with a piece of paper, jot it down. I go through a 4th and 5th step a year so I can keep current. I also do 10th step stuff, but I stay really current on 4th and 5th step, and it's pretty cool. I usually sit down with one of the guys I'm sponsoring, and he does a little 5th step with me, and I do a little 5th step with him, and we get to know each other a little bit better, and we just move on down the road. It's called staying current in the work, and I guarantee it'll crack you like an egg if you do that. Y'all cool? Why don't we? You want to do that, and then we'll go smoke real quick, and we'll come back and do this.
What time did we start?
We started at 1. And we were going to go 2:15.
We're just kind of scattershooting here a little bit, and you can tell we're not working off of a format or note cards and stuff. So I like to go back through and hit on some of the points that we're talking about. But it's funny. Chris talked about some of the stuff that you hear in the meetings, and one of the things that I'm always looking at. If I'm doing meeting-based sobriety, there's things that I'm going to hear in the fellowship of AA. I don't know if maybe they don't say this up here, but one of the things that drives me crazy is when I hear people in the rooms go, "Well, this is a selfish program." Have you heard that? I mean, is that well, and if I'm the new guy, and I hear that 3 or 4 times in an AA meeting, what am I going to think? I'm going to think it's AA, because I heard it in an AA meeting, and they said, it's a selfish program, and if it's a selfish program. I can't find that anywhere in the book. I can't find anywhere in the book where it says this is a selfish program. And, so that's where I think we run into trouble. It's all about reduction of self, and it's like, take away my difficulties. Why? So I can chill and watch a hockey game? It's like, no, I change that. I usually say a football game. I would never watch a hockey game. But I don't get it. I don't know. I'd have to be sponsored through a hockey game. But it doesn't say take away my difficulties so I'll feel better. It says so that victory over them can help other people who have the same difficulty. And when it talks about, removing my, all that stuff is about so I can be of service and be of service and be of service. Even when it's making me feel better, it's so I can be of service. So that's why we get nervous if the problem is self. If my real problem is based in self, and I got self on me so much, the problem with when we talk about being blind to self, when you get a guy like me to try to look for self, it's like trying to ask a fish to search for water. I can't see self because it's on me, like that monster in Aliens, one of my favorite examples is one time I walked in the AA club and there was a guy sitting in the card room, and I swear to God, I'll never forget. He goes, "Hey, Charlie, how you doing?" I go, "Hi, it's good, man. How you doing?" He goes, "We need to go back to Vegas sometime." And I go, Yeah, right. Yeah, we do, man. Right on. And I walked out of the room and I go, I got zero recollection of ever being in Vegas with this guy. And then we're talking about like 15 years sober. And it took me a while to figure it out. And the reason that I didn't remember being in Vegas with this guy is because I wasn't in Vegas with this guy. I was in Vegas with me. And this guy, and this guy just happened to be there, But I'm like, where are you, Steve? I can't, and that's the way my whole life is. We could talk up here for hours about how self-centered I am, but the new guy a lot of times can't hear it. But my God, I call it the second surrender in Alcoholics Anonymous. The first surrender is the surrender to drugs and alcohol, and that one's usually pretty easy because it comes fresh off an ass whipping. It's real easy to surrender when I've been beat down. But this surrender to self, a lot of times doesn't come for a while until I've tried to do this deal sober for a while and I'm hitting the wall with self-will. And if I'm lucky, I got somebody in my life going, you're running up against manifestations of self. That's what blew up that marriage. That's why you're overdrawn at the bank. That's what blew up that business, and because otherwise I'll back off and then I'll take another run at it with self-will and I'll hit the wall again a couple of years later and that sort of thing. So when we hear a guy saying, I want to put myself on my inventory, it makes me a little nervous sometimes because if it is a disease based in self, who's the first one I'm going to want to put on my resentment list? Me. And what happens when we get to the 9th step, the amends list? Who's the first one I want to make amends to? How about me? I mean, maybe a new Cadillac would make me feel better about, so I'm always like, we're going to get to that one a little bit later. But the thing I wanted to come back is that in the inventory, one of the things that I missed for a long time is I understood we talk a lot about the mechanics of how to do an inventory, but some of the real power in the inventory process lies in these prayers that are scattered throughout the inventory process. And there's one in particular that I've never seen one 4th step guide that addresses, and it's the resentment prayer at the bottom of page 66. And it talks about when we're between the 3rd column, and it's no coincidence that it's between the 3rd column and the 4th column, because in the 1st column I'm talking about who hurt me, in the 2nd column I'm talking about what they did, and in the 3rd column I'm talking about how it affected me. Now I've been doing that on bar stools for a long time, talking about who I'm pissed at, what they did, and how it affected me. But if we're going to roll into what we're going to do now is I've got to recenter my spirit, and I've got to change it. Well, I love the way Katie usually says. It says in the book, we were prepared to look at the list from an entirely different angle. And she's the only one I ever heard that will sit the guy down and go, are you ready to look at this from an entirely different angle? Because am I or am I not? Because I know this angle. All right? I've been looking at this angle for a while, but now all of a sudden we get to this prayer and it says we realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we didn't like their symptoms, which is column 2, and the way they disturbed me, which is column 3, they, like me, were sick too. And you hear a lot about praying for the person you resent. It's not what it says in the book. It says it back in one of the stories. But what it says here is I'm asking God to help me show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And pity, if you look up in an old dictionary, doesn't mean this condescending, bless his little heart type of thing. It means compassion and empathy. So I need a lot of slack when I screw up. But when I screw up, it's all run through my motives and my delusion. I knew what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to hurt anything. I was just trying to, But when you screw up, it is outrageous. Right? Are you with me on that? Because, we'll give no quarter on that, But so now it's going, am I willing to give them the same kind of slack that I want when I screw up? And it's saying, ask God to give me that same tolerance, pity, and patience. And I'm going to tell that story about Roy. I was sponsoring a guy that had a resentment against his father. His mother was crazy, and they'd had a lot of problems with his mother. And one day, Roy's dad came home, and Roy was sitting on the front porch, and there were 2 other brothers, and he goes, "Your mom killed herself today." And he walked on into the house, and Roy was so pissed off about how could his dad be that heartless? I mean, how could he just dump that on him like that and walk on in the house? And we're doing a 4-step. He's told me I can tell this story. And there's some powerful stuff in these prayers. I'm doing an inventory with him, and we get to this 4th column, and I go, Roy, when it talks about it being inconsiderate, for me, the reason I say inconsiderate is because I never considered it. I was like, did you ever consider that your dad was like a 40-year-old man at this time? His wife has been putting him through hell. She's been in and out of mental institutions. She's been talking about hurting herself for a long time. And on this day, his wife had committed suicide. He comes home now, he's got a wife who just committed suicide. He's got to plan a funeral. He's got to tell the family. He's got to tell everybody about it. And he's got to figure out how he's going to work a job and raise 3 kids by himself. And is it possible that on that day, given his tools and his background and what he had to deal with, is it possible that he was doing the best he could? And Roy goes, never occurred to me for a second. I never gave one thought to what my dad was going through that day. All of my childhood memories are of me. I don't have. That's when we talk about being selfish and self-centered. And when he sat there and looked at it that way, and I was like, are you willing to grant your dad the same patience and tolerance that you would grant yourself if you were going through that? Is it possible he was doing the best he could? And I watched, as a result of this prayer, a 42-year-old resentment melt away that day. When Katie talks about the fourth column turning the second column into a lie, it is magic stuff. I mean, this is stuff that has been driving me for my whole life. And all of a sudden, if I got a good sponsorship through this fourth column, not some bum that speaks a foreign language at the bus stop, if I got somebody pointing out this stuff to me, my God, the magic that can happen in this stuff as a result of these prayers. So when I do the fourth column, in between the third column and the fourth column, I've got a little place for a check mark for this guy to put down, did you do that prayer at the bottom of page 66? Are you willing to look at your ex-wife with the same tolerance you would grant her if she had some sort of brain damage or what? You know how if somebody says F you to me and they got Tourette's syndrome, you go, oh, well, bless his heart. Stuff just blurts out of him. But, boy, you let it, the circumstances, am I willing to grant this person that tolerance? And the other thing I wanted to talk about is in the fear inventory. If we're looking at manifestations of self, how does self block me? How does self show up for me? I love the thing, and Katie talked about it, in this fear thing is this fear of control. The reason when we get to look at this, and all I like to point out, I don't do a big 4 or 5 column inventory with a guy in the fear list. It talks about we listed our fears, and we asked ourselves why we had them. The main bulk of because sometimes I see people doing these 900-page fear inventories, and I think the illusion or the delusion is that we can gather enough information about our fears that one day we'll be able to manage them. Right? If my life is based on self, can I get enough information about these fears and get enough knowledge, and analysis that I can handle this fear? That's not what the book is going to imply. What the book is telling me is that in me trying to manage them, I got no shot. So the main thing he needs to see in that fear inventory is that he's got them and that it's the failure of self-reliance. Right? Because if I'm relying on me to control everything, there's this little sphere of control that I have. These are the little things that I can control in my life. What kind of sandwich I'm going to have, where I'm going to sit. There's a few little areas that I have control over, right? But there are things that are way outside and it's amazing how many times when you're doing a fear inventory with somebody, if you sit them down and you go, okay, this little area of control, this fear you just wrote down here, inside your area of control or outside your area of control? And they go, okay, whether you're going to get cancer, is that inside or outside your control? They go, outside. Whether your wife's going to leave you or not, inside or outside? They go, well, it's outside my area of control. The things that are outside of my area of control are what scares me because I know at some level when I'm living a life based on self that I can't control that. So that's where God comes in real handy, is in all those areas. And if I've made this deal back in step 3 that I'm going to quit playing God, the most beautiful part of that is where I go, you know what? I am no longer in management. And that is a management level decision. Whether or not I'm going to get cancer, God, Mark Houston dying of a stomach aneurysm was not my idea, and I don't think it was his. But if I'm out of the God business, it's like, that decision is above my pay grade, And so all this stuff that I'm trying to get scared about is the stuff that I got to give over to God, because it says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed me? So fear is always the failure of self-reliance. And then we get down to this prayer here where it says, on 68, we're now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in the world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that I do as I think He would have me. Where'd Bruce go? Remember when we were talking about, if I just do what I think God would have me do and humbly rely on Him, and rely on means to lean on with confidence. If I lean on God with confidence that He's going to run this deal better than I can do it, He'll enable me to match calamity with serenity. And then when you get down here and it says, instead we let God demonstrate through us what He can do. So if I'm doing it, looking at the difference between God reliance and self-reliance, this is amazing. We use a 1936 dictionary. It's a primary purpose group, and we look up a lot of words. And to see what they meant at the time they were writing the big book, shot was one. When it says fear, the fabric of our existence was shot through with it, I thought, well, I know what shot means. We looked it up in the 1936 dictionary. It says a method of weaving using warp and web where the fabric takes on a different appearance depending upon the viewpoint of the observer. And I'm like, Mark used to call them Cheech and Chong moments, where the whole room goes, whoa. You know? And this thing about let God demonstrate through me what he can do. You know what demonstrate means when you look it up in the dictionary? It says to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. To prove to the point where the opposite viewpoint is rendered absurd. So if I let God do this deal, it says he'll prove that God reliance works beyond a shadow of a doubt. He can prove it to the point that it makes self-reliance look absurd. But the thing with all of us is I always think that God's going to jip me a little bit. Am I the only one that feels that way? That if I turn my life over to God, that now, you know, that he's going to put me in gauze clothes with a bullhorn and a Bible down at the corner, you know? Or that God's going to jip me. I always feel like I can get myself a little bit better deal than God's going to give me. Although I have very little evidence to prove that has worked out very well. And there's been a lot of times where I've didn't get what I want, and it turned out to be pretty cool. And there's also been times where I got what I wanted and it was awful. So I'm not necessarily even a good gauge of what I need, but I'm hesitant to turn this deal over. So when we talk about being convinced that my life runs on self-will, the book is going to take me back to that and back to that and back to that. It's going to restate that third step deal over and over and over again through the work about reminding ourselves many times, each day, thy will, not mine, be done. And reminding ourselves we're no longer running the show. It's going to keep taking me back to that deal I made with God in step 3 about, I got to quit playing God and, stay close to him and perform his work well. So, those are just some little scatter points on the inventory process. But, after that 5th step, it gives us some direction on who we're going to do it with and the requirements they need to be able to hear my 5th step. It says it's important that he be able to keep a confidence, that he fully understand and approve what I'm driving at, and he'll not try to change my plan. Those are the 3 requirements, for hearing the 5th step. And then it talks about how we roll into it. But I love the way Katie talked about those 5th step promises. But Mark Houston changed that hour for me. He gave a talk one time at my kitchen table. I think I probably caught about 5% of what he was saying that night, and that 5% revolutionized my look at this whole hour. I used to just kind of go home and sit for a while and maybe read a little of the book and stuff, and he went on a rant. Have you ever heard him do that? This guy could bring it, and he talked about going home and taking this book down and going over these first 5 steps and all their implications. Everything that it looks like. Do I believe that I have a hopeless condition of mind and body? Do I know what it means to be alcoholic? Do I have a physical allergy coupled with a mental obsession? Do I believe that my only shot is this power? And have I made a deal with this power? Do I know what the deal is in step 3? Am I convinced? Am I convinced that my life runs? Do I act like a guy that's convinced? What would that guy look like? What would it look like if you followed a guy around that's convinced that his life run on self-will would hardly be a success? Would you have to press that guy to do an inventory? Would you have to make that guy call his sponsor? Or if he's convinced, he's going to be going, what do I do next? I did what you told me. What do I do next? So, all that stuff, and I'm taking it in there. And have I done an inventory? Have I looked at the things in my path that are blocking me? And have I really shared that with? Have I left anything out? It's on and on and on, because then we roll into 6 and 7. And, at Primary Purpose Group in Austin, we close our meetings with the 7th step prayer, because I think it's the purest AA prayer. It doesn't come from anywhere else. It doesn't have any Christian influence or outside influence and stuff. So at our meeting every day, we close with, my Creator, I'm now willing that you should have all of me. the good and the bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. And it's like, then we've done step 7. But I mean, the problem was when I'd done a 4th step that was just a confession, I had squat to take into 6 and 7. But when I've done a real 4th column, and I've had a sponsor that's just sitting there pounding me with selfishness, dishonesty, fearful, inconsiderate, self-seeking, all that stuff over and over and over, and it's in this resentment and this resentment and this resentment and this resentment. Now I got real stuff to take into 6 and 7 to go, God, help me be less of that. Help me be more like this. And it wasn't just some bullshit, churchy sounding step. It was like, my God, I'm really got all this new awareness of this stuff from the 5th step, and God help me be less like that and give me the strength to be more like you want me to be. Does that make sense? Katie, did you want to tie anything up? If you don't want to do any Q&A, we got about 5 minutes for Q&A. And I want to thank you guys, because I know what it's like to try to listen right after you eat. I nod out like I'm on methadone right after I eat. I mean, so I appreciate y'all hanging in there. But anybody got any questions for anything we just covered?
Matthew, recovered alcoholic.
Matthew.
I know you steal and steal. Can you touch on that a little bit?
I think he asked, the question was, what about steal on steal? And that's something I think we're going to have to talk about after the meeting or something. Steal on steal, short version, is an accountability format that Mark came up with, and it is a way for people that are really, if they have spiritual consent with each other, to check how you're doing, but you got to have a crew of guys that you feel really comfortable about, sharing that stuff with. And I'm a big fan of it, but it's a little bit outside what we're talking about here. Anything else? Yes, ma'am. The question is, or what she's saying is that she knows you're supposed to get out of self and help others, but some people say you don't have anything to give yet. I've got guys that at 2 months are sponsoring other guys, and once a guy has gone through this work and had that spiritual awakening, I had a guy call me and goes, they said at the meeting today that you got to have a year of sobriety to sponsor. And I said, what does the step say? I said, first of all, we don't go against group conscience. If they say their group conscience decision is you can't sponsor, then don't stand up when they talk about sponsors there. But away from that, what does the step say? And he goes, well, it says having had a spiritual awakening. I said, have you had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps? And he goes, absolutely. I said, do you think there's anybody that was in that noon meeting today that has over a year of sobriety that has not had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps? And he goes, well, probably. I go, probably about half of them. If you've had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, to me, you're ready to carry the message. And even if you're still going through the process, if you got 10 days, you got something to tell a new guy, And there's a lot of forms of that stuff. But I don't find anywhere in the book where it says you got to have X amount of time before you're ready. If you've, I like to get a guy through the work, and I've had several guys that I can think of that at a couple of months of sobriety were ready to sponsor. And it's funny because sometimes you see guys and they're going, well, I kind of really was thinking of somebody with a little more time, but the other thing is I always tell people when you're looking for a sponsor, and we'll get to this in the 12th step, I think it's a fair question to go, have you had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps? Because the guy that goes, well, I'm like, rock on, dude. I'm going to go get some coffee, But did that answer? Because people. Yeah, here comes Chris.
Bottom page 129. We'll talk about it in the last hour up here. We got one more to go, but Look on the bottom page 129. So, some great chapters. We were talking earlier. Some of these are forgotten. They call them the forgotten chapters because we just skip over them a lot of times. But it's some wonderful stuff in the family after and chapter of the wives. They've got even last couple of sentences in there. It says, even if he displays a certain amount of neglect and irresponsibility towards the family, it is well to let him go as far as he likes in helping other alcoholics. During those first days of convalescence, this will do more to ensure his sobriety than anything else. You see where we're at? Yeah. For years, what they did, the standard procedure in Texas was, you come in and you sit and you go to 90 meetings in 90 days and you just, you depend on the fellowship to kind of keep you sober. Well, what happens when Chris Raymer, the pain starts to go away and I'm sitting there with us and everybody's talking and sharing some really good stuff? I ain't listening. I ain't hearing a thing anybody's saying. All I'm thinking about is all the crazy stuff going on in my life. And I'm so turned inward. And the deal is that this last time after that suicide attempt, they said, Chris, come on, help us carry this message. And he said, we're going to go to the halfway house tonight. And I said, buddy, I don't think I'm ready to share in a halfway house. He said, no, we didn't ask you to share. We asked you to bring the books. So like, all right, but y'all understand what we're talking about here. And in the process of doing that, I'm sitting in there and a little guy slides up to me and I start telling him a little bit about my story and about how, you know what I'm saying? And we're talking and visiting and all of a sudden I leave that place feeling a part of what we're doing here. That's the thing that separates the room, is that there's people that feel a part of the fellowship and people that are just coming by for a visit. And it's like, buddy, until you start doing the actual work, 12-step stuff, you're not going to understand what this is about. Huh? Yeah, I will tonight. I will. I won't take time out. But that answers the question. If you think you can help somebody, help somebody. We hear it in treatment until the cows come home. You're too sick to even help yourself. How can you expect to help anybody else? Hold that thought. You're pretty close to the truth there. It's pretty good. Go work with somebody, and it'll blow you out of the water. Who else, real quick? Everybody needs to smoke. You good? What you got? The book, we're going to hit it hard in the last hour of this. The book says we tried to carry this message. We're rampant in Texas. Everybody's sitting around waiting for the newcomer to come in, and it's like, that's not what Bill did. Ebby didn't do that. Ebby got on a bus and found Bill Wilson. Bill Wilson didn't just sit there in a meeting waiting for somebody. He went he connected a bunch of dots and found Dr. Bob. And, it took effort to do this. And if you go out of your way to do that, absolutely. Absolutely, wherever you can help. You'll never know who you're going to help, guys. You might not see immediate results. The guy that showed me where that meeting was, where I finally got sober, did it 3 years earlier. And I looked at him and said, I ain't ever going to go into that meeting, because I'm not ready yet. You know what I'm saying? And 3 years later, by God, I was ready and knew exactly where to go. That's a pretty cool deal. Anybody else?
Chris, in regards to this, my name's Leo, an alcoholic. I've dealt with this, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about it. When I'm listening to this stuff and somebody is a victim as a child, how do we help them find their part, their fourth calling in that, if they've been victimized as a child?
Y'all ready to go smoke?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and answer it anyway, guys, because it's a tough one, and you're going to get asked the same question. Listen, guys, people are victimized every day. It's just some of you guys, the stuff that you've been through, it's a wonder that any of us are alive. You follow? But the truth of the matter is, you look in that fourth column, there's a piece of that. Most of this is around secrets and how dishonesty. And if you can see one little spot of this that you might have changed or been able to did you share this with anybody? Did you go to an adult? Did you talk to them about that? No, absolutely. Well, there was some fear in there, right? Yes, there was some fear in there. And you check that off, and that's the little piece you look at and you move on. People believe that the fourth column is all about it's our part, our mistakes. I understand that. But if you can see a little piece of that you perpetuated this, then you can get free of it. This is not about justice. This is about mercy. And a lot of this stuff starts to come out in that little piece. And so if you can start seeing, of course it wasn't that person's fault that got hurt as a child. Y'all understand this? In subsequent years, when did that happen? 40 years ago, and you've been carrying it 40 years and haven't talked to anybody? That's exactly right. Don't you see that there's a little place in here where you could take some responsibility? Could you have owned it? Could you have gotten it cleaned up? Could you have gone to somebody that knew? Oh my God, bless your heart. We're not blaming anybody. But at that point, you can get free of the resentment. And people say, that'll never work. But try it, and then you can see what we're talking about. This is about freedom, folks, and there's some tough stuff that we get to look at. You with us? But I don't give that one any more attention than I do the shoplifting at the H-E-B store. Make sense? We just go next, next, next. We're looking at truth. We're not looking at drama, horrible as it was. We're not looking at that. We're not trained to do that. We're looking at just truth here. Make sense? Y'all good? Let's go smoke.
All right. I was looking for Charlie. I'm Kate. Katie, alcoholic. My family calls me Kate. I'd rather have Charlie do more of 8 and 9, although I've got plenty of experience. I just like the way he words a lot of it. I will tell you one of the things that Mark Houston always said, and that really rocked my world, was in the 8th step, or in the 9th step, it said, made a list of all persons we had harmed, in the 8th. The word all is a very powerful word, and that means I got to go back to all, and one of the things that you'll hear in most meetings is a term called living amends, and that to me, in the 12th step it says practice these principles in all our affairs. That, to me, is what a living amends would look like, if we have to use that term, is that I am just acting like a sober member of the world today. There is no such thing as a living amends. Chris puts it also another way, is if you stole somebody's TV, they don't care that you're not stealing TVs anymore. They want their TV back, right? And the truth of the matter is that Mark used to say, how free do you want to be? And if you are resistant on making these amends, the truth of the matter is what do you know that you don't know? How do you know what you don't know? And you have to go back and trust the process. I really wish my husband was here. I was going to jump into 10. Can I jump to 10 and have Charlie come do 8 and 9? Yeah. He just words it better than I do. I just get all bobbly. But the truth is, I made a 35-year-old amends a couple of weeks ago to an old boyfriend that I basically left at the altar. And it was the most moving experience I have ever had in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I always knew in my heart I needed to make this amends to this guy. I mean, I basically, after being with him for 3 years, just walked away, told him I needed a little break, and then left town. Yeah. And most people would say, oh, it's been so long, you don't have to go back there and do that. And, I knew deep, you know that feeling, deep. I needed to go clean that up. I called him, and I said, yeah, it's Kate Osterell. And he goes, no shit. Yeah. And when I met with him, we had lots of tears, and it was moving, and it was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I would have missed that had I not ever met Mark Houston. You know that? Yeah. If I never had somebody really talk to me like that and really wake me up, I would have missed that. There's so many things in this book that we'd miss. So I'm just going to jump to 10, and Charlie's going to come back and Chris do theirs. I love the 10th step, guys. I believe a lot of misconceptions in the 10th step. I believe the 12 and 12, which I think is a good piece of literature, has a tendency to stand in the way of the great. Oh God, you take a beating for that statement. What are you saying? The 12 and 12 is not okay? No, I think the 12 and 12 is good. It just has a tendency to stand in the way of the great. And the great is the big book. There you are, honey. And so the reason why is because, for me, there's lots of really good things. It's an essay. It tells us that our basic text is the most important. But one of the things is in the 10th step, in the 12 and 12, it talks about an evening review. And what he's doing is he's dissecting the different types of inventories when he's talking about them in the 12 and 12 in the 10th step. I mean, in the 12 and 12, they're talking about the different types of inventories that are taken, the 4th step, the 10th step, and the 11th step, right? Those are all inventory steps. Are we all in agreement on that? And so a lot of people have a tendency to believe that the 10th step is the evening review, which is clearly the 11th step in the big book. Now, some people go, well, I mean, 10th step, 11th step, whatever. Oh my God, what's going to happen to our 12-step program if we go, oh, whatever. Oh, well, you know what we meant by that. No, the 10th step is a spot check inventory to be taken in the midst of. Yes? And so here's the deal. Behind the 10th step, it's on page 84, right? Once again, continue. It says this thought brings us to the 10 steps, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory, continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. And it also tells us before that we don't stop doing the 9th step, right? We're going to continue. The 9th step's going to go on forever. I mean, I've met very few people who have actually completed their 9th step. You know, more stuff just keeps bubbling up. So I at this point have not completed my 9th step. And it says, we vigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past. There's our line. We entered the world of the Spirit. Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Growing in understanding and effectiveness, man, I ask for that every day in prayer and meditation, because I'm telling you what, guys, I can become, Charlie said, I'm as subtle as a punch in the mouth. I mean, I am, he said, sometimes talking to me too is like trying to take a drink out of a fire hose. You know, I just come out and just, you know, that is not always growing in understanding and effectiveness. I am sure I've already pissed off some of y'all in here. You know, it's like, oh, come on, try. And I ask for that in my prayer and meditation. There's a lot of verbiage in 10 that I really do take to heart. And it says here it's not an overnight matter. You know, I'm gonna work on this, but it tells me I got to watch for 4 things. And you got your book sitting right in front of you. It says to watch, not wait, which means they're going to be coming. All right? There's a big difference between waiting and watching, because these things are going to come, because that's in my DNA. It's selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. And here's the thing that cracks me up with my sponsees. I tell them all the time, I don't hear from them for, a week. Or when they call, they go, I'm just checking in. Oh, so you're checking in, and I'm calling my sponsor going, man, I am freaking out over here. So, or I am pissed. How do I get in touch with this stuff? And these sponsees I'm just checking in. It's been 14 days. I said, so you haven't had any selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, or fear crop up? What are you doing? Who are you talking to about these things? Because there's 4 things you got to do, right? First one is what? Watch, yes, but ask God to remove it. Second, talk to somebody immediately. Making amends if we have stepped on anyone's toes, which usually happens if we haven't talked to somebody immediately. Yeah, I'm over there stepping on toes right and left, and then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we could help, which basically is just getting me re-God-centered. It's getting me off of self-centeredness and re-God-centered, and it does take all 4 of those things to have that happen, because otherwise. This is how I know when I've got to call my sponsor, is if I'm 20 minutes in my head still thinking about it. I better pick that phone up. I'm not doing very well. Sometimes I can just ask God right away, especially if it's a fear. I can ask God to remove it immediately. That's how I can always tell when I'm spiritually fit, is when my default setting is prayer. When I go right to prayer, when I go to thinking, and then before you know it, man, I am driving and I got a whole shit storm of cussing going on up there. How many of y'all know that one? Where, yeah, you're driving along, you're like, you know, and before you know it, man, I'm into dialogue. And the dialogue is having a life of its own. I said this, and they said this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And I better be picking the phone up pretty quick, man. Because I can't tell you how badly that spins out. And if you believe the first step, Oh man, I'll get so blocked. I'll get so knotted up. And then if I don't do an evening review to verify that I did in fact do the 10th step, I'll wake up the next morning with what? An emotional hangover. Just like the 12 and 12 says. I'll have an emotional hangover and I'll go through the day like this. People are like, how you doing? Oh. And then in about 3 days, I really can't even remember what it was. But before you know it, I got the whole thing. It's just and then I'm just walking along just kind of shooting everybody. Everybody's bugging me. My sponsor always likes to take me back to the line. Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. She likes this part. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease. So you're talking about a vein that runs through me. And this resentment, all of a sudden, I'm getting restless. I'm getting irritable. I'm getting discontent. I call business on the line. Now, I'm mad at Charlie, which happens frequently. I know that's really hard to believe. That you'd be upset with your significant other, right? But we're having, we had just one little, how quickly it gets out of hand. You have a quick little flare up. We're just tuning along. Everything's fine. Just, wow, it's like a heel gave out on you, and you're down. And all of a sudden, I am walking around, I am mad. And then, I haven't called my sponsor, whatever happens. Then a day or two goes by and I don't really have the resolution I'd like for us to have in this disagreement. And then I call some business and the woman on the other end of the line is a little short with me. How many of y'all know that one? I'm like, well, if you'd listen to what I'm saying, and then I become a crazy gal on that phone. And she is getting everything based on what's going on with Charlie and I. See, that's what I'm talking about. We can't afford that. We alcoholics, we cannot afford this. Then, so we've got the 4 things that we are watching for, very crucial. And then we got the 4 things we are to do. And I'm telling you what, my sponsees, when they call me, I go, there is no checking in, guys. I'm not a big fan of checking in. Now I'm talking about the new guy. You got some time, if we haven't touched base in 4 or 5 days, I'm all good with that. But I'm not the guy that's got a couple of years. There's no checking in. You're so running on self-will. You just want to not feel guilty and stay in touch. You know what I mean? When people say, when did you call your sponsor last? Yesterday. And I'm just like, I'd like to have a video camera following you around. See how well you're doing out there. And Charlie and I have talked about that a lot. So then we go here and we talk about love and tolerance of others is our code. Now, I tell you what, that term is used way too freely in AA. Like say if I'm standing there and I'm really angry and somebody goes, love and tolerance is our code. Oh, I want to take you out. Don't be lobbing that out when I'm struggling here. You could lob out something like, wow, Kate, sounds like you're pretty resentful. Yeah, I am, aren't I? Something like that. But the love and tolerance is our code. Like we're some Pollyanna crowd here. That's the kind of stuff that makes me crazy. That is a promise. Love and tolerance is not in my DNA, man. I'm not that gal. I've got to work very hard at these steps to have an entire psychic change to have love and tolerance. I'm all about blaming, right? I am. Okay, you got to nod some more, guys. Y'all are looking at me like, man, that bitch is crazy. You know what I mean? And I am in the right room, right? I didn't step into the PTA, did I? But see, that's what goes on in this head, man. I'm not kidding you. I got some crazy stuff up there. And so when I look at stuff and I go, love and tolerance, that's got to be a promise. Because that's just not who I am. It says, and we've ceased fighting everything or anything or anyone. Mark loved that term. So if I'm fighting you, or I love that Chris said earlier, judgment. Man, I'm judgmental. Wow. It's almost like it's somebody else's voice goes, who do they think they are? Where'd that come from? And then I think, I agree with you, but Then the whole conversation's going on up there. You know what I mean? And wow. So then we come on up to 85, and when it talks about that position of neutrality, safe and protected, I tell my sponsees this all the time. Like they'll call me and go, "Oh my God, I don't know, this job situation. I'm all freaked out if I should do this or I should do that or what should I do?" And I go, "Ho. You're doing the work, man. You are knee deep involved in this process. You are in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. Is there anything you can do about that right now? No. Have you done everything you can possibly do? Absolutely. Then you're in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. Go call a drunk, go work with a drunk, and get out of yourself. Stop that chatter. That's just driven by fear, man. And that baby will take you down 100 roads, and you'll feel every feeling as if it were happening. Don't go there. Don't go there. Thank God she called me. That's what we're talking about. Don't go there, man. Let me walk you off the ledge. How many of y'all know that feeling when you're on the ledge? And yeah, once again, I can't hear God. I need a drunk, man. Somebody talk to me. Somebody talk to me. And you back them off that ledge just far enough to where you go, okay, I got it now. That's that position of neutrality, safe and protected. And then you go carry the message. Because there's no more you can do right now. Okay, that's all I wanted to say on 10. That's enough.
I guess I was out in the parking lot for the start of this one. I apologize. I was returning a message from our daughter that had our grandson over at the pool, and we had
Is everything okay?
terrible problems, honey. Bubbles in the hot tub.
Oh,
she was concerned about the cloudiness of the water and didn't want to. She didn't want to dunk our grandson in there. We just fired our pothead pool boy last week. And, I'm sure you don't have pothead pool boys in Canada, do you? But our daughter was afraid she was going to put our grandson in there and just pull out the bones. So I was having to talk her down. Nice job on 10. I guess, am I doing 8 and 9?
Mm-hmm. 8, 9, some 11.
Okay. Well, we just finished doing 6 and 7. I was talking with the guy during the break, about the pace of working these steps, and I just have to keep going back to trying to do this as rapidly as I can, because when we're working with this guy, I got to keep pushing him through the work, because I really believe that if I don't, I'm going to eventually relapse. If I don't get in touch with this power and remove what's blocking me from this power, I'm going to be real. And I had a great talk with the guy during the break. And is Ian still here? Ian? No, the other one. McPherson? Is that you? Did you write these 2 questions on the? Yeah. He wanted to know what Katie meant when she said cows and cabbage.
Cow eats cabbage.
She said, well, that's an old Texas about, when you tell somebody off, it's like, we really told them how the cow ate the cabbage. That's, it's just an old expression for, letting somebody know what the real deal is, and kind of telling them off. And then stuck like Chuck, is another one that he was a little curious about. I don't know who Chuck is, but, it just means, SOL or, yeah. Okay. How did the cow eat whose cabbage did that cow eat anyway? Sometimes we forget about some of these little Texas colloquialisms. I had a friend that moved from California, and he would just write down the stuff we'd say in meetings because he just thought we were hilarious, And I mean, anytime somebody would come off with some big Texas thing, he'd write it down. And it was a friend of ours, Richard from Texas, that he was in that book, Eat, Pray, Love, and he was in our home group and stuff. But he fished a lot, and he had this little spot that we called his honey hole. They had this one little spot that he would catch a lot of fish in, and a big bass is called a hog. Anybody heard that expression? Like if you catch a big, largemouth bass, they'll call it a hog. Well, Tom, the guy that's always writing down our little Texas expressions, we're all standing around one day after the meeting, and Jeff, who went to La Hacienda, Jeff, he goes, I heard Richard jerked a hog out of his honey hole the other day. And Tom goes, What? We did the 7-step prayer, and it says, now we need more action, right? This is a program of action. Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. You know why there's quotation marks around that thing? It's because it's a direct quotation from the book of James out of the Bible. So I'm not a big Bible guy, but we're quoting outside literature here in the big book again. Anyway, that's a whole other topic I'm not going to go down, but that's why those quotation marks are there. And it says, let's look at steps 8 and 9. Now, Katie addressed this earlier, and we went to a big book study one time, and I thought, hot dog. We got a couple of real authorities here, and it was Mark Houston and Dave F. And I thought, boy, we're going to run up, and I'm going to be able to, because I had a couple of questions that were really bothering me. On page 70 and on page 76 are two different places where it says, we have a list of all persons with harm. And at the end of the 4th step, it says we have a list of the people we've harmed through our conduct, and we're ready to make amends to them. And I'm like, well, I don't really have that list from the 4th step inventory. And then here again on 76, it says we have a list of all persons we have harmed. We made it when we took inventory, and it troubled me a great deal because I'm not good at just blowing off lines here and there out of the big book, I think. And so I go to these guys and I go, but I wound up going to Dave and I go, why does it say we have a list of all persons we have harmed? And he goes, well, and he kind of blew me off. And then, and he says, that's when he goes, you're trying to pick the black out of the pepper. And I go, so I know how you feel when you said the cow ate the cabbage. I'm going, okay. So I go back and I sit down. And then the next meeting he goes, but he says, but I'm anal. He goes, I got to have answers for all. It's all going to make perfect sense to me when the next break. Here I come again. And I go, okay, how come you get to be anal, but I'm trying to pick the black out of the pepper? And we still didn't really get an answer. And then a little while later, I didn't get a straight answer. And I go up to him again at the next break, and I go, okay, let's do it like this. You're sponsoring me. And he goes, okay. And I go, when do I make my amends list? And I still didn't get a straight answer. But, this thing has been troubling me for a long time. And I went to Mark. How many of you guys ever met Mark or listened to him talk? I love this guy, And I go to Mark, and he didn't want to hear a bunch of BS about it. He just goes, if you work with me, the 4th step and the 8th step are going to be 2 separate events. And I was like, okay. I'll never forget the first time we met Mark. We were at this big book weekend, and this guy comes up, and this cute little guy that was there in the deal, and Mark picked on him the whole weekend, and he calls this guy up front, and he says, Brian, do you meditate? And the guy goes, well, I'm a truck driver, and he says sometimes I'll meditate when I'm driving the truck. When I'm in the cab of the truck and I'm driving along, I'll meditate, stuff like that. And Mark goes, okay, Brian, 2 things. In the future, when I ask you a yes or no question, I'm going to expect a yes or no response. Second of all, and he goes, and now I'm going to ask you whether or not you meditate, and it's important for me for you to say no. We're like going, whoa. Oh, no, I skipped that part. He goes, first of all, when you're driving the truck, we want you to be about driving the truck. He goes, we don't want you meditating when you're behind the wheel of a tractor trailer. And then he goes, so I'm going to ask you again if you meditate, and I need for you to say no. And Katie and I were just like, oh, I'm so glad he didn't call me up there, because I did more meditation that weekend than I had done in the previous years of hanging out, So, I know what it's like to not be really up to my ears in this stuff. 8 and 9, we hear a lot when we're talking about removing manifestations of self and that sort of thing. If that's the drive of the work, if it's the root of my problem, which I'm starting to see more and more in this book, we talk a lot about, we lose people in the 4th step, and we lose people, when you get to the inventory process. That hadn't been my experience. If I don't have a driving step 1 experience, you're going to lose me in the 8th step. You're going to lose me in the 9th step. 4th step, we're still talking about my favorite topic in the 4th step, right? We're talking about me. I mean, I may not want to talk about it, but this is all stuff I did. It's my resentments, my fears, my sex life, that sort of thing. But when we get up to 8, and you're telling me that I finally got a little crinkle in my pocket for the first time in years, and you're going to tell me it's not mine? And I got to give it to somebody else. Jamie is one of my favorite sponsees, and I've talked about Jamie from 100 podiums. He's this guy that came up to me one time. I could see him coming at me from 50 feet away. It was one of these pigeon-toed and wearing these shorts. He's got a ring in his nose and dreadlocks out to here and ink everywhere you can see. And what's up, dude? And from 50 feet away, I'm just like, please, God. Don't ask me to sponsor you, and he, here it comes, and he's like, I love this guy. He's one of my best guys. He's one of my best soldiers, and I've got so many Jamie stories. When you see a guy like that, hopeless, alcoholic, dope fiend, hope to die, and have a step 1 experience, this guy is on fire and has been for 4 years. And one of my most recent memories, he came into my office and he was mad at his wife. And by God, this time it is her fault. It is not my fault. It is her fault. And he goes, and I am not making amends to her unless you tell me to, and then I will. But, I'm like, that's my boy there, But what got me started talking about Jamie?
At the 8th step. Oh, God. 8, you're supposed to be on 8 and 9.
Well, it's just, he went ahead. Jamie, I got so many amends stories, but one amends story is I watched this guy go from being this hopeless drunk in in detox where I met him to eventually, flying up to Mount Olive, New Jersey from Texas to make amends for a 19-year-old warrant for his arrest, to the county of Mount Olive. And he knew he could go to jail in that process, and he sat there at our kitchen table on Thursday night and said, the only reason they'll put me in jail is if there's somebody in that jail if there's somebody in that jail that I'm the only one that can get the message to them. That's not the power of Jamie. It's not the power of Charlie Parker. It's the power of God working through these steps in somebody's life. And if you've never gotten to be a piece of some of that, you're missing the real juice of this program. You talk about setting your ass on fire. That's when this deal gets really, really cool. So what I was just talking about, though, that I'm going to bail on the... Oh, I know what got me talking about Jamie. Yes! Oh! One day he calls me up. He's a musician, if you couldn't tell from the dreadlocks and the ink. And he goes, I've been down looking at this new bass guitar, it's really... And I go, Jamie, did you ever make amends to that studio you stole all that equipment from? And, already he knows where this is going. He goes, no, I didn't. I go, that money you got in your pocket, whose is it? And he goes, well, I guess it's theirs. And I go, you want to steal from them twice? And he's like, okay. So he didn't buy the bass guitar, and he starts paying these guys back. That kind of willingness only comes from a rock-solid step 1 experience. That's a guy that believes if he doesn't do this stuff, he's eventually going to get so uncomfortable that the mental obsession returns and he'll drink again. So that's when I talk about step 1 driving everything, that's what powers me through this amends process. Mark sat down at our table, on a Thursday night, and I thought it was so intuitive, that he goes, I just get the feeling we should address the 8th step here. Where are all you guys with your amends process? We had guys with time, 19 years, 20 years, and 8 years, 13 years and stuff. Well, everybody had a ton of unfinished amends, and turns out it wasn't all that intuitive. He knew it was coming. Because all of us, when you take me in and you say, where, I want to go back through the work, and Katie talked on it, I always want to do another inventory, right? Because we're talking about my favorite stuff again, right? But when you go, what about the amends from your last inventory? Do you have any unfinished amends? And we did an exercise at my Thursday night. Where all the guys at the table, we all got spiritual consent with each other. We're all, have given each other permission to call each other on all our stuff. We all went home and we made out an 8-step list. And when we came back a week later, and everybody read their 8-step list out loud to the group. And man, you talk about a powerful experience. Because I can tell you, if you've got a crew of people that you feel like you've got that kind of spiritual relationship with, it's a powerful experience, because you better keep your pen handy. Because while I'm sitting there, and say Chris is reading off his amends list, and you go, forgot about that one. It was little to big. It was stuff all the way from, the guy goes, well, I ate in a lot of restaurants and I walked out without paying them. You're like, oh, damn. And then the next guy goes, I bought gas and drove out of the station and didn't pay. And you're like, well, okay, and I wrote that down, and just a little to big, all kind of stuff, and I robbed my parents of the experience they could have had in having a son, and took away their dreams and their ambitions and that sort of thing. And you're like, okay, I got, I guess I kind of made a little feeble amends to my mother, but it was a powerful, powerful experience, and there's such an experience available in the amends process that most of us have never tapped into, because what happens with most of us is we make that list, and I make the big ones, like Katie was talking about. I make the people that are first touched by that tornado that's roaring its way through people's lives, the first people that get touched by it, I'll make amends to them, because I'm probably going to run into them, my mother, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend, those just the one, or the ones that are eating my lunch. But then what happens? That list has a way of finding its way down into a drawer, and then I just start going to meetings, and maybe I'm sponsoring somebody. And what I started seeing, I tend to transmit my own experience. If my experience in the amends process is weak, my sponsorship in the amends process is going to be weak. Does that make sense? And the other thing that you'll see in the fellowship, the bulk of the advice that you're going to get in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous about the amends process is geared towards not having to make the amends. Did you hear what I said? Most of the advice you're going to get out there is going to be geared towards not having to make the amends. Why? Because they haven't finished their amends process. Nobody wants to be a phony bastard in AA. I don't want to sit there and tell you, you've got to make all of those amends, and let me know how that works. I might try it on myself. But it's unbelievable. I had a sponsee in the Sunday morning meeting one time, and I said, watch this. I said, watch this, Ed. We're going to have a meeting this morning on the amends process, and I'm going to try to get them to talk about direct experience with making the amends. And you watch people dodge the topic. You watch people, they're going to talk about more crap than you've ever heard. And after the meeting, he goes, I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't warned me it was coming. It was unbelievable. At one point I was going, does anybody have any experience with making direct amends? Because it was like, it was hard to get anything out of anybody. One girl, I swear to God, goes, here's another one that sends me to the moon, living amends. The only place that implies living amends in here is it says in the family. It may have a long period of reconstruction ahead. But most of the time, what we hear people describing as living amends is nothing more than practicing these principles in all our affairs. Right? This girl goes, I used to work for this company, and I was embezzling money from them. But I'm making living amends to them now because I'm working at another company and I'm not stealing from them. And I was like, oh my God. I'm sure that's very comforting to the people that you stole, the money from, Can you imagine, Chris, I stole $500 out of your wallet, yesterday, but I'm not stealing today. Does that make you feel any better? Chris has said it from 100 podiums. The lady whose TV I stole doesn't give a flip that I'm not stealing TVs anymore. She wants her stinking TV back. We're talking about making direct amends for all, and there's two really tough words in the 8th step, and it says it twice. All and all. Made a list of all persons we have harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Oh, God, is that tough, because that's why I say, I mean, I don't know how y'all ran, but the way I ran out there, I don't know that I don't think I'll ever stand at a podium of Alcoholics Anonymous and say I have made all of my amends. Now, I hope to one day get to the point where I can say I've made all the amends for harms that I'm aware of. But Katie and I were walking along in Crested Butte, Colorado one time, and she thought I had a stomach cramp because we were in this amends process. The other thing I can tell you is when you get in the spirit of the amends process, stuff is going to start bubbling to the surface. Stuff that I've been kind of punching down, holding like a turd in a punch bowl, trying to hold it down, for us. That's well, yeah, you better.
Any explanation on that?
Yeah. Well, but stuff starts.
People saying back in back. What?
Oh, yeah. Stuff starts popping to the surface, and we're walking along one day, and I go, "Oh, Jesus!" And she goes, "What? And I go, "Oh, one time I was riding my dirt bike by this Mesquite golf course, and I just rode out on the golf course, and I did a donut on the green right around the flag and popped a wheelie and rode off, and guys were running at me, shaking their 7-irons at me and stuff, and like, nah, I mean, I don't know, I had that punch now forever. I called that guy up, I'll never forget it. I'm in the golf business, I called this guy up and I go, "Hey, listen, I need to talk to you about something." I said, one day I was riding my dirt bike past your golf course, and I rode out on the green, and I did a donut around the flag, and I'm really sorry, and I'd like to know how I could make that right. And he goes, "When was that?" And I said, "Best of my knowledge, 1972. And he goes, "I'm pretty sure that grass has grown back by now." And I was like, "Well, I'm really sorry, and I appreciate you, and if there's anything I can do to make it right, I'll be happy to do it." But I mean, and when we're in this process, when we talk about making a list, one of the things that we do in our lineage is we make amends cards. And we'll get out a little stack of 3x5 cards because for some reason this stack of cards, it's not out of the big book. You can use it or do it or not do it. But when it says made a list, once I've made my list of people that I've harmed, I like to go back and get out a little set of 3x5 index cards and write who the person is or what the institution was, what the harm was, their contact information, what the harm was, and then down at the bottom I put 2 other things. Have I harmed you in any other way? What can I do to make this right? Because what happens is part of living a life based completely on self and self-centeredness is I have very little awareness of my effect on other people. When I'm thinking about my motives and my stuff, you ever just been going along and you look up and somebody's hurt and you're like going, "What?" I wasn't trying to do that. And I might go to my sister and go, "Carol, I stole $15 out of your purse one time, and I feel really terrible about that." And then can you imagine her going, "That's the way you think you've harmed me? That's not even in the top 10 of the things that you did to hurt me, And I mean, so then I got to be ready to sit down and listen to that. Have I harmed you in any other way? Because there's a very good chance that there's stuff that I did. I called a friend of mine to make amends the other day. I saw a friend of mine on the television who's a professional comedian, and I knew that there was some bad blood between us. And I had been trying to think, and I called him up the next day. This was just last week, and we spent an hour on the telephone where I said, "Man, I really have a feeling that I have hurt your feelings in some way. I feel an energy between us, and I don't know what it is." And I mean, we talked for an hour, and it wasn't even anywhere close to what I thought I'd done to harm this guy. And it was some pretty significant stuff, and it stemmed from that marriage that we were talking about, and so that thing where he started thinking, he goes, I started watching the way you were behaving. I started thinking maybe you weren't the guy I thought you were, because I used to look up at you as a spiritual mentor, and then I saw you doing, exhibiting some dishonesty in your life and doing stuff that seemed to be outside the values that I thought you had. And it's a tough conversation, but I mean, that wasn't what I thought he was pissed about. It would have never occurred to me. So keep that question in mind about have I harmed you in any other way. And I love the amends cards. I got a stack of amends cards sitting right next to my desk mat at my office right now, and I'll pick them out and I'll flip through them. And it's so funny. This daughter that we talked about, I took her to lunch one day for Vietnamese food, and while we're talking, we're going along having a good time, and I pull out this little card, and I start talking to her about, because, I knew her dad before he died. I've known April since she was 5 years old, and we're talking, and I make a real good amends to her, and we talk about a lot of stuff, and then she goes home to her husband, and we love her husband, and he goes, He made amends to me today at lunch. He started talking to me about all this stuff, and then she goes, he had a card, and Devin's like, what? And she goes, he's got one with your name on it. And I started noticing after that, every time I'd see him, Devin would be like, hey, how you doing? Everything's fine between us, right? Please don't pull that card out on me. Because sometimes they're as uncomfortable hearing it as I am saying it, and there are some times when you have to go, and sometimes the temptation is, one of the things I've noticed in making amends a lot of times is there's a real, sometimes there's an initial reaction, an initial tendency to try to go, oh no, that's nothing. Katie just made amends to a boyfriend that she hurt 35 years ago, and when she first started talking to him, the guy's like, come on. She goes, no, I really need to sit down and talk to you. And the guy wound up crying 4 times during the amends, So this was the same guy that had been saying, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Sometimes you got to press through, and go, this is important. It's important, because I know it's there, and it would mean a lot to me if you'd allow me to clean this up. And it was a powerful experience between her and this guy. It came as a result of her getting to give an AA talk in her hometown, and she got to make several amends that weekend. It was
Tell them about the teacher. That's
part of Katie's story. Y'all were here Friday, a lot of you, right? Well, you know how she talked about cheating in high school? Well, she's always told this story about, breaking into this teacher's briefcase and stealing the answers to the essay questions. And it's always been a funny part of her story and everything. And I get a call one day, they're going, would you like to come speak at the Mouth of the Brazos conference? I said, where is that? He said, it's in Lake Jackson, Texas. And I said, oh, you don't want me. You want my wife. My wife went to high school in Lake Jackson. And so Katie winds up giving the talk, and she said that was very nice of me to give it to her. She goes, I don't think I would have reciprocated. I don't think I would have done that if they'd asked me to come to your hometown. But so when we're talking about self-centeredness, it still lives, But she's getting ready to talk, and I look over, and she goes, Miss Shaw is in the audience with 26 years of sobriety. And I go, who's Miss Shaw? And she goes, the English teacher with the briefcase. And so she was freaked out, and she goes over to her and goes, are you Miss Shaw? And she goes, yes, I am. She goes, are you Al-Anon or A? She goes, I'm 26 years sober in AA. Well, so now Katie has to leave that whole piece out of the story. It had never occurred to her that there was an amends that needed to be made there, And she wound up going to the lady after the meeting, and the lady wound up taking her face in her hands and going, you are forgiven, my child. I used to cheat in high school myself. And, but I mean, it's that thing about when I say, I don't know that I'll ever get to a point where I go, I've made all of my amends, because stuff pops to the surface, Anyway, there are more instructions. How much time do we have left?
You only have about 8 minutes to do 11.
Okay. I just want to tell you there are more instructions on the amends process in the Big Book than there are in any other step. If you look for clear-cut directions, they're in there. If you're flipping through those pages from 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, all the way up to the 9th step promises that start on page 83, there are directions about a lot of situations in our life. What is our real purpose? How do we address the man we hate? What about their part? Money on the middle of page 78. Criminal offenses at the bottom of 78. A prayer for willingness here where it says reminding ourselves that we've decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience. We ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing. Little clue. There's a lot of prayers in the Big Book. Whenever it says we ask, it's usually a prayer. And if it says we ask Him or we ask God, it's always a prayer. So it's worth doing those prayers when you come across them. It goes on to talk about what if we go too far? What if it affects others? What about domestic troubles? What to tell? Longer amends about the stuff about the family. The cyclone. And then there's talks about dealing with the family. And in meditation, it says, so we clean, asking each morning in meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindliness, and love. There's another 9th step prayer. And it goes on to talk about the spiritual life is not a theory. And it talks about how we talk about it to the family, longer amends that we can't make right now. I use this a lot of times for people that have died or people that we can't get in touch with. It says there may be some people that we can't reach. To them we send an honest letter. One of my sponsees wrote a letter to his mother and flew out to California and read it by her graveside. He made several other amends while he's out there. But, there's stuff in here that we can do. If we feel like somebody's not around, we can still make that amends. These 9-step promises are powerful. When Katie talked about step 10, a nice job on that, I've got about 3. Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. Mark H. changed our whole life on prayer and meditation. I don't think we're the only ones in Alcoholics Anonymous that weren't real actively involved in steps 10 and 11. That's why I tell these sponsors and what Katie was talking about, where I go, God, I must be a hell of a sponsor, because obviously none of you guys have experienced selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, or fear in the past week, because I haven't had a 10th step call from one of you in the past week. Or are you talking to somebody else about it? And they'll go, I know I'm not talking to anybody else about it. So what's the deal? Is it possible? We had a guy that would come in every week at the Thursday night meeting and he'd go, I haven't done any evening reviews or any morning meditations and I really need to do that. I'm really going to make a point of doing it this week. And they'd come back in the next Thursday and go, I haven't really done any more of those, but I really need to. And finally we had to offer him a consideration where we go, is it possible that the reason you're not doing any prayer and meditation is because you don't think it's important? And you think you can stay sober without it? Do you believe? Because if I'm going to judge your beliefs by what your actions say you don't think this stuff's important, and you think you can stay sober without it. Maybe you've developed a level of control over this disease that we don't possess. Do my actions show that I'm a person that's convinced that his life run on self-will can hardly be a success? We start rolling into this deal and doing step 11. Holy mackerel. You talk about something that changes your day. I mean, and I love Bob D is a good friend of ours. And he tells a beautiful story about he's gone to ashrams, he's sat at the feet of the Dalai Lama, he's done all this stuff. And he had a sponsee come to him one time and go, I want to start meditating. And the guy goes, and he didn't have time to mess with him. And he goes, why don't you just do what it says in the book? Right? The guy starts doing 86, 87, and 88 every morning right out of the book, following the clear-cut directions, exactly what it's telling him to do. He goes, in a few weeks, he was doing a lot better than I was. And it's that thing where you're going, hell, let me try that on myself. So there are clear-cut directions in here on the 11th step. Now, this thing about, when Katie said the evening review is not part of, if you chair a meeting on the evening review, I guarantee you half the room will go, I'm glad we're talking about the 10th step. And it's clearly in 11. It's the 12 and 12 that muddies the water up. Because at the bottom of 85, it says step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. So we're in step 11. And you turn the page and it says, when we retire at night, we constructively review our day. The interesting thing about this evening review is it's an exact reflection of how I've been doing in the 10th step. Remember, Katie said there's 4 things I'm watching for in the 10th step. Selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. There's 4 things I do about it. What are they? I talk to somebody else about it. I talk to God about it. I make amends if I need to. And I turn my attention to somebody I can help. And it says love and tolerance of others is our code. Well, now look at the evening review. We constructively review our day. Was I resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Aren't those the 4 things that we're supposed to have been watching for in step 10? And remember the 4 things it said to do about it? Have I kept something to myself which should have been discussed with another person? Do I owe an apology? Right? That was the second. Was I kind and loving towards all? Now here's where I start bringing God into it, because if it was the same as the 10th step, why would we put it in there twice? But here it's saying, how'd you do in the daily spot check inventory? At the end of the day, I just go, what did I let anything slip through my 10th step? And then it says, what could I have done better? Was I thinking of myself most of the time, or was I thinking what I could do for others, what I could pack into the stream of life? But I got to be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. Why? Because that makes Charlie not feel good? No, because here's that selfish program crap again. It says, for that would diminish my usefulness to others. Going into worry, remorse, morbid reflection, I'm not any good to anybody. So we're looking at this stuff effectively and constructively, but I'm not going to go into my pity pot about what a turd I am, because I'm not going to be usefulness to anybody under that way. After making up my review, I ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken. So that's the evening review. Pretty clear-cut directions, wouldn't you say? It doesn't have to be at 11 o'clock when I'm getting ready to lay into bed. It can be when I come home from evening. So I have a terribly hard time doing an evening review. I wanted to change it to the morning review for a while, because I always seem to do it the next morning. But it can be when I get home from work. It can be before I start watching TV. It can be after this. But, at some point I need to look at how did I do today, if I'm trying to walk the spiritual path. Y'all with me on that? All right, so what do I do in the mornings? How much time I got? None?
3 minutes.
On awakening. On awakening. So let's see. When do I do this? Do I do this on awakening? Let us think about the 24 hours ahead. See if you hear any clear-cut directions in here. Okay, I wake up and I go, okay, let's think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. All right, what do I got going on today? Before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking. God, please direct my thinking. All right? Are we doing it so far? Especially asking that it be divorced from 3 things: self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. I'm still laying in the bed, right? This is upon awakening. Under these conditions, I can employ my mental faculties with assurance. For after all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. We could have a whole meeting on thought life. I don't know about you guys, but when I got here, I thought my thought life was the entire world. If I thought it, it's reality, because I'm hearing myself thinking it, and it sounds good, and it's true. And being able to sometimes step outside of my thought life and see, wow, look what happens when Charlie gets scared. Look what happens when Charlie feels shame. Look what happens when, and so now it's saying my thought life will be on a much higher plane when my thinking is cleared of wrong motives. That could be a whole topic in itself right there. In thinking about my day, I may face indecision. Right? We may not be able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought, or a decision. We relax and take it easy. It's implying to me that God is going to start giving me intuitive thought. That's a pretty huge promise. This is not the same guy that rolled into page 24. This is saying that, if I calm down, it's amazing how many times God will give me the right thought or action. I'm often surprised how the right answers have come after I've tried this for a while. Practice, practice, practice. Trying this thing over and over and over again. What used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. This is that vital 6th sense that the book talks about. And then it goes on to talk about it, I may do some stupid stuff, but it says, my thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. I start to rely upon it. And then it says, we usually conclude the period of meditation with a prayer. Well, it's funny. We talked about that 1936 dictionary a little bit earlier, because I always thought, if you look up meditation in that dictionary, it says deep thought, thinking abstractedly, directed thinking. Because the definition of meditation changed in the 60s with the a lot of Eastern religion influence and Ravi Shankar and some of that stuff. I came to think that meditation meant sitting in the lotus position and doing ohms and doing 30 minutes of quiet time. That stuff is awesome, along with what the book is saying to do. But what they're saying in the form of meditation is this deep thought, this directed thinking of asking God to direct my thinking, thinking about the day, asking that it be removed from this sort of thing. See what I'm saying? It's not necessarily, I do silent meditation. Katie does positive prayer and directed thought and a lot of Emmett Fox stuff. But along with what the book is saying. Does that make sense? Try these clear-cut directions. Try just getting up in the morning. If you haven't been doing anything, get up in the morning and try the upon awakening. Walk right through those definitions. Ask when it says ask. Pray when it says pray. Pause when it says pause, and see how it goes for a while. It's amazing stuff. And then it says, talks about, emphasize the principles we've discussed, and there are many helpful books, suggestions. And then there's a part of the 11th step that gets skipped over a lot. We hear a lot about pause. It says, as we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful. Katie's the first one I ever heard say that pause is a promise. Pause is only available to me when I'm in the work. Right? If I'm blocked, if my head's running like the chatter of 1,000 monkeys, I ain't pausing. It ain't coming. Does that make sense? But I used to think it stopped with pause. I use a little acronym. PARS. We're back to golf now. Pause. It gives me 4 directions here. Pause when agitated or doubtful. Right? Tough work. But the other thing I notice is I know when I'm agitated, but I'm almost never doubtful. Am I the only one? Does the term often wrong but never in doubt mean anything to anybody? It's like, I pause when agitated or doubtful. But then you hear that a lot in meetings, but there's 3 more instructions after that. It says we ask for the right thought or action. We constantly, now it's going to restate the deal in step 3 again, as it does many times in the book, constantly reminding ourselves that so the word reminding ourselves that we're no longer running the show, saying to ourselves many times each day, thy will, not mine, be done. I think, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands. I think most of us would be lucky if we've ever said a couple of times each day, thy will, not mine, be done. My sponsees are striving for saying to ourselves several times each day, thy will, not mine, be done. Because that's what it's telling me to do. It's taking me back to the deal in the 3rd step. So there's a lot of work that can be done in this PARS thing. Pause, ask, remind, and say. Then there's the 11th step promises. We're then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. I become much more efficient. I don't tire so easily, for I'm not burning up energy foolishly as I did when I was trying to arrange life to suit myself. And I love this. It says it works. It really does. Turn to page 62. Remember why I'm going to quit playing God? It didn't work, right? If you're running the deal is working real good, rock on. But if you're running into the wall like I do when I'm on self-will, it says it doesn't work. And then back here it says this works. It really does. It says we alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. Give it a try. It's awesome stuff. Katie, did you want to say?
No, we're going to take a break, and then Chris is going to do 12.
We're going to take a break, and then Chris is going to talk about step 12. Thanks a lot for listening, everybody.
Guys, y'all have been great today. Y'all have truly your butts are sore. Got to be sitting. My name is Chris Framer. I'm a very grateful recovered alcoholic.
Hey, Chris.
And I'm also a recovered drug addict, and I'm honored to be in the room with you guys. And as it turns out, so many times we preach to the choir. You know, we're talking to the cream of the crop, the little thumpers from hell, and it's just such an honor to know you. It's the best to get a chance to talk to some of you guys that have emailed us over the years, and we've talked to you on the phone, and you get to put a name with a face, and it's just an absolute honor. And I want to thank you guys for coming, and thank you guys for shucking out the cash to make it happen. It's self-supporting through our own contributions. And so I had a guy stop me not long ago in another state in town. He said, well, how much do y'all charge to come speak? And it's like, buddies, it's expenses. It's a plane ticket and a cheap motel. Of course, they gave us a plane ticket and a really nice motel.
Yes,
good God, that. So we appreciate the daylights out of it. I want to talk about this 12-step business a little bit. There's making clear going in that there's a difference between the book talks about working with others and sponsorship, and we may hit both a little bit. But the requirements, the necessity. We talked about the three parts of the program, the three legacies that were given to us, and it's one of the things that our sponsorship lineage talked a lot about, and our lineage goes. We can trace it straight back to Dr. Bob, and that doesn't make us better than anybody. It just means that the simplicity of the message is quite clear. You work the steps at a quick pace, you have a spiritual experience, and then you turn around and help somebody else have the same experience. And it's not an option. And, I suppose going into this, 75 years, next week we'll have probably better than 75,000 alcoholics, and I'm sure there'll be a few dope fiends sneak in the mix there a little bit. But folks descend on San Antonio for the international conference over there, and if any of you guys make it over there, we'll be there, and just find us. It'll be a cool adventure there. But the sense of 75 years is how long we've been here as Alcoholics Anonymous. If y'all read the history of what went on before 75 years, it was pretty dismal. The cats that are the real alcoholics, the real drug addicts in this room that are truly powerless over these substances. Folks, we died by millions since recorded time, horrible deaths, and we got the solution that works. And it's proven to work for all addictions, and yet we have a tendency to want to water this message down to a spot where it doesn't work for anybody. And it's like I did some damage early on, I think, in my zeal for trying to carry the message. We pushed a lot of people away in our roughness and our gunslinger mentality. You quoted the wrong page, you stupid son of a bitch, and it's like, but a lot of us in this room, we study the book and we understand what's in all the fellowships. So we got Al-Anon here, and I know some of Cocaine Anonymous and All Addictions Anonymous, and I know we got some Narcotics Anonymous folks. But in all of our fellowships, we study the literature, and we get enough information to be really, really dangerous if we're not careful. And without the love and tolerance and a little appreciation for what people are going through. I don't want any of y'all to ever to misunderstand where we're coming from. I think a sense of urgency is there. I think a sense of rigidity at a certain point is necessary. There is only one message. One. That's the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. That was the original textbook. This is where it came from. We have other literature that's since been written in Alcoholics Anonymous. Again, it's been said. I'm going to say it again from the podium. A lot of that literature has gone out of its way to distract us from the basic textbook that we started with. You can read any of Alcoholics Anonymous pamphlets. If you're not careful, it'll read question and answers on sponsorship. If you want to be completely just have the breath taken away from you about sponsorship. Go up to somebody that's fixing to think about sponsoring somebody. They're a few months sober and they've had a spiritual experience and they want to start working with others. And then hand them a pamphlet, that Q&A on sponsorship. Say, well, here you go, buddy. This is what you need to brush up on before you can sponsor. Then the next shot you'll hear is them shooting themselves in the back room. Because somewhere deep down inside that pamphlet, over towards the very end, it says you might want to bring those people through the 12 steps. I mean, basically, it'll distract you from our primary purpose about what we're doing. This idea that we can get sober and then all of a sudden that we have all the answers, Have y'all seen it in meetings? You've got some guy that's always this opinionated bastard in there telling you if you shouldn't be taking antidepressants. It's like, oh my God, when did you get your MD? I didn't know. And I'd divorce that asshole. Oh, no kidding. Now, you're a marriage counselor now, too, I suppose, Oh, you don't need to make that amendment. It's the statute of limitations is gone. Oh, how cool. And you're a lawyer, too. Oh, my God. I think all of us should just shut up about stuff that we're not trained to do and do the one thing that we are trained to do. And that's to show the newcomer how to have a spiritual experience. I know some of y'all vehemently disagree with this, but I'm saying this is why we can't keep. I mean, you asking a little newcomers, well, why don't you want to work with a new guy? You with us? And Myers talks about it better. My twin brother, he talks about it better than anybody I know. Basically, if you can wear them down long enough, they'll finally just say they'll tell you the truth. They say because I don't know how. I'm afraid I'll hurt them. You follow? I don't have time. Because we've painted this picture that the minute you start sponsoring, that your life ceases to be your own and it becomes you're engulfed with all these other little lives. And it's true to a point, but that's not the way it needs to be. Again, there's so much misunderstanding about what this entails. Bill Wilson, in 3 places in the book, you remember from the very front, page 56, it talks about the cornerstone, and then it talks about on page 62, it talks about the keystone, the arch in which we're going to walk, and then what's the foundation stone? I was in a meeting not long ago and I says, guys, what is the foundation stone that the book talks about? Everybody in a place. It was first step. First step is the foundation stone. First step, it's not. Working with others is the foundation stone. That's what this whole thing is about. And then why is it that as a fellowship, it is turned to a spot where it's optional? I was talking to a guy that come back into the hospital not long ago. This guy's had such a tough time staying sober. And I asked him, he's been to treatment probably 6 times, and I asked him, I said, buddy, give it to me straight. How come you relapsed? He said, oh, Chris, I know why I relapsed. I got up that day and I forgot to ask God to keep me sober. Oh, my God. And some of you are not laughing because you think that that's necessary. Nowhere in the big book does it say I got to do that. Again, that drops us back to a self-help program. If I have to walk on tiptoes and just walk this line and make everything just perfect, you with us? You forgot to ask God to keep you sober, so that's why you got loaded. That's a lie. That's not true. Y'all understand? It's an easy cop-out way. Ask the guy 2 seconds later. No. Let me ask you a question. Have a good one, brother. Let me ask you a question. I said, get down to brass tacks. How many guys were you sponsoring? This guy was out a year and a half. How many guys were you sponsoring? None. Book said, Bill, we read it last night in Bill's story. You can't survive the certain trials and low spots ahead unless you work with others. It's not an option. That's how we get out of our head. That's how we give this whole circle triangle business. What goes around comes around. Y'all understand that? The little stuff that I do over here is going to affect me back over there. That's just spiritual principles. Working with others is not an option. But I understand, guys, that it's uncomfortable. It's easy to say. That's why we got so many people spinning their wheels in the steps. I got a guy I'm sponsoring right now, so I think I need to go back through a 4-step. We just did a 4-step. You probably haven't made all your amends yet. Now it's time to let's go. Let's start working with some drama. I don't think I'm ready yet. Don't care if you think you're ready yet. Didn't ask you if you thought you were ready. I said, let's go get another drunk. Y'all understand that? Nobody's ready. Any of you guys oh my God. This is the most uncomfortable thing in the world. God dang, I'm about 2 months sober and this little guy comes up after the meeting and just... I can see him coming. It's just exactly what Charlie was talking about. And this little guy's coming, and I look back down at my baby. Oh God, please no, because I'd said something in the meeting, and I'd made a mistake. I made eye contact with this guy. I'm a cook, and he's a cook, and I was like, and I said, oh no, and he's, keep coming back. It works, and I'm looking down because I don't want him to come over. And sure shit, and here he comes. Like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Yeah, okay. Anyway. So I gave him my number. We talked for a little bit. I get on home and somebody calls and on the phone, and this girl that I'm with at the time, she says, he's on the phone. The guy wants to talk to you. And I said, oh, no. I'm not here. You know? Because I don't want to talk to this guy because I don't know what... And she said, yes, you are here. And this is like... Anyway, he wants me to come talk to him a little bit, and so I do. And he works at the Kettle down the street, and so I go down and I'm going to sit with him. He's got to go to work at 10. You with us? The meeting was at 8, and we're going to sit there for an hour until he goes to work so he won't drink. He's brand new. Works, okay, that's fine. That's all I got to do is I talk to him. She said, yeah, and don't forget your big book. And I was like, oh, shit, okay. So I take the big book, and we sit down. You with us? 2 hours later, I come back, and she's all freaked out. She thinks we both got drunk, you know, because I'm brand new in this. But I walk back into the room, and she goes, and she finally catches full light of me, and she says, what happened to you? Wow. You're not going to believe what just happened. Man, I just told him some stuff that was going on, and you know what? He understood everything I was saying. He could identify exactly with me working on the line and flipping eggs and wanting to drink, and God dang, we just got carried away. I'm sorry I'm late, but God dang, y'all follow. Have you ever been in a deal like that? All of a sudden, the connection's made. Oh my God, I still want to cry every time I think about it. Listen, guys. That's what it's about. Now, here's a little guy that spent 10 years in therapy, standing in front of mirrors, telling myself what a good boy I am. I'm sorry. I'm not going to knock it. It works for you. That's great. But I'm going to tell you, you want to feel great about yourself. You want to finally feel some purpose on this earth. You sit down across the table from a little alcoholic, a little crackhead from hell, you know, who thinks that nobody understands what he's been through. You with us? And all of a sudden, all you got to say is a few little words, and all of a sudden the common bond is made. And what he's going to ask you eventually is, how did you get sober? And we've laughed about it from 1,000 podiums, buddy. That's when you set the hook, buddy. You got this big book right here, and the same thing that got you sober is going to get him sober. Because it's the same thing that got my sponsor sober, and the same thing that got his sponsor sober, and the same thing that got his sponsor sober, and the same thing that got Dr. Bob sober, Bill. You with me? Yes. We don't have to reinvent the stupid wheel here. You're not counselors. You're not therapists. They ask you about that, give them a phone number of a qualified person to go to. We're not some kind of a stupid cult. We're a spiritual program of action. Our job is to share our experience, strength, and hope with that newcomer so that they can come and have the same cool life we've got. But we're the only people equipped to do that. Somewhere along the line, guys, I'm going to tell you, and I think I know where, we got way off the page. Last night in the story we were talking, the treatment centers got involved in this business in the 70s in the United States. Huge. It used to be back before the 70s. If you needed treatment, buddies, I'm telling you, you had to go to a hospital and get detoxed professionally and blah, blah, blah. And I got to tell you, they passed some laws in the United States to make treatment centers okay on every corner. They were like Tim Hortons. They were just like, what? There's another one. They opened up and we're grinding down a lot of these people, and every one of these places they're cranking out. Some of these places had the clear message out of the book, and some of these places were so far off page it's not even funny. You with us? That's why we got so many people with so many opinions about this. I got this. A lot of you guys have heard me read this. Got it out of a box 459 I think it was in 2000. And there was a little article called Intergroup Ask, Where Have All the Volunteers Gone? I was fascinated when I read it. It says, the most frustrating thing about answering Intergroup's phones, this is in New York, says Bob R., manager of the Intergroup Association in New York City, is finding an AA member willing to take a 12-step call for some sick alcoholic who has phoned us for help. Sometimes it takes up to 20 calls to identify just one willing volunteer. Some of the responses we hear when a live member actually does answer the phone: what's a 12-step call? How did you get my phone number? Do you mean you actually want me to talk to someone who's still drinking? Oh my gosh. The saddest response came from a member who exclaimed, no, I can't do it. I'm busy all day. Today is my sobriety anniversary. That guy's going to die. You know that? I mean, I don't know. We read it, but to give you a clear idea of what this is about. Some of you guys, you're in little clusters where everybody understands their little marching orders. But the truth of the matter is, guys, most of those people out there in the real world sitting in mainstream AA don't understand that this is our job. You know, working with a drunk is the gravy to the whole thing. All the rest of the 11 steps get us ready to do this thing called the 12th step. If you don't, it's like just like nothing but foreplay, but never the orgasm. It's like, I don't know why, I don't want to do this anymore. It's not fun. No shit. I'm with you. I probably have come up with a better analogy, but I mean, I'm just saying, you know, this is, It's optional, and everybody wants to let everybody off the hook. And it's this, the bottom line is as you work the 12 steps, then you get the good stuff, and that's the opinions just all over the world. You can't sponsor till you're 2 years sober. You can't sponsor till you're a year sober. You can't chair a meeting till you're 6 months sober. You can't do that. But nowhere in the book does it say that. If you read the history, what is different between Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob and the first 100 that got sober in 1935? What is different from them and us today? We have some different drugs out there that are goofy that we didn't have back then, I suppose. But the disease hasn't changed a damn bit. What's different? But it was not optional back then. We got you sober so you could come with us and help us carry the message of hope. That's how this thing spread and grew. And somewhere along the line, we got complacent. This is why I still say our success rates are so low today. In Alcoholics Anonymous, I can guarantee you, because we simply don't work with others. We sit in meetings, open discussion hell, and talk about our day and your effing grandkids one more time. And everybody, oh my gosh, how cool is that? No offense. And then we go home and gradually get uncomfortable in our skin, and the obsession comes back and we drink. You follow? And then the old timers flip it back in our lap. You just didn't want it bad enough. Y'all understand? When do we remember that our primary purpose is to carry this message? People hang around AA for years. I know there's some of you in here that have been here for years and years and years and have never sponsored someone. And I'm not trying to shame you here at all. I'm just trying to say you are missing the coolest miracle on earth. The beauty of seeing what this program looks like in all of its facets, in all of its layers. The whole world is confused about what AA is today. Watch Hollywood. Read the literature. Read 1,000 books. We're the punchline of every stupid joke out there. Because the clear message has been so watered down. Make sense? God almighty, it freaks me out. I'm going to show you something real quick. I got this from a little guy in another fellowship. His parents gave me this card. I knew the parents. I didn't know this gentleman that wrote this. He's dead now. He's passed away. But he wrote this on one of his trips to another treatment center. At the end of this little letter, it says, I hope to one day make you all proud that you have me in your lives. Maybe someday, down the line, I can freely give to others that which has been freely given to me. Did you get it? Maybe someday, when I'm perfect, and I have time, and it fits in my schedule, and all the stars line up, maybe then I can get a chance to go work with a drunk. This is not convenient. Everybody wants to get sober. Everybody wants to do this right up until the point somebody asks them to do something that they don't want to do. Y'all follow that? Remember the nights you got to get up Thursday night and there's something great on TV and you got to go chair the meeting and shoot. And you turn the TV off and go chair the meeting? Yeah. How cool is that? Yeah. And then you leave the meeting saying, that's why I chaired the meeting. That's why I did it. Because the miracle starts to take place when we get to do things that we don't really want to do. I don't want to work with drunks. Y'all understand that? For a shy guy like me, and I am off this podium, I don't want to work with drunks. I don't want to sit and spend time with somebody else. But I got to tell you, the miracle that takes place as a result of doing this will blow you out of the water. It absolutely leaves me speechless. One of the reasons that people don't want to do it is that they make it so goddamn complicated. It's just not. It's just, what's our job as an alcoholic? What's our job as a sponsor? If we're sitting there working with somebody, what are we supposed to do? Let me give you the rundown, because it's not that difficult. Again, everybody thinks they have to know the book and have it memorized. It's just, you have to have an experience of working the steps, and basically that's it. The first thing I'm going to do with a newcomer, when I find out he comes up and talks to me, he wants me to sponsor him for whatever reason. You with us? I separate the wheat from the chaff. I get a lot of people that want me to sponsor them because of this, because what I speak from the podium. And they think, oh, you'd be a great sponsor. But see, my time is so stretched out. If you need somebody with a lot of time and attention, I'm not a good sponsor for you. And I talk to them about that going in the door. But the first thing I do, Scott and I were talking about it, first thing I do is I qualify this cat. Earlier when I'm talking about this singleness of purpose, I came across pretty rigid. I want to make sure y'all understand. My job as a responsible member of this fellowship is to qualify the newcomer and make sure he's in the right room. You with us? We have over 200 12-step fellowships out there. I think it's pretty arrogant of us to think that AA can treat it all. There's some wonderful fellowships out there that focus on treating it all. They're prepared for that. The cats in AA are not. We're there to treat drunks. If you happen to be a drunk and an addict, you come on, we can help you out. We got you covered. Y'all follow? But our job is to qualify this little newcomer and make sure that he understands what this is about. I got sober in 87, and about 2 years later, one of my best friends, he went back out again. And every time we sat down with this guy for those 2 years, we'd go to coffee after and eat, go to Denny's and eat a sandwich or something. And he said, and we had more conversations about this. He said, don't you ever wonder if you're really an alcoholic or not? You with me? I don't ever wonder that, because I had a sponsor that night in 1987, after 7 years of wondering that, I had a sponsor sit down and open the book and ask me the 2 questions to qualify me for the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And once I qualified myself, I knew I was home. You with us? There wasn't any question. I don't know if I'm an alcoholic or not. Shame on us, exactly what we talked about. Whose responsibility was that? We assume that the newcomer knows the questions. How arrogant of us. Y'all understand that? It's like I was telling you about that meeting I went to in San Antonio not long ago, and I walked into the rooms and nobody qualified. They didn't ask me if I was sober, if I was new to the program. They didn't ask me anything. They just said, welcome to our meeting, and that was it. They didn't show me where the bathroom was. They didn't tell me where the coffee was. They didn't show me. If I'd have been a newcomer, I would not. Next time you're in a home group meeting, close your eyes and sit in the back of the room and let everybody else share, okay? And close your eyes and see if during that meeting you could glean enough to get an adequate presentation of the program from that meeting. What an experiment that would be. Y'all understand? I've done it in my own home group and was sickened by what I heard. We forget. We assume that the newcomer knows the questions to ask. They don't. They're scared. Remember the first time you came in? Yeah. We just need to grab these little guys and take care of them and nurture them while they're there, because we may only get one shot. That's the bottom line. Dr. Bob said it, supposedly in his writings, carry the message, and if you must, use words. Yeah. We're going to sit down and qualify this little cat. We're going to ask him the 2 questions. The summation of those questions are on page 44. Drinking, control. Can you control it once you put it in your system? And given sufficient reason, can you stop and stay stopped? Nope. Welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. Y'all follow? It's just that simple. We don't give a rat's butt about your DWIs or the liquor stores you robbed or the blackouts. The book uses 2 questions to qualify an alcoholic. And I got to tell you guys, in my other fellowships and with the drugs, we've used the same 2 questions to qualify them too. It's just that simple. Make sense? Stay out of the drama. Sat down with this guy and I'm going to ask him point blank. I says, are you going to be willing to go to any lengths to do this? Everybody does that. You with us? These guys come to treatment. Are you willing to go to any length? Yeah. And he's crying and slinging snot. And I'll give my firstborn child. I'll do anything to get well. You with us? And about 3 days later, just exactly like Katie said, their egos start to rebuild themselves. Now they're sitting in the back of the room with their sunglasses on, their arms folded, and they're not quite sure now. You know? Maybe I was being a bit rash last night. About the time the Ativan starts to leave their system, the detox, and oh my God. I explained to them what any links looks like. We're going to work the steps quickly, do exactly what the book instructs us to do, and then we're going to go get us another drunk. You with us? We're going to go to some meetings. We're going to sponsor some people eventually. That's the culmination. If they're willing to do that, I'm willing to take them through. I'm going to make it perfectly clear from the beginning that we're going to work the steps quickly. I know some of the fellowships don't agree with that. I'm coming straight out of the big book, and it says quickly. You with us? Fearless and thorough from the very start always gets translated to take your time. That is not what it means. I've used the analogy 1,000 times. My wife wants me to be fearless when I'm washing dishes, fearless and thorough from the very start. You with us? That means, Chris, quit leaving stuff in the sink. Wash them all. But don't take 6 months to do it. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm going to sit down with this guy afterwards. I'm going to explain what the deal is. I'm going to show him. We're going to talk seriously about this accountability. I was talking to a little brother. We've got a little Mad Dog group that gets together every other Thursday, and we hold each other accountable. Where are you at in the circle and triangle? And that's my job as a sponsor. I'm going to get you through the steps. I'm going to talk to you about the traditions. I'm going to introduce you to some of the AA-related literature that we're talking about. But my main job is to hold you accountable to make sure you're in line. You with us? That means what? Y'all ever hear the term AA etiquette? It's kind of a lost art in certain parts of this world. I can assure you, y'all are the classiest people I know. But back in Texas, sometimes it gets a little goofy. AA etiquette is important, and this is what these old timers took time with me to show me when I got there, so that I wouldn't embarrass myself in public. It makes sense? Little guys that come in like that and say, "Oh, let him have his own experience," and then they get their feelings hurt, and then they leave and they never come back. You with us? Because nobody told them that it wasn't appropriate to do what they're doing. I'll give you an example. What about just the singleness of purpose business that we're talking about? Why is it that we got off the page with this, I'm an alcoholic and an addict? Y'all follow? If you're in an AA meeting, why don't you just introduce yourself as an alcoholic? Because anything else you add to that is going to separate you from the person sitting next to you. You with us? What are we trying to do here? Because we saw this in the 80s in treatment. I'm an alcoholic and an addict and a sex addict and a compulsive gambler. And oh shit, there's one more. I'm forgetting what it is. It's like, oh, what? And the guy sitting next to you moves his chair over a little bit, you know, because he just wanted to talk to another drunk. Y'all understand? Oh my gosh. When I'm in Narcotics Anonymous or Cocaine Anonymous, I introduce myself as a drug addict. I'm not an ANDA. Mark was the one that cleared me up on that stuff. Chris, why do you do that? Are you a good sign painter? And I said, no, I'm a crappy sign painter. Then why don't you introduce yourself as a crappy sign painter? Same thing, isn't it? I thought it was the truth. I talked to the guys about being punctual. Y'all have been great today. I can't believe we can herd this many cats back in this room as well as we did. You know, get your coffee, sit down early, get ready for the meeting. You know, if you got to get up and go, you're a little just like that. Well, just go. You know. I can't imagine what her bladder looks like. Oh my God, it's just like tiny. It's like just constant. We talk seriously about getting up. You got to go do that. But I've watched these guys in the meetings that sit there, you know, half a dozen times getting up. Have you ever been at a podium trying to share something and get something from the heart like this, and a guy gets up and got them goddamn flip-flops on, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, right in front of the click, clack. Going to go get him stop, talk to the little brother on the end, and goes back and gets his coffee like that, just oblivious to what's going on. But you see, I used to do that until somebody said, Chris, it's disrespectful. Get your coffee and sit for an hour. 45 minutes, you can do it. I know you can do it, you know? Dress appropriately. I've come from work and old busted out shirt and cut offs with, you know, not good. You know what I'm saying? And wondering why people didn't treat you with respect. He says, buddy, just clean up a little bit. You know, you're coming. This is a picture here. You know, you got a businessman coming in, and here you look like you just crawled out from under a bush. Why don't you, you know, come on, guys. We're not supposed to dress up for these meetings, but God dang, pay attention. You know, again, somebody's watching you. Make sense? How are you dressing in a meeting? God dang. Put some clothes on. Be appropriate. My sponsor talked to me specifically in AA about not chanting. Y'all may be in an area where they chant, but we do people a really disservice, especially in treatment, when we don't tell them about this. Y'all follow? Y'all know what I'm talking about, the chanting? When you read how it works, 1, can't believe it, but 2, you know, and it's just like, come on, everybody, chant. And the little guy gets out of meeting. Oh, in Texas, and especially in Cocaine Anonymous, they just do it nonstop, and it's chanting like a 3-ring circus in there. And it's like it's appropriate, I suppose, in the fellowship if you're there. And y'all, but to tell the newcomer, you with us? You put a big target. I'm new, you know. Just don't do that. It's not that. Talk to these guys about service commitment. Guys, there's nobody in Alcoholics Anonymous that gets by without a service commitment. Y'all are clear with that, aren't you? You get a job in AA, and I promise you'll stay sober. You don't get a job in AA, and I promise you'll get bored to tears, and you won't stay sober. Get a commitment. My guys, I got to tell you guys, I'm watching the guys I'm sponsoring. I'm paying close attention to what they're doing. And if they're not jumping for responsibility, I'm asking them when we get to our accountability what they're doing there. No free ride. Come on, guys. How many people died so that we could be here today? And the least we can do is like participate wherever we can. Same people every year, do the conferences, do the coffee, do all the setup, and everybody else gets the free ride. It's like, what can you do next year to participate, to help? This is just going to help you stay sober. Working with others, we talked to the sister earlier about this. On page 129, it gives me clear marching orders. Early sobriety, go work with a drunk. You follow? Don't listen to that nonsense that you're not sober enough to help anybody. My guys, I'm going to tell you it's not in the big book, but health and exercise is so goddamn important it's not even funny. We talk to these guys about that nonstop. So this big book refers to it, but they don't get down to brass tacks about it as much as I do, because I just think it's important. So many people think that they can get all of this that they need from just doing the work, and the truth is they've sat on their butt for all these years. They're in bad shape, and they need them. You know, buddy, you don't need another 4-step. You need to get off your butt and go walk around the block a couple of times. Get the heart rate up a little bit. You'll feel a lot better. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I know. Real quick, guys. But the people that I've watched get active in this fellowship and do this work are the ones that are staying sober. The people that want to let them off the hook. Again, we talked, some of these kids don't seem to need to do anything in order to stay sober. I don't know what to say about that. That's not my experience. But the little guy that comes to me, I owe them the responsibility. Bill Wilson says that each of us have a responsibility to give the newcomer an adequate presentation of the program. What does adequate mean? It means do I have enough to fulfill my responsibilities in Alcoholics Anonymous, to give back? That's all we're asking. And if you can do that. Some people say, no, they don't want to play. Then bye-bye with them. Guys, I've never fired a sponsee, but I've said this to many of them. Maybe it's perhaps time that you find somebody else to work with that would help you a little bit more, because I'm obviously not reaching you. Make sense? Because we're not going to hang on to people. How many of you guys as sponsors in here realize the times that you spend about 90% of your time working with 1 or 2 people and about 10% of your time working with a whole bunch of other people? You follow? There's a problem with those 2 that you're spending all your time with. Because if you're spending your time with these guys and they don't even seem to want it, it's time to go focus on the ones that do want it. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Nobody's kicking anybody out. Nobody's firing anybody. But guys, I'm going to give it to the people that really want it. That's what this is about. Bill Wilson in the front of the book, he says, each of us in our own way get to carry the message of hope to the newcomer. And that's the piece that I want to leave you with real quick. I think Bill Wilson means what he says when he wrote that. Each of us in our own way. If we can all get on the same playing field, one of the biggest problems we have in our fellowships, and all of our fellowships, is the stupid meeting formats. Some of you guys go to groups and they've had the meeting formats there for 20 years. You're with us? And they have never been changed or tweaked. They're not working. Nobody's staying sober to speak of. You with us? But we've got the same formats. And the traditions allow us to change these formats. More literature-based meetings would allow us to push more people through this work so we could come out the other side and be more useful. Make sense? So working with others ceases to be an option in those groups. People want to talk nonstop about personalities. There's this old man, and every time, no, I don't want to hear it. If the meeting format allows you to talk about your day, you're going to talk about your day. You follow? And if you want an endless supply of that, then keep that meeting format there. But if you can work the steps through study the literature and get excited about this work, then what happens is there's a whole bunch more people lockstep sponsoring other people. Make sense? And each of us in our own way. You look at some nice guy like Bruce back up there, and he's the nicest, kindest, gentlest guy you'd ever want to come across. And he's going to carry the message of hope his way. Y'all understand that? Ernie, his way. Ron, his way. Not my way. We're all going to come at this with love and tolerance. We're not going to try to beat anybody up or jam a big book up their butt or threaten them, back them into a... You'll follow? But it's just real simple. We have one simple message. It's the spiritual experience. It's God. When are we going to get to a spot in our fellowships that we acknowledge to the world that this is unapologetically about the spiritual experience? No religion here. No jamming anybody's belief system. But this is unapologetically about the spiritual experience. The old boy that I got sober with about 6 months in looked over his little towel, over his little hot water. We were washing cups. He's about 30 years sober, and he looked at me and he said, Chris Raymer, I'm going to tell you, we were so proud of you for coming. We're so glad that you stayed with us. We need you. And I've shared 1 million podiums, folks, about this. We've got to understand that what we need in this thing is the newcomer. 2 things happen when we work with others. One, we get a new member. We got him by the neck. Really hog-tie him so he can't get away, you know. We got a new member now. And what happens is, because I've hog-tied him, I grow spiritually by doing that. So I don't have to relapse and leave. I get to stay. Y'all understand? And our old-timers, we get to keep them. And the newcomers coming in, we get to go. I'm going to tell everybody in here. Guys, please, stop using the excuses that I haven't been sober long enough to stop this idea of working with others. You young people in here, I'm going to tell you, I was talking to 2 or 3 people in this room. In my travels around the world, Alcoholics Anonymous, don't even mention the other fellowships, for heaven's sakes. You should see what's going on in those fellowships. Alcoholics Anonymous is being changed by militant 20-year-olds, you know, that are absolutely lockstep with good sponsorship in the book. Standing up, starting new meetings, and doing the things that need to be done. And it's like, for so many years, we just you know, Pete, aren't you cute? You keep coming back, you little knucklehead, you know. And it just, you know, we treated them like second-class citizens. You know, they don't have like young adult alcoholism. They got the same damn disease that's killing me. And they've taken their place in the fellowship, and they're allowing us to go in places that we've never been before. It's a pretty cool thing. A lot of old-timers in here. I got to tell you guys, there's a lot of folks in this room with long-term sobriety. And I'm going to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you for staying in this fellowship. Thank you for taking the heat. For every one of you that ever walked in the door with a big book and had somebody roll their eyes and make fun of you, I'm going to tell you, you're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And the rest of you can go pound sand. Tell you again, the sense of responsibility that I feel for this fellowship and for what we're supposed to be doing here. I mean, this is where it all boils down, guys. Our sense of responsibility. Who do you know? You think that you know who God's going to use to help you, but I was in a meeting 2 weeks ago. I'm sitting in my chair there at the Outpost there at Ingram Solution Group. How country is that, huh? And I'm sitting there like this, and this little guy's across the deal, and he's coming back. It's the same kind of scenario I've seen 1,000 times. And he's making his way my way, and I leaned over to Patty, my wife sitting there next to me, and I says, oh, here he comes, man. He's going to come ask me to sponsor him. She says, man, you've got a bunch. You maybe ought to. I said, I know, but I'll talk to him anyway. I'll let him down easy. And he pushes me aside. You follow? I mean, steps around me to get to the little guy that I work with and sitting behind me. And part of me did this, and then I thought, what the hell am I? I mean, what? I thought I shared pretty good in the deal, you know? But that's what you got to understand. There's a little guy that I work with in there, a little fried pie, you know, and I've had this conversation with him, and he's not quite all there yet. You know, he's not hitting on quite all cylinders, you know, but he's doing pretty good. You with us? But this little guy was sitting back. I mean, that's how God works. That's how this thing works. God used something He said that clicked with this little other little fried pie. You know. And the 2 little fried pies come together. He didn't want nothing I had. He wanted me out of the way so he could get to my little brother, you know? Y'all follow what I'm saying? And the little guy asked the question. I just got out of a treatment center. I got a 4-step ready. I need a sponsor. And I looked around and I met... God damn it. Shit. I met his little eyes like we always do. I'm looking over my little glasses like this, straight on, because the questions have been asked. I need a sponsor. And the little guy looked at me with terror in his eyes. You with us? And I looked and he said, yes, I would be glad to do that. Another one in the trench. Another one in the trench with a shovel, helping us dig. Not standing around the side with a clipboard telling us what we're doing wrong. This is where our fellowship's at. I can't wait till next week at International. 75,000 drunks get there in the big meeting. Are we all standing around singing Kumbaya, kissing each other's butts, talking about how great we're doing? Or are we out there in the trench actually carrying the message, doing what we're supposed to be doing? Does that make sense? Because I got to tell you this, and I got to shut up. A bunch of you don't understand what I'm saying because you're not in the trench. And I'm encouraging you to get in the trench. You can't, Mark said it, it's the last time I'm going to say it. How do you know what you don't know? It's easy to sit on your butt and say, oh, it must be nice sponsoring. But till you sit down next to somebody with a book open and you start to qualify them, and all of a sudden you go, oh my God, I'm not insane. I'm not Jesus, I'm just an alcoholic. Oh my goodness. And guess the next best news is, within a couple of days, you're going to get taken to a spot where the desire to drink's going to leave you. And you see the hope and the tears comes to his eyes. And you go out to the coffee room and his family's there and they're all hugging each other. And the lady looks over and says, thank you. Shit, I didn't do that. God did that. All I did was volunteer and say, okay, I'll do what you asked me to do. I'll suit up and show up and I'll be a servant. I'll be a servant to you. That's all we do. And then the miracle starts to take place. You with us? And while I'm doing that, guess who's watching my butt? Guess who's taking care of my life? I don't know what that power looks like any more now than I did 22 years ago. But I guarantee you, God's in charge and He's watching me. It's the common problem and the common solution that ties us together. Come on, guys. Why do we bond with so many of y'all for so long? Why are we so bonded at a cellular level with so many of you guys in this room? Because you're having the same experience we are. This is a life-changing event. It's not some kind of a chicken shit self-help program. This is a life-changing event. And anybody wants encouragement to come along, buddies, in your own way, pick up the cards, call us, stay in touch with us, because I guarantee you we'll help you anyway. Because I know you're going to help us. That's how this thing works. I'm sure I'm honored to be here. Thanks, guys, for letting us come.
We're going to take some questions, if you guys have any, for the last 10 minutes. I know, it's like wiping the tears away. The magic, I'm telling you, that magic is in the 12th step. Yes?
My name is Scott. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Scott.
Scott, question. I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for coming here on your own dime and the difference you made for us all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It was my husband's dime. Thank you very much. Yes. Hi, Dave.
Isn't an alcoholic and an addict the same thing? And do I have to keep switching back and forth?
Well, I mean, that's a really the question.
Do whatever you like, darling.
Thank you. I'll answer the question, and my husband may have some input on that. There are over 200 12-step programs out there, and the difference between all of them is the first part of the first step and the second part of the last step. And it's what's our problem and who we carry the message to. So that need for identification, I think, is very important. And otherwise, I come in and I say, hi, my name's Katie. I'm alcoholic and addicted to fudge. Is that okay? I'm Katie. I'm alcoholic and I'm also a fitness professional. I mean, see what I'm saying? And so what the problem seemed to have happened 20 years ago when I came in, or 25 years ago, is that I thought the reason that they didn't want to hear about my drug addiction was because they wanted to keep the dope fiends out of the room. And I thought, well, these alcoholics are a bunch of old crotchety old guys, and I happen to be addicted to a lot of dope. But that's not what it was. It was the difference between the identification, and it was the singleness of purpose. Personally, I've tried to work with just a crackhead that is not alcoholic. I can't do it. I'm telling you what, I cannot identify with the level of what she's done with crack. And I did a ton of cocaine, and I don't get crack. And that's all she was crack. So she wasn't alcoholic. Did that answer the question? No?
Real quick. The solution's going to be exactly the same. You follow? But until the identification piece is there, the deal is that I'm an alcoholic and an addict, and I qualify for a bunch of different fellowships. But let's say I had a little guy come up the other day who was asking me about sex addiction, and he says, I've had a little problem, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking at this guy, and I found myself stepping back a little bit because he's freaking me out. And I have no point of reference to what he's talking about. Now, this is life-threatening for him. But had I been a sex addict, I could have bonded with him. We could have gone off and had coffee, and I could have given him the solution. But he's not going to hear the solution from me because all I can do is make jokes about his sex addiction. Y'all follow what I'm saying? And this is why we're seeing so many pill addicts founder out there in our recovery community, because there's some great fellowships out there now called OA, Opiate Addicts Anonymous, and this stuff to get down to the brass tacks of some of this identification stuff. But until somebody understands kind of where you're at, they're not going to listen to the solution. But you don't understand. You're right, I don't. And it's arrogant of us to think that we understand. It's just you follow them. It's like me talking to a woman who's been raped. But intellectually, I understand what happened. Spiritually, deep down inside, do I understand what happened? Not a clue. And it's stupid of me to think that I would be able to identify with what this woman's going through. And I need to flip her to somebody that understands, I think. It doesn't mean that I can't. Part of my job, again, is the qualifying that we were talking about, Scott and I were talking about earlier, is helping them get into the right room so that they can get comfortable in their skin. Go ahead. Then we get this question every time we do this. It's like, it's a moot point. If you can qualify if you're an alcoholic and a drug addict, go to any meeting you want to go to and help anybody you want to help. We call double winners. It's like, oh my God, you're just move to the top of your class. It's just, you follow what I'm saying? It's just some people, they identify with the drug addicts more than they do the alcoholics. Whichever way, you can go into the fellowship. I sponsor people in both fellowships and because I have experience in both of those fellowships. Make sense? But I keep it separate when I'm sitting there talking in the specific fellowship that I'm talking to. The solution's going to be the same. I got to tell you guys, I've said it from a million podiums. If you think a drug's a drug, sit down and do a fist step with an alcoholic. And the next day, sit down and do a fist step with a crackhead. A drug addict of any kind. There's two different worlds. Terminology's different. The detox protocol is different. The physiological damage is different. It's all the same. That started from treatment centers that had one bus. That's the truth. That's the truth, and it's not. Go to any meeting you want to go to. What you got, brother?
Well, I was just going to say that. And it's funny because one time, and I've been sober a long time, and a guy came in and he heard somebody in our town say, "My name's so-and-so, I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict." And he goes, "You guys aren't real big on singleness of purpose around here, are you?" And I was like, well, I guess I'd have to say no, because I never really heard anybody talk about it for a long time. And we want to be loving, we want to be open-minded, we want to be all-inclusive. And I thought that it was the warmest, cuddliest thing to do was to say, come on in here, and I'm an alcoholic and I'm a drug addict, and I'm identifying with as many people as I can. The way our tradition came about is that we had seen organizations that tried to be all things for all people, and AA learned that didn't work, and we'd seen some other fellowships fail, and we decided early on that we were going to be alcoholics working with alcoholics, and it's called singleness of purpose. That our fellowship is about alcoholics, and it says, when it talks about that identification on page 18, it says, until such an identification takes place, little or nothing can be accomplished. If there's not that identification, and that's what I say, if you think it's all the same, wait till the first time. Katie knows about a meeting where the lady said, my problem is with fudge. And would it be okay if I've been craving fudge. Can we talk about fudge today? I'm like, get out. Because I don't understand that. But by saying, none of my sponsors, you won't hear any of my sponsors saying I'm an alcoholic and anything in an AA meeting, because it doesn't matter. What we're identifying in an AA meeting is that I have alcoholism, and I know what that means, and I can talk to you about that. And if I go to this other fellowship where we're identifying as addicts, then I'm going to say, I'm an addict. My name's Charlie, I'm an addict. Because in that fellowship, it applies whether I'm an addict or not. It doesn't help for me to say I'm an alcoholic and a contractor, or an alcoholic and a Texan, because in that fellowship we're not identifying as Texans or contractors. We're just identifying. So it's not that we want this filthy dope fiend not to be in our midst, because I am one. It's about we're desperate that this guy find a fellowship that he identifies in as much as I identify in a room of Alcoholics Anonymous. I feel fortunate that I feel perfectly at home in an addicts meeting or in an alcoholics meeting. I sponsor alcoholics and I sponsor alcoholic drug addicts. But, if a guy tells me that he just smoked crack, I'll probably put him with somebody that just smoked crack.
Well, and remember, you tried and
I haven't had good luck with trying to do it the other way. And where it really sucks is when you get a guy that just smoked crack and he's really kind of cool and I like him, and I'd kind of like to have him on my crew, and then you're like... And then it didn't work out very well, and you're like, well, that was my ego getting involved there, so I don't know, does that help anybody? I mean, it's something, I've been on both sides of this issue, because our group split up one time over, they don't want you talking about drugs over at Northland. And you're like, well, by God, drugs are a part of my story. I'm going to go over there tomorrow and talk about drugs, and I don't know what they were saying at Northland, but what I was hearing was they don't want drug addicts in their meeting. I wasn't hearing anybody talking about singleness of purpose, and that they're trying to keep it about alcoholics working with alcoholics, and to that extent, I love the girl. I heard a girl talk one time. She talked about every time she'd say, I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict, this guy in the back of the room would stand up and he'd go, I got hemorrhoids. And she was like, what? And then the next time she got up and said, I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict, and he goes, I have hemorrhoids. And she said, I never knew stopping saying that I was an addict would cure hemorrhoids. But when I stopped saying, I was anything other than an alcoholic, he stopped identifying as a guy with hemorrhoids, So it's singleness of purpose. It's a silly example, I know, but it really works. Works really well. We're trying to be one thing. We're trying to be alcoholics working with alcoholics, and I think that's the reason there's all these 200 fellowships, is because that identification is so important.
Eddie, alcoholic.
Eddie.
Used to say that you can stay agnostic in AA, you can stay agnostic and recover. Is it true that, being that it says, our living creator, a living God has entered our hearts and lives, that's what we're saying is happening to these recovered alcoholics. Is it, it says that it's inadequate. You can begin with just a willingness to believe. It says, but however inadequate is to begin. But eventually, if we're going to tell somebody they can stay, is it wrong to tell somebody they can stay agnostic and still recover? Because the way I see it, it's not true. I don't see in the book where it says you stay agnostic. That eventually God has to come into this picture. Can you say when we recover that somebody can recover if they stay agnostic? Because it says that's inadequate, and it says we used to be agnostics and atheists. Yeah. We used to be that way.
Guys, I've known lots of people that came in with as agnostic belief systems or atheists. I hate God. I don't want anything to do with God. But come with us anyway, because the one prerequisite is the ability to be honest. And then you ask yourself point blank, do you believe that maybe there might be on some outside chance something bigger than you out there? If I can get them to say yes, something, but I don't know what that is. Me neither. Let's go. Are you willing to believe that there's something? Then we can make some progress. You do the work. I've never seen anybody not have a spiritual experience. They'll fight it tooth and nail. But somewhere, usually between about the time they finish the fifth step and start making their amends, they crack like an egg and says, oh my God, you'll never guess what happened. There was this butterfly this morning and all of it. And I'm sitting there with tears in my eyes going, oh yeah, I know it exactly, and it's like we gain access to and believe in a power greater than ourselves. And that's all we got to do is do the work, and then we get the results. You follow what I'm saying? Do I think we need to lead anybody to believe that they can get this thing without believing in God? I just think we do them a disservice. I'm not saying that they can't hang around. I'm not going to waste 1 minute with those people, though. I'm just not. It's just bless you. It's like we're a one-trick pony. We got one thing we're trying to sell, and that's the spiritual experience. And so what? I'm going to water that down for everybody else? I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. That answer your question?
I'm just going to go with it.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm Dave. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Dave.
Years ago, I heard one of your talks where you talked about somebody you knew who was a cocaine addict and an alcoholic, and they stopped working with cocaine addicts, and they ended up dying or going back out. So that's always stuck with me, and for myself, being a crackhead and an alcoholic, crack was what brought me into recovery. So, and I think it's more important to work with crackheads than alcoholics. Or does it matter?
Where can you be most effective? I mean, this is all I'm doing is this. It's amazing what, God, if I said it actually from the podium what people say I said, I mean, I would be in prison. I can assure you. I don't know. I think as long as you're working with somebody. This is why I know people that stay sober in the church. They don't stay sober in the church by going Sunday mornings and dropping $1 in the basket. They stay sober. Every time the door's open, they're there doing something. They're helping, working with others. It's anything to get out of your head. I think God's going to use you. It's once we do the work and we get through all of this stuff in the fourth step and the fifth step and the making amends. You with us? And you're sitting in a meeting. Guess who God's going to put next to you? I mean, I've seen it 1,000 times, You resent your parents forever and ever and ever, and all of a sudden you work through the work and you come out the other side and you don't resent your parents anymore. Guess who the next day is going to be sitting right next to you, You're not going to believe what my mom did. Oh, no shit. And then here it comes. And it could be, child of origin stuff. It could be credit. I'm still waiting right now for somebody to come ask me to sponsor him that's rich and has never had problems with women. You with us? Because I've never been rich and I've always had a problem with women. And I've worked through a lot of that stuff and I've come out the other side and I put money in the bank today and I don't owe a soul. You with us? I've worked through that stuff and that's who God puts in my life. Poor idiots that can't say no to women. And God's going to use you wherever you want to do. I don't care where. But just find your job, find your niche and stay there. And you'll be golden. Make sense? I do.
I don't.
I do some.
I don't like to sit still. But you know what? I'll take a minute on that one. Only because, you know what? I darn made myself crazy with the Eastern meditation. The sitting still and the getting calm and the, clearing the mind. And I by nature am a pretty high-strung individual. And so one day, I can't remember, I don't even remember where it came from, but it said in that 1935 dictionary, it said meditation means deep thought. And I thought, well, now I can go into some deep thought, but I can't go into completely clearing my mind. And so it was the most freeing thing I had ever experienced. And Mark helped me a lot on this, was I took this level of prayer and I'd read a couple of pages of Emmett Fox, because he happens to be my spiritual leader. I don't like to get too confused with 15 spiritual leaders. I like one. And so I read a couple of pages of Emmett Fox and I go into what he was talking about and I do some contemplation on that. And then I do some incredible prayer in a really positive sense of how I would like for my world to be, my kids' health, my husband's health, my health, my connection with my Creator, and just really holding that up kind of in a positive light. For me as an alcoholic, I can be pretty negative. And it's remarkable. And it's about 15 minutes worth, and it's pretty cool. But I don't do any complete silent meditation because it just made me crazy.
It was the naked part.
It's a whole naked thing. You been watching me?
I just want to thank all three of you, and I just want to say something specifically to Katie. It's like, a man gets drunk, he sobers up, comes a day, and they have a lampshade on, and everybody thinks experience, you know, is really funny. You know, a woman comes in and says, you know, I lost my kids because I drank and this, and then all of a sudden, you know, start whispering. There's a stigma. It's like you give women a permission, you know, to be humorous, to be zany, and just to take that, you know, that stigma that's off. And, you know, I just got to share, like, I was almost 15 years sober, and I was nuttering a fruitcake, and the phenomenon craving came back. And the only reason why I didn't drink is because my 15-year vagina was coming up, and I was sitting there so full of resentment and anger, just like insane, and I was like insane, even worse than when I was drinking. Sobered up when I was 18, thank God I never had a drink. Sober almost 30 years. But when I was almost 15 years sober, I wanted to end it, and I begged the God of my no understanding. I said, you know, all these other people, you know, the spray prayer falls off, the cross falls off. I haven't had one spiritual experience. You're full of shit. There is no God. But if there is a God, I want you to prove it to me. And honest to God, above my right ear came, child, ask a question, I'm here. And when that happened, I just thought I was crazy for 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden I said, God, why did this happen? Why were my parents alcoholics? Why was I sexually abused? Why all the guys I got with a bunch of losers, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden came the answer I didn't want to hear, which is, you've been so selfish your whole sobriety. You never helped one woman. You always come in late, leave early. All you ever thought about yourself. Then all of a sudden I had a spiritual experience. And said, you know that big book on top of the fridge? I want you to go in there and I want you to pull it off, seal the dust on it. I open it up. It says, I want you to get on your knees, take step 1, 2, and 3 with me, and I did. And I had an incredible spiritual experience. But I was still screwed up with the resentments. And this one woman, her name was Lorraine, and I'll never forget her. I met her at an obscure AA meeting. She was fully lit up like a Christmas tree. And something said to me to call her for 3 days. She took me through the big book, which is a lot of the way we've been taken through, and my whole life jumped alive. And I can honestly say that I've been sober 14 years in my brain, because that's the message. Because when you finally have something to transmit, I was like, man, you just get on fire. And it's true. A lot of old timers, a lot of long timers are going out because they forget where they came from. They forget that the juice is working with the newcomers. So you guys just keep bringing it forward. Keep it alive.
Thanks.
We got about time for a couple more, guys. They're gonna. What you got?
Yeah, my name's Alan. My sobriety has taken a lot of my key relationships, my family, my wife, out of the context by which we are together. Your dynamic has shifted to uncharted waters where she could be an enabler for me before. Now she doesn't know what to do with me as a sober person. So our relationship, when I first became sober, I felt would become better. But it's actually become more difficult. Our relationship is different than it started out to be because I'm a different person. Still struggling to maintain sobriety through the program. But I find that I often find people that I talk to in the program say, oh, I'm doing really good, sobered up, but we broke up. So, my relationship is finished. And that scares me because I have a child now. And everything that I've built up is a bit frightening to me to think that I'm going to lose it because I'm shifting into a different person. My relationship is changing. So how do you deal with that? Because there's fear there. There's hesitance about continuing to lose steps. And I also will tend to go back to old beliefs or old ways of being with my wife or family.
How many of y'all believe this is spiritual warfare? Any of y'all ever walk around the park with that one? I mean, truly, I got to tell you guys, the most courageous thing that any of us do is try to get sober. Whether we're in our families, in Al-Anon or in AA or whatever, we're trying to align our will with God and get on a spiritual path. And I got to tell you guys, there's a battle here. M. Scott Peck wrote a book in the 80s, I think it was in the early 90s, about the road less traveled. The road less traveled is the spiritual path. And there's a reason for that. That's why we catch so much flack in meetings when we start talking about God and stuff, is because there's a lot of people out there that want to poo-poo this. It's just, it's difficult. We talked about it last night. The path gets narrower, not wider. The rewards get greater. The longer we're sober, life gets better, but the path gets narrower. And that's why so many people, they can't we think this is just going to be a piece of cake, or I'm going to put the plug in the jug. It's like Katie was talking about, and everything's just going to be okay. And it's just not. Some of us grow spiritually, and our significant others. I had a marriage of 9 years sober, and went through that divorce. We just went like this. We stopped growing spiritually together, and we went two different directions. It was nothing. Either one of us. There was no blame involved. We just headed in different directions. I'm going to be on the spiritual path because I don't have a choice. I have to stay on that path in order to stay sober. If I get off of it, I die. So I have to do what I got to do. But I got to tell you this, guys. A lot of people hide out in AA, and the family goes to hell in a handbasket. And part of this is, we use the fellowship as an excuse to stay away from the family and maybe not do the things that were necessary. I was talking to, I think Bruce earlier, we were talking. He said, I couldn't be here last night because I had a school deal with my daughter. And I'm thinking that's crystal clear about what this is about. I'm going to go to an AA function or go to my school's or my daughter's recital or whatever it was. It's like, that's what we're supposed to be doing. But interspersed in this, we get to also do some AA stuff. You with us? Recovery is not. That's why I don't go with this. I go to a meeting every day. I don't. I just... I got a wife and a bike and a garden, and I got a full life too. And I'm going to ask my family to come along with me in this deal, but I can't force it down their throat. So, good luck with you. Prayers
and
with you.
I'll visit with you afterwards. I got a couple of inputs on that. They're more personal.
We have time for a couple more questions. We just asked that you don't tell your story. Just get straight to the question first. We have a couple more questions.
Shane.
What do you say to somebody that has a real hate for God, and usually there's some horrific event or sad thing where they've had son die, or there's been something really bad in the past, and they can't get this, accepting God or trusting God, trying to blame an alcoholic?
Well, I go pretty elementary on that one, only because we're always looking to blame God for any of our heartache, if it's death or a tragedy where someone didn't die and they're immobilized or whatever. We believe that there's all kinds of tragedies and God did it. And I always go really elementary on the fact that their belief system is off kilter if they believe that is of any nature of God. That I really try to get people, I don't try to get them on any sort of religious kick of any kind, but I just say the God of my understanding is nothing but of all loving. Sometimes in meetings you hear this one thing that makes me absolutely crazy, and it's like, watch out what you pray for. Like God's going, I've been waiting for her to pray for patience. Man, there's a flat tire, and we're going to bounce a check. And you're like, this is not of God's nature, right? This is an all-loving creature, and We Agnostics is a beautiful part of our book. I think it's one of the least read chapters of our big book that explains that we need to set aside all our prejudice and open our minds to a new understanding of God. And one of the things is that who didn't come in here damaged by God? Either I didn't dig him or I hated him. They told me when I was a kid and my mom died when I was 9 that God needed her. Well, I hated him. I don't want nothing to do with him. But when you're served up with a first step experience, I've got no choice but to look at this and be willing to. And so one of the things that I continue to go with is, if I'm praying for patience, I'm telling God I am prepared for patience. And all he does for me is gives me heightened awareness. The same situation with the white car deal, right? I go out there and tell you, look how many white cars there are. All of a sudden, you're going to see white cars. They've always been there. At your level of patience, you've just been asleep to it. All of a sudden, you ask God for it, and he goes, okay, if you're ready for it, you're going to start seeing it now. Just going to be more aware of it. So that's why I'm pretty black and white with somebody. If they come in hating God, I go, well, it's your concept of God that is the damaged part. And so that's how I walk them through it. They're certainly welcome to keep it, but what a shame. What a shame.
We got to close. I just want to close with a little piece out I want to close with a little piece out of the big book that I've been closing talks with for a long time. This is from page 100 in the big book. It says, both you and the new man must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. If you persist, remarkable things will happen. When we look back, we realize that the things which came to us when we placed ourselves in God's hands were better than anything we could have planned. Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world, no matter what your present circumstances. It's been a real honor to be here with you guys this weekend. Stay out there in the trenches, and thanks for having us. All right.